I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
If you want to be a live guy, you can do it anyway. If you want to be a strong man, you can do it anyway. If you want to be an Indian chief, cowboy, you can do it in the ring. You can't do it in the mall.
The most electrifying line in sports entertainment today. If you smell what the Rock is cooking, take me if you can. Survive if I let you. I'm figuring and thinking that nothing's gonna stop my showman Randy Savage now. I'm the man. I'm the icon. And yes, you can't bow. I am God.
The number one show on the net that leads to the best in your head like Goldberg Net. For the punks and the perverts, this is how it works with Terry Funk and Knox Baker. Check Inchman and Barbie, they got the cheap seat, so sit back and have a seat. They got questions from the fans, and your head is the man from Australia to Japan. Check down the road, get back to the Mississippi.
We are bigger, we are faster, and we are all night long. All you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, be sure and tune in and listen to this show.
All right, and we are live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I am the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting, Hollywood, Jackie Jones, along with my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, the enforcer of the Headyverse, and definitely not the most honest man.
Truer words were not spoken until you've heard this voice. Jackie Jones, I am the boss, baby, the man who tells you what to do. I am the king of all.
Boom!
Power goat. Ah!
First time we heard a ba in a while, I thought you retired it. I thought maybe you were getting a little bit chicken.
Well, that bearded bitch last week, he probably just didn't know to do it. So, what can I say? It was the bearded bitch.
It shows you don't even watch a show, bitch. It was me by myself going solo. I did a 37-hour show.
37 hours.
Day and a half show. Oh, Jackie Jones. I went through the Jackie Jones 5,000. Fuck the 500. I did the top 5,000 wrestlers, not of the year. Anyone could do that. The top 5,000 wrestlers of the week.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sounds thrilling.
It was sweet. 37 hours long. It had over 87,000 live listeners. And then I just thought it was so damn good. I was like, this is going to be preserved only for the live viewers. And I struck it from all the records. So you had to be here to experience it. It'll be something that will live on through memories and feelings in the heart and the soul of all the Headyverse who are here. And everyone else, they're shit out of luck.
What was that bit about being honest? What was that? You said something about that earlier.
Some fucking tea right here, bitch. If you want to talk about honest tea. Boom.
Jackie Jones. I have watched Raw. I have watched the Collision. I watched the Collision happen. I just watched it. I didn't help. I just watched it. I was like, Saturday night's all right for fighting. That's all.
Saturday night's all right.
That's all I did while I was watching it.
One of the best tag matches ever, and not just AEW. I think one of the best televised tag matches ever in wrestling.
I watched parts of SmackDown. I watched, but yeah, I enjoyed the tag match. I liked the main event.
I did too. I thought it was the last 2 weeks of Collision have been great. I think that's for me the must watch wrestling show of the week.
Mm-hmm. You can't miss the Dynamite though, cause
I like Dynamite too, but for me, Collision's the best. But I those are the two shows I watch every week.
if you want blood and guts,
I'm gonna be there, bitch, live and in person. Me and the Flea and Colleen here is gonna be there too. Where are you?
you're gonna get the blood and guts, eh? Well,
if I had a blade here, I'd blade my head.
I'm like 15 hours away from you, I think.
I'm gonna do it hard way.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, I'm just so powerful. Like, I'm so tough. Like, I could just pound my head all day and no blood will be drawn.
Which head you talking about?
Whoa! I know you've been pounding the other one.
Becky Jones.
That's why we're so late.
No, you're not putting this on me. I was here waiting. You're like, fuck you, bitch. I can't come on the show until I get my M&Ms that are only brown.
No, I was doing... Whoa.
Brown
So it's like poop? No.
No.
I was doing some business for the movie. So originally, the Once a Feature Smash and End Zone Tune, the game plan was we were going to finish the Blu-ray next month. All the specials and then get it released at the end of the year. But... this little thing happened, the strikes. And our film is SAG, Screen Actors Guild. And so that puts a kibosh on that. So
what are you telling me, bitch? Am I going to have to wait even longer now?
Now the film will be out in 2024.
2024? Because of the strikes?
But it does extend the festival run. And we're looking into some possible theaters to play the movie. So maybe if it's playing somewhere, you'll come out and watch it.
You're going to come and set it up in my backyard and play it in my backyard.
No place to lose money. So I can't say. There's some places it's coming up. I can't say where they are until they're officially announced. One's not far from you.
My dad, he'd probably really...
One of them is not the West, if you catch my drift. It's not called the East, but it's not called the West. So how far away are you from the other one?
I'm pretty far.
The hell?
Didn't you hear my whole diatribe about CM Punk not knowing that Virginia's pretty far from West Virginia? Like, from where I'm at, like, I have to go all the way through the state to get to Virginia. And if it's up in like the
no matter where I say it is, no matter where I say, you'd be like, that's a 3-day drive.
I was coming to Columbus and I got the COVID.
It's like, that's a 3-day drive. I'm like, it's in Texas. That's a 3-day drive. I'm like, it's in Delaware. That's a 3-day drive. I'm like,
everything's far from me for the most part. I mean, like anything I want to do, if I want to see like a concert, I've got to drive like 4 hours. I want to see can't
you go see like the whites of West Virginia down the street?
Well, they're not that far. But if I want to go see like a show, like if I want to see like Raw or something, the closest place they come around me is Lexington or something. Or that's why I'm so appreciative to AEW. They run Charleston every now and then, and that's only an hour away from me.
Isn't that where they make the chews?
No, they don't make Charleston Chew.
What? Are you telling me it's Charleston Chew's all a lie?
I think it was actually named after the dance, the Charleston.
Oh, really?
Which the dance doesn't the dance mention South Carolina?
Hell if I know.
So it's like, you want to do the Charleston with me, Jack? Charleston.
Is this what it is?
I forget how the Charleston goes. It's been a while. But if I was Jesco White, I could probably get right up and bust out the Charleston and add some tapping along with it, but I am not Jesco. I know the whole world thinks that all of West Virginia is just filled with Jesco Whites.
Well, he is a pretty sweet dude.
That is not the case. I apologize. But yeah, take Amtrak insure. Amtrak is not very like I know you live in like a major, popularized area.
Me?
No.
Oh,
Mighty Lexar. He's saying to take the Amtrak.
Oh yeah, he lives in the center. I mean, that's a good thing about being a city though, because you can. Yeah. There's all the easily accessible.
I can take an Amtrak, but it's probably going to run me like 6 hours one way, and 6 hours or 12 hours to where I actually want to go. So
you know what? All I'm hearing is excuses.
I was coming to Columbus. I was going to be in Columbus. And that's the one you hated the most. You're like, just a bunch of hicks there.
What? Now you just make up.
Me.
You're just making up bullshit.
I wanted to go to a fancy place, and all they had open was the Wendy's.
No. I've said this many times. It does not have to be a fancy restaurant for me. It has to be a restaurant that I can't go to. So when I was in Texas, I went to Whataburger because I don't have a Whataburger up here. I went to Church's Chicken. I went and got $1.25 street tacos because I can't get them up here. The only thing that was open at night was the Taco Bell. And screw Taco Bell. I don't want to eat Taco Bell every night.
What if they took you to the White Castle? What would you have said?
I actually, when I was in Chicago the first time, I looked forward to going to White Castle because I had never been to one before.
Well, you were in the main city where it was founded, White Castle in Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, but at that point, I had been to one. And they didn't have any there. The only thing that was open at night, and apparently, I was also with vegans, and that also limits where we can eat. Oh,
they have the veggie burger. They can eat that.
So apparently, they actually said their favorite place to eat vegan, their favorite fast food is actually the Taco Bell. And you don't get it's not a vegan burger or vegan taco. What it is they get the potato burritos without the cheese or whatever, and it's actually is then vegan. I'll be honest, it looked pretty good. Yeah, then I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna get this steak burrito. I'm gonna get 2 because I haven't eaten all day. I'm hungry. It's like that and like a drink, like $18. I'm like, what the hell? I might as well go to a real place.
Steven Simmons here. He is giving some bad information to the kids.
And then the calories there's like 3,000 calories in these 2 little tiny burritos.
Any fast food places are high calories. Steven Simmons, he's saying if you drive the speed limit like a chump, Incher can get to Boston
like a chump
hours.
Yeah, see,
13 hours.
It's not even playing in Boston. Well, hopefully it would.
I'm just going to say this to Steven Simmons.
Simmons would do it, wouldn't you, Simmons? If the movie is playing within 15 hours of you'd be there in a heartbeat. He wouldn't be interested. Like, I got stuff to. I got to play some Dig Dug.
Just going to say, it really doesn't help you.
I got a good score on Tecmo Bowl.
You need to drive the speed limit because you would have to pretty much just go like 100 miles per hour at nonstop to get anywhere anytime sooner. So just drive the speed limit. Don't be calling people driving the speed limit chumps. They're just following the law, and they don't want a ticket. So there you go.
I've got something here.
Take that in your pipe and smoke it, Steven Simmons.
We were dancing a minute ago. Here, I got something for us to dance to. All right?
I guess.
You ready?
I'm not necessarily in my dancing mood, but we'll see.
Well, you were just dancing a minute ago.
I know, but I'm out of it.
In your head, 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 in your head.
That's the blast
Sweet.
from the past.
Yeah, look at that. That's a pretty rockin' tune, Incher.
That was
Man, I don't know where that ranks in all-time greatest tunes ever created, but it's up there.
Yeah, I think it's on top of my playlist every time I turn on some tunes. I get
Imagine play, with you're with the, a fine young lady. You play that. That is what I call making love music. Love making tunes.
Where'd you go? That's the scene of what would really happen. Like,
yeah, she just drop right down to her knees. Boom.
I'm afraid not. No.
It's happened many a time. Dan, have you heard of flying machines?
Have I heard of flying machines? Where did that come from?
You don't have to drive somewhere. You could actually go.
Oh. Well, that takes money, Dan. And that's something I don't have a whole lot of. So I think it would be like if the shoe was turned and it was you coming to see my movie.
I'd be there in a heartbeat.
You wouldn't be there. Okay.
Hey, Inch baby, Inch daddy. You think you're okay? If you're gonna be honest, who's been to whose house?
You never even invited me to your house. You said
who
never
flew
even invited me
to your estate that was way
up.
out of my way, just so we could drive down with you to Charlotte.
Which you didn't have to do, but you did show up.
I didn't have to. I did it out of the goodness of my heart.
But you never even invited me.
I've invited you a million times. Right on the show. Anyone watching it knows.
You say you can go to this show, but don't think you're staying with me. Stay away from me.
This is why you are not the world's most honest man. El Santos World, how was the Lizard Convention?
The Lizard Convention?
I thought maybe this was something you knew about. I don't know what's happening.
I have no idea what he's talking about. How was the Lizard Convention? Is this some craziness that you said last week when I wasn't here? Did you say I went away to a lizard convention? Like, what is this?
If I did, I have no recollection of it.
I have no idea what El Santos World is talking about. Not a clue.
He's a good man, though.
The lizard.
And as Colleen said, definitely some good thrusting beats here. That's in your head. Also, I think I've proven I'm a lyrical genius many times on these songs. I wrote if anyone didn't know who wrote the lyrics in that masterpiece. This guy right here.
Yes, it's a very well written song. I like the yeah, in your head, in your head, in your head.
In your head. Taza wants to know, lizards?
Are they saying that I'm a reptilian? Is that what they're saying?
I wish I was in Tijuana eating barbecued iguana.
I think they're implying that I'm a lizard.
Oh, you're one of those reptilians, is
I think
you?
they're implying that I'm a reptilian.
I've got to get Valvinus on the line.
What do I got to do to prove I'm not a lizard person? What do I got to do? Like, what's the thing?
Hey Val, what's up? Damn. Yeah, I saw Brian Jones. Yeah, he's posting. Yeah, so my co-host, I'm pretty sure he's one of the lizard people. Yep. Oh yeah. You can see. Yeah, I can kind of see the flap on his neck there where the mask is coming off. Yep, definitely. Yep. Yeah, and he's breathing. Yep, I know that's always a sign. So how does he prove to me that he really isn't? Oh, interesting. So he says, pull your mask off, and if it's not a lizard underneath, then you're a human. All right, we'll talk to you later, man.
What if you don't even have a mask on? Like,
Lizard man! Lizard man! Lizard man! Lizard man! Lizard man! Damn. The reptilian, the old eye lizard. Look! Look at the tongue!
what? What are you talking about? Anyhow, let's just go on with wrestling. Let's not worry about any of this. I have no clue what you're talking about. But I watched the Collision. I watched the Dynamite from last week. I watched the Rampage. Did you watch the Rampage?
Hell yeah! You mean like the oh no, the show? No.
Oh, you're really excited for some Rampage, Jack.
Yeah, I just thought it meant like people were out in the streets. Ah, full of rage. And then I thought maybe he meant the big, the big ape and the lizard. Oh, lizards! Lizards! It's always back to the lizards with you.
I didn't mention no lizards.
Rampage. You could play the gorilla guy. You could play the lizard. It's even called Lizzie.
Yeah, that's the name of the lizard.
And then they made the masterpiece film with The Rock.
I haven't seen that one.
Now, someone on our group, Mr. Brian Jones, he wrote, I won't even find it, but it's a brilliant post. He's like, do you find it weird that in real life, The Rock was a lineman, didn't play lineman. In real life, when he played football, he was a lineman. But when he was cast in a movie, he played a quarterback.
What? So? I mean,
I think he's been robbed from the Oscars. Do you think they even were aware that when he took the role of a quarterback, he was actually a lineman?
I mean, by those standards, I mean, like, the only thing Rock should play in the movies is like a wrestler. So,
You mean he really wasn't an ancient scorpion king?
I'm afraid not, no.
He's not, 3,000 years old from prehistoric Egypt?
No. And if you watch the film, it's some pretty bad CG, so it's...
I thought it was a documentary.
No, I'm afraid he is not a Scorpion King, no. Sorry.
I don't know what Taz was talking about in the chat.
Has everybody drugged our audience tonight? I mean, they're saying some really weird things.
He's like, "What is that, Troy? Who? He thinks you're Troy?"
No, I'm not Troy. No, I think we look very much different than each other.
And I've been trying to decipher this sentence. I really enjoyed this meeting every Tuesday, this chat, this community. But I see that it's going to be. What?
I make some pretty bad typos sometimes, but I think that takes the cake.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's happening. But we're here to talk some wrestling. And I know we've already really covered a lot of ground here. But
yeah.
So what was that? What was going down on the Rampage?
This is Rampage, baby. I gotta say that Keith Lee, he's putting on a pretty good performance on the Rampage.
I'm glad he dyed the hair.
Yeah.
Now, look, I'm not against someone going gray. I actually thought Kevin Nash looks good with gray. Eric Bischoff looks good gray. My brother looks good gray. I'm just, too young and virile to go gray. But... when Keith Lee let his hair go gray, he really just looked like an old man. So when he did dye it black, and it does improve.
Yeah, he does look better that way. And he was throwing guys around on the Rampage, and it was fun. He's been teaming up with Dustin Rhodes, so it's good seeing them team together. But I mean, I know they had him like in a forced tag team, but that might have been on Dynamite a few weeks ago, where he was teaming with Swerve again, and I thought that was pretty fun.
Going into that whole thing, I really thought they were totally missing the boat on what made the Lethal Lottery fun is the live picks, when you're doing the match. But they've really made this into a good angle. I've really enjoyed this tournament, and the pairing are right when they first were doing, the tag team that's forced together and they don't like each other. It's like I've seen this so many times. I kind of grown. But every week, it's super entertaining, and I'm at the point I hope they stay together because Adam Cole and MJF are super entertaining together.
Yeah, I like them together. I think
they're crazy over.
But you know that they're only doing this to get like MJF so he can turn on him though at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's funny. But it'll still get you because like everyone's into him.
Because it's happened several times before where
that
really
kind of makes me think they're going to do something different though. Maybe because I do like the little stuff where Adam Cole becomes he does like the evil things once in a while, like making fun of the fat guy with them, and it's a different take on it. And that last match when they had like with the two big guys, which kudos to them. I actually think they've been a good team too. Big Bill and Brian Cage together. I kind of like them as like the modern, big giant guys. And both guys, I guess Big Bill always wrestled as a big guy, but Brian Cage, I think, is actually starting to take some advice that people have been giving him in wrestling more like a big guy instead of trying to do all the flips. So they're good together. But what was cool about that was they were getting stuff over like the body slam. The crowd was going nuts chanting for the body slam. And now they're dying to see the double clothesline. They're getting just like the most basic moves really over just because the fans are into both guys. I think someday, though, you have to actually go with MJF as a babyface because he is so over whenever they tease it.
Yeah, he really does go run with it, and people really do get into his character. So it's like they want to like him, but they keep pushing. He wants to be a heel, I think. But I think the worst thing that Adam Cole did as a bad thing is breaking Roderick Strong's heart. It's breaking his heart.
It's true.
Because Roderick Strong, he's like, why are you going with MJF?
Yeah, what are you doing, Roddy?
Yeah.
But we haven't been talking the last couple weeks, but AEW, I think, has been really strong. And I've always been a fan, but I think a lot of the things we've talked about, they're really working on. Like they show a lot more video packages to get angles over, to get matches, to get you pumped for a match, to even little things so you know who a wrestler is that the whole audience might not know. They did so much stuff like the Samoa Joe and Punk match to make because you can't just go in and assume. I think a few years ago they would have just assumed everyone knew these guys wrestled a bunch of times and had this history. But you can't just assume that. So they did some videos to get that stuff over. I love the stuff on when Collision starts and they do the short promos to put over the matches even before the theme song begins. I like that stuff. The commentary team on Collision, I think, is a big plus. Just like so many things. And you see like the same people, You see like the same core group of guys on both shows now. Dynamite has their guys and Collision has their guys. And it's not like guys you see once and then you don't see for months. And
I'm just going to say this. I'm not looking forward to Kevin Kelly coming back. I don't hate Kevin Kelly, but Ian Riccaboni, he fucking killed that thing, man. Last week, that was some of the best commentary on AEW I've heard.
That was fantastic.
I thought that was a really well done commentary team.
Because not only
you get them on Ring of Honor, and they're good there too. But he really brought his game, and that was some really good stuff.
I think they both know how to put the matches. Like they both put over things in the match that the commentary team should do, and sometimes they don't. Which is like when they did the little thing in the FTR with the knee brace, where he moved it down moved up so he could have better leverage moved it down so he could have better leverage and hold the knee brace when he had the sharpshooter on. if the commentary doesn't tell you that, I think it would have went over my head and probably 99% of the audience's head. But the commentary team actually told you why he was doing that and why it led to the victory in the match. And I was like, that's really cool. And they do that a lot. But the difference between Kelly and Riccaboni is Riccaboni has more energy and I think adds more like a dynamic to the, like, he's not like over the top screaming, but he just is more excited for a wrestling show.
We can just say it. I mean, he's just new, and he's good at what he does.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I'd rather have Kevin Kelly on Dynamite than Taz. I think you'd improve both shows. Keep Riccaboni with Nigel, who I love Nigel too. I think he's great.
Yeah, Nigel's great.
That's a great team for Collision, and I don't think they'll get rid of Taz because I'm dumbfounded why people like him, but I think he's awful. And if
really is bad.
If you had Kevin Kelly on there instead of Taz, I think it would really improve.
I mean,
although you don't really need two, because I think him and Excalibur are very similar. They know a lot about wrestling. They're both like the more serious guy who's just telling you what's happening.
Now, is JR, is he taken out of action? Is he not going to be on?
Yeah, I don't know. I know he fell, and he said he's going to take time off, but
yeah,
I honestly think there's more to this.
I think so too.
I honestly think because I don't think someone just falls all the time on their eye, and I know we kind of even joke, but like if someone, and I don't want to insinuate something is happening to him, but I think either something is or he's got other, like, quote-unquote demons going. There's something weird there. I don't think it's just he's tired or something.
Which, I mean, is understandable if something was bothering him because, I mean, he has had a lot of hardships as of late.
Yeah,
But,
and so I'm glad that the company would stand behind him while he gets, whatever kind of help he needs. Even if the help is just he needs time off and there is nothing else. But
yeah, we really don't know anything. We're just pure speculation.
It feels like there's something more to it to me.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, definitely.
And it is nice he is in a company that the people can make fun of Tony for being whatever, but I mean, he is someone who cares about the employees, which is a lot better than someone who would, make fun of you if you have some kind of problem.
I threw out some sound advice in the past, and I think I'm going to throw out some sound advice right now. Is JR, you need to get on the roids. Steroids. Get on the gas, kid.
Hot damn.
You'll be like you're 20 years old again.
Are you speaking from experience? Have you started a cycle?
No.
Yeah, I don't. I think this is like Tauzo level. I don't think Ross is working an angle. He'll be back as a heel.
No, sorry, Tony, but I think Ross. He's shown up with black eyes like a couple of times.
Yeah,
and the explanation for it hasn't been very good. So,
and no matter how grumpy he is and stuff, you can't make. When people get to a certain level, you just can't make him a heel. Like, no one's gonna want to actively boo Jim Ross for multiple reasons. He's got health issues, and he's like this old lovable curmudgeon guy, but he's not someone that you're gonna want to like boo. You just feel bad. He was saying I was being serious. I'm just going to disagree.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. He was being sarcastic. Yes. Sarcastic.
So what happened on the Rampage? I'm going to share out the link here for people who want to join us while you're going over Rampage.
I'm doing a Rampage review?
The Rampage
I can't remember everything on Rampage.
Well, give me the highlights.
I'm going to say this. I saw Marina Shafir. I don't think it was this week, but the week before. And I'm going to give her some credit. I do think she has been improving some. I'm not saying great.
I'll say this.
She wrestled a decent match.
The women's division as a whole in AEW, I think, has improved a lot. Because I noticed some people like I never thought anything of Julia Hart. And so when she had her singles match on Collision, I was like, And I'm not saying it was like, oh my God, I was blown away, but it was a decent match. And it was a short match, which I thought was good. You didn't need like a really epic long match with her. But I was like, oh, and she's got charisma. I think she's embraced the I didn't think she fit originally in that group or like the character, but I think she seems more real now. So she's improved. I've noticed a lot of the women that I didn't think too much of before have improved. And there's not very many. There was for a while there was a handful of very good women, I thought. And then there was a lot that were not necessarily bad, but just like not really ready for TV. But I think overall has improved, where on the people that are still on TV have improved, and then the ones that weren't really quite ready, you don't really see on TV as much.
Yeah. But I'll give her some credit because I was very harsh on Marina in the year-end review. And
she's probably someone that they just brushed to TV because she had no experience at all, you know?
Yeah. They were guilty of that. So.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they really did that with Jade, and then I think Jade was actually good by the end there. But decent. I mean, she had her limitations, but definitely has like a lot of star power. I don't know if she's coming back, I guess.
Hey, Lexar.
Lexar! Yeah! Oh, by the way, so we got the House of Black over here, and I have behind here, I always have the Brian Danielson one. This is the new one I got.
Oh, them boys.
Them boys. I was very excited. Yeah, I did an unboxing on the show, as the kids call.
Stealing my gimmick, eh?
Yeah, you invented the unboxing.
I did.
I got that. I got this Kiss the Ring shirt. And I got a really cool Sting shirt that I'm going to wear tomorrow night to Blood and Guts.
Well, that should be some fun.
It's nice. It's a 1989, 1990 Sting Great American Brass shirt.
Yeah, we got
but it's AEW. It has AEW on it.
Is that Damian Priest and Dom? Did Dom win a belt?
Yeah. NXT North American Champion.
Damn.
They could give Dom. The guy's super over. I mean, they should be able to give him something else and an NXT belt. Give him like a belt that matters.
Why has he got isn't he on the main show?
Yeah. He's on Raw and
and then he went and won the secondary title of the C show?
That's lame. Give him a belt that matters.
That'd be like someone like back in the day, like Macho Man. He's like, I'm gonna go and win the second, not even the world title, the Michigan title and like some indie show. Like what the hell?
Outside of Roman Reigns,
he's gonna go to Smoky Mountain and win like the WV title.
Outside of Roman Reigns, who gets more of a crowd reaction than Dominic? I mean, he's super hated. I mean, give
Cody
the guy.
Rhodes. Oh yeah, no, Dominic. I was a guy. I never thought there would become a day where I didn't just vehemently hate Dominic Mysterio, but I am honest and I give the man all the praise because he got his foot in the door, and then he was kind of just there, and then he got a little spark of a chance, and the man ran with it. So Dominic, you've really turned around in my eyes, and I'm a big fan.
Most definitely. Look at Jack flexing his Riz. What's Riz?
I don't know. I thought you kids would know what Riz is.
I'm not sure what that is. Sorry, Tony. Julia Hart is the leader of the House of Black. Do you agree with these statements from Captain Murphy?
No, I mean, she's not. She's like the valet, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
The leader's Black. I mean, he's named Aleister Black or whatever.
Yeah.
Mortimer Black. Or whatever.
Do you care about his feud that he's got going on? With,
I actually do, and I didn't think I would because I was not a real big fan of either guy.
Andrade
and both guys are much more motivated now. And I actually quite like, and I never really liked him at all, except when he was in NXT he was good, but I didn't like him on the main show, didn't like him in AEW, but when he first came there. But he's been really good. Both guys and the House of Black have been good. I like it.
I'm afraid for Barney in behind Bruce's ghost here. That's kind of scary. He's got a Barney.
I like
got
it.
an animal.
I found it, and it has batteries.
Whoa! Is it like one of them there sexy time toys?
Yeah, it's a dildo.
Damn.
Yeah, big dildo.
A furry dildo. That would take a lot of cleaning. Yeah, I don't think you'd want.
Oh, that's why I was afraid for Barney.
Oh, all right.
Poor Barney.
That'd be hard to clean.
It sure
I
has
think.
good instincts. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
How do you clean your dildos, Incher?
I don't have any.
What?
I received one
Jason
from Mitten
sent
and I
you.
threw it away. I didn't even take it out of the package.
Speaking of, I've got a box here from Jason Mitten.
I thought you were on the outs with Mitten. Now you're Master Jones. Oh my goodness.
That's all he addressed it to, and they knew exactly where to send that. Things I found while exploring Kentucky. It says withoutyourhead.com. Join the Facebook group.
There's postal workers out there that
Just like
they're just like
This is the bottom, just like Incher.
no, it doesn't say just like
What?
it said like you.
I don't know. I think you're fibbing.
one time, like a place that sent me something drew a picture of my actual house. They must have Google Earthed it, so they drew my house on the box.
Really?
So like the delivery person could get to the house. I'm
And
like,
then they were just staring in your window.
yeah, I'm surprised they didn't write. Well, the whole address was on there too.
That's what when I went to Incher's house. I just stood outside and looked in the window.
Creepy. What'd you see when you're staring?
We got a pack of candy cigarettes.
Oh yeah, I have some of those.
Candy cigarettes.
I'll get mine.
I didn't know they still sold candy cigarettes. I thought
Yeah,
it was not allowed.
They never really look like the actual cigarette though. They always just look like a twig or something. Like they're not very well produced. Those
Puff,
don't look
puff,
too
pass,
bad.
Bruce.
Oh, yeah.
1 second, I'll get.
Like, where's the filter?
Here, pass
I mean,
it to me. Here.
Give him.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, make it disappear. Okay, thank you. Magic.
Hell yeah, that was done pretty well, man.
Okay, Jack. Here. Oh shit. Oh, here you go. All right.
You're
Nice.
quite the magician there, Jack.
Okay.
Bruce is better at the.
I learned I could zoom in on my phone,
Oh, really?
so it makes it bigger. I could see everything now.
So what is Riz? Have we found out?
I don't know. I was looking for. I don't know. Are we going to have to go to the Urban Dictionary for that one? Because you're flexing it, whatever it is.
What the hell is this? Devil's blood. Tazo's gonna be triggered in the chat.
He's got.
Oh, it's a tea. Satanic tea. Hell yeah! This is right up my alley. Satan is good. Satan is my pal. Follow Satan and Satan is the way. Bring me your children. Go see Barbie.
I don't have any children, Satan. No.
What is this? Fortune teller miracle fish? I'm confused. What is that? It's just like a piece of plastic? Oh, it's how to tell your fortune with a fish. Interesting. Look at that. That's a pretty cool patch. The devil, is he taking a shit?
Looks like it.
The shitting devil? Is he taking... Yeah, it's like a shitting devil. That's blasphemy for Incher. It's like Incher's favorite pastime, and then it's got the devil.
It's like a G.G. Allen kind of like.
He's throwing his shit at the screen. And then he sent me a paper bag. KY for KY. What is this? Is this like some kind of lube? Some KY for KY. Get to find
While
Colleen
you're doing
when
that.
we're at the Blood and Guts.
While you're doing that, I'll read the definition for Riz that
Okay.
I got off of Urban Dictionary. Another word for spitting game. How good you are with pulling and sustaining bitches.
Damn, hell yeah!
So you're flexing your Riz there.
Hell yeah, Colleen. When you think about that, baby.
Oh, Josh here in the chat room, he also looked it up because Riz is your ability to spit game.
Cocaine Bear for president.
Oh,
I like that.
cool. I like it. Good stuff.
Cokie the Bear. Don't do drugs. I like that patch. Pro-black, pro-choice, pro-gay, pro-wrestling. Yeah, give me the wrestling. I like that. That's pretty cool, actually.
That's really cool.
I have to put that up on here during Pride Month. Cocaine Bear, you make my heart race. That's cute. It's a Valentine's Day card. This is fun. I thought, I'll be honest, I got this in the mail. I'm like, it's pretty light, Mitten. I expect a big ass box. But it's not always. Good things come in small packages, and this is very fun.
That's not the first time he's used that line, I imagine.
I'll be coming in your small package. Oh, look at this! Hell yeah!
It's a Sting hat.
It's a Sting.
Oh my god,
I have to I'll get way down here and see it.
that's awesome.
It's a man called Sting. Does the top fold out? Yeah, there you go. There
It's a
you
nice, it's a pretty rocking top hat.
That's
That rules.
freaking cool. I put my tagline today as Sting's kid brother underneath.
It's a
my
man
name.
called Sting. Woo!
Oh,
He
yeah.
does this. He does that. He's as big as a bull and he's quick as a cat. He looks fine. He looks cool. All right. Back in my drinking days, Bruce, I did a whole show where I sang every song off the that album.
I think I listened to that.
It's a pretty rocking show. I was pretty drunk. Or I was pretty buzzed. All right.
You enjoying those candy cigarettes?
They're good.
They're pretty good, from what I remember.
I don't eat sweets normally, so anything a little sweet's pretty good.
My
When you
roommate,
stop eating sweets, God is an apple good.
Nature's Candy.
All right. And
Yeah.
corn on the cob. All right. Yeah, Bruce knows. I went down to the farmer's market today, get some good stuff.
Is this where the show is gone?
No longer drinking
Going to the
bourbon.
farmer's market? Are we really all out of
Got some Batty Band squash. We put Colleen right to sleep.
Bags or anything, or
I got to get to sleep. Big day tomorrow. Hope you have a great night. All right. Blood and guts. All right.
so what's the plan for tomorrow? Are you going out about what time?
I think
Where
Troy
you
and I are
gonna be?
going to leave at about 2. Takes us a while. The plan is we're going to go. You don't need all these details, but we're going to go drive somewhere, park, and then we're going to take the T, that's what we call the subway. And then That way it'll be easier to get back and drive home. And he won't have to drive into the city. So anyway, so we're going to get there. We're going to find some place to eat. We might go to the new Gordon Ramsay burger place that just opened.
Hell yeah.
That'd be fun. Go around a little bit, and then we're going to go to the wrestling. And then we'll probably have fun. I'm going to blade my head on TV.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure they would throw you out for that.
What?
Shane Douglas just showed his face, and they threw him out for that.
You should make a in your head sign.
Hell yeah. I'm going to bring the branding irons to start branding people.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Brand
MJF
Colleen.
in the forehead or something.
Yeah, so they can see it.
Forever.
Are you allowed to do that, do you think? Just brand people?
They did release all those new rules, so.
Yeah, I didn't see anything about branding.
Yeah, there you go.
I didn't see it on the rules. How did I know I'm not supposed to forcibly brand people against their will?
They can't spit on us.
Right. I can go spit down their throat, intro.
Huh?
I don't recommend that. Intro, what are you, some kind of crazy man?
I wasn't recommending it anyways.
Lexar wants us to see this. Look at that. That is his new gray comfort on the top of his bed. Oh no, it's a WWE Live ring apron.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get a WWE Live ring apron?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Where'd you get that from?
It's on eBay. On eBay.
How much you pay for it?
Yeah.
My aunt paid for it in advance. She paid for it's less than a rent of this apartment. Let's just say it's about $600 something, but
damn,
she bought it for me in advance. And it's a real ring apron.
Your
they use
aunt's
for
loaded.
house shows, and the most ironic part is I've never been to a WWE house show before in my life.
So did you throw it at your aunt? You're like, I don't want this shit.
No, I told her I wanted this.
Oh, okay.
So you need to go to a house show now.
If you go to a house show, are you going to bring it?
Yeah, wear it like a cape.
Mm-hmm.
Drag it behind you.
Big. Look, it's big. It's 19 feet big. You see the reason why? You see that rope there?
Uh-huh.
You see that piece of rope there? That's the edge of the ring apron. That's the end of the ring apron. See how it's folded there?
You didn't cut it up?
Nope. Not with this ring canvas there, GCW.
Is that not on the floor? It's now on his bed? That was on his bed. It's on his bed now.
You have it on you sleep with it?
Yeah, all the blood stains. And
all the jizz.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I want that on my bed.
That's the other end of the ring apron.
Cool.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
Whoa.
So at the farmers market, did they have any ring aprons?
They did not, but I did buy some day boat scallops.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
Which is scallops caught that day right off the boat. And I bought some patty pan squash, and I bought some corn on the cob that was also picked that day.
Jonathan Jackson's here.
That's very nice, so Lexar. I hope you treated your aunt right. You say, and I hope you didn't say, just give me that. I'm gonna put it on the wall. You said, well, thank you, Auntie M. I love you. This is a great gift. I'll cherish it for all my life, and it means a lot to me.
I don't know. Look at the way this. You saw that way. It looks nice and straight, and over here it looks crooked.
Yeah, well, that's not that problem. That's your problem.
I know. You ever wonder, if you buy a flag or some type of banner, you picture it in your mind of what it will look like?
It's because it's longer than that wall.
Maybe.
So you have.
I know it's 19 feet.
Okay, see this here, this. I have this up. Now, if I would have put it the other, I have it lengthwise hanging down. If I put it the other way, and it's like it would really be this long, but if I only had it from here to here, it would hang down in the middle. So you have to keep it tight so it's not hanging down. So either fold it over or fold it into the corners of your room so it goes onto the other wall.
That's what I did, but
keep tight, Lexar. Let me assure you.
It's pretty basic stuff.
Nah, it's ruined. Throw it away, Lexar.
Tell them you want one the exact length of your wall only.
Yep.
Did you slap your aunt when it didn't fit right?
No, I think I need to cut.
You cut your aunt?
Whoa!
I don't know.
No, don't cut it. Don't cut it. Then you really, you don't pay $600 for something and cut it up. Just fold it. Either fold it.
I folded.
You've got to have it taut.
I folded it.
Well, you don't have it folded enough.
You need something to hang it on, like a beam of some sort, a shower curtain or something, or
curve it. So your room is a square, right?
Hey,
Nope.
look at your wiener, how it's curved.
So have it like it lays here, and then it would fold up and go up this way. See what I'm saying?
Circular room.
Mm-hmm.
Need a piece of paper to show you.
Yeah. This is what everybody tuned in to see.
That's
Everyone else watching this knows. But don't cut it. Then you'll destroy it.
You'll ruin the value of it.
I'm talking about cutting holes into
the wall. You're gonna cut a hole into the wall instead of just folding the apron.
What do you think? How it's hanging right now? I put holes in it. I put in the nails.
You put a nail through it? Is that what you're saying? Like a pinhole?
You got to have it tight.
Tight.
Yeah, so either fold it or curve it around your room, around the corner.
Or get like
but I think it's like, but I think I measured it wrong.
It's ruined.
The way I put in the holes in there.
Get you like a piece of board of some sort and kind of wrap it around where it's like you're going to have to cut the board though, but make it where it can fit where the logo is on the front. And then the back part you kind of fold it over.
Why don't you just wrap it around your bed so you have a ring apron around your bed? So like your bed is the ring.
The bed is too small.
Well, you could wrap it around multiple times.
No way.
Just so you have the WWE Live shown in the front.
Put it like against the floor.
And then you invite a young damsel over, like Bruce. He's got a whole backpack full of condoms, so he's got all the women coming around. And you're like, hey baby, you want to get in the ring? We'll go 2 out of 3 falls.
All my other condoms just expired, so I needed to get new ones, and that's what happened.
Put them on eBay.
I'll invite Geraldine since she is too into like me going to front row ringside. I told her, hey, I bought this ring apron.
Exactly. She'll be so excited.
Well, and your plan though is she listens to the show and she probably heard where you got the apron to begin with.
If it was straight, she'd be all excited. She'd be wet instantly. But since it's cricket, your chances are gone.
That's what I'm saying. Wrap it around your bed so your bed is now the ring. And then think about this. It's what you could look for the future. A steel cage. And then you put a cage up around your bed. And then like you have a door. So there's only one way. You can either, the women can either have to try to escape and climb over the cage or get the key and,
the big blue cage or the mesh cage?
Well, whatever.
Because you want to be a real man.
Whoa.
Yeah. Big blue cage. Be a real man.
Then you can, you can get a top on it so there would be no escape.
With this era of the WWE.
It's like a baby's crib.
Blue balls.
We need to do like a sketch comedy or like a behind the scenes.
Is that what the show is anyway?
where we get a girl to come in and we got like a bed that has like a steel cage around it, just to see their reaction.
I think they'd be into it.
It's got a WWE live apron around it.
Is it?
And Lexar can be in a Speedo laying on the bed and like,
hell yeah,
just waving her.
Is that the WWE their cruiserweight show? 210 live or 215? What was it? 215 live or whatever the fuck it was. 205 live. Is that what that is?
No, it's the house showing
apron. Yeah, that's cool though. I mean, I like it.
I like it. It's just
awesome.
easy.
And I like the smell too. It has like a warehouse indie wrestling or indie wrestling type smell. The
women are going to be all over this Lexar.
It's like if you bought a new car and it has
like, come baby, this smells just like an indie wrestling arena.
Yeah,
I mean that's not indie though. That's like Shinsuke Nakamura, like DNA on that thing. He's probably grabbed that thing and like
AJ Styles, John Moxley, Dean Ambrose, Seth Rollins, Bayley,
someone with all that DNA off of that. Make the Ultimate Wrestler. Hell yeah!
There's probably some lizard on there.
Do you believe in lizard men, reptilians like Val Venus?
Maybe in the comic books.
Well, yeah, they do work in the comic book.
Yeah. All right. So that's very cool, Lexar. I hope you did thank your aunt, right?
Yeah, I did thank her. It's kind of an intimidating ring apron, to be honest.
Yeah, and I'm scared just looking at it.
Yeah, and I also think that my ring apron is listening and thinking about everything and watching everything I say and do.
I think you need to go to a doctor.
Do you ever stay up and talk to it at night, or do you you're just kind of scared? You're like
it's his audience. He's like, I wonder what the people are thinking.
So it makes you behave though, because you're like, I don't want to do anything naughty in the room because the ring apron's see.
Yeah, so do he. No, but also they used to negotiate with Playboy into purchasing it. So
what the fuck?
It's true.
Playboy.
You can't touch yourself in front of the ring apron.
I think this apron's, I think this apron's driven you mad.
We're going to see Lexar on that Forgotten Treasure show. I go up to get the ring apron from.
Yeah, I don't think it's indie wrestling you smell. Is there some kind of fuel in it or something?
No, I don't think the WWE is into purchasing ring equipment and the old ring equipment. They're only into stuff like Jack has, like the Macho Man WrestleMania 10. That's what they're after, not this old Betty.
Man, if your aunt's watching, she's gonna start crying. She's like, I spent all my life savings on this for you,
and it's not even straight. She'd be pissed.
Yeah, she's gonna take it back, get her money back.
She should have got you some jeans or something.
Made out of
socks.
Apron.
I like her gift. I would be more about that than a pair of jeans. I mean, you can buy jeans yourself. I mean, you just go to the Target or wherever you get your jeans, and that's nothing special. Tony TGD in the chat room, he says, always go Big Blue Cage, and he says, Lexar lore goes deep. Deep.
Yeah, I knew about Lexar in 2012, and I knew about Lexar in 2012 and stuff.
That's deep.
Bruce Briscoe is offering you a WrestleMania 19 chair, Lexar.
Damn.
I offered him a free fucking fork, but he never even sent me his damn address.
Is the chair crooked?
I said he had to pay for the shipping, though, because he's in Canada. He is in Canada, so he'd probably want you to pay the shipping, Lexar.
No, Bruce. I've been to WrestleMania 20, though, if you had the WrestleMania 20 chair.
Well, 19 was one of my
really
favorite
picky.
WrestleManias.
Yeah, but 20 is the bigger one. 20 is a bigger one. They've been promoting
size
the hell
counts.
out of
Nah,
it.
20 kind of sucked. The Brock, you had Brock going against Goldberg, and
He
everybody
almost
was
broke his-
booing.
Who
And,
broke his neck almost? Like, didn't Brock Lesnar
Benoit
almost,
won the belt, the child murderer.
That's the reason.
and then you had Eddie won, which was cool, but I like 19. I thought 19 was pretty awesome.
I love that one.
Yeah,
Shawn
you had
Michaels
Jericho,
and
HBK.
Ooh,
Rock
Sean. Yeah, but you
Rock.
got to remember, Lexar thinks the COVID WrestleMania is the best of all times.
Night 2.
Yeah, he's like, I love it when they're in the mind of Bray Wyatt.
In my head, I was
Actually,
like,
night 1 was
WrestleMania.
better.
What?
The what one? 21.
Night 1 was better.
We're going to start doing multiple nights of In Your Head. I guess I already do, but we're going to do like in Your Head. What do you think, Incher? In Your Head's going to be a double night event?
A double night.
Eddie
event.
Mania.
Yeah. Maybe not every week. Maybe like the
Sure,
Headies.
if Bearded Incher's down with it.
Every day.
If Bearded Incher's all right with it.
I've been doing multiple shows though here, Incher.
I'm calling in to get cable so I can watch all the wrestling now.
Oh, yeah.
Good man.
So,
gotta
I'm
gotta
going to
keep.
be more informed, and I can.
Yeah, because
say more
Bruce
shit.
is there watching the Jackie Jones show. He's like, "What in the hell is this idiot talking about? I gotta start watching the wrestling and see
I'm
what in
more
the
of
world
like-
he might just be making up shit for all I know."
Nah, I was like thinking of myself more like a Jerry the King Lawler color guy,
I like it.
and then
So you like the underage girls?
Whoa.
I don't know. I don't know.
Allegedly.
Oh, yeah.
Allegedly.
Pile driver.
Pile driver, woo-hoo, pile driver. Yeah. So what's on your mind, Lexar, besides the big banners?
Did you see that match where Coco Beware just beat the hell out of a guy? It was. What was Coco pissed about?
I think they did something backstage before the match or something.
He beat the fuck out of him.
The guy probably sold him a crooked apron.
Probably. That's a good point,
Maybe,
Mr.
yeah.
Jackson. And by the way, Mr. Jackson, it's good to see you back here. I've missed you. You've been around lately.
Hey, it's good to be back.
I cried myself to sleep after the last several shows.
Oh,
It is good to see you,
I
John.
started a heroin habit.
wow.
Now I'm going to give it up.
What? I'm the one who sold it to you. I don't want you giving it up.
Hey,
Man,
you
keep
can't
on
out your
this
dealer
stuff.
like that.
Yeah. Well, you got to keep me in business.
do you ever? How much do you normally get for heroin, Incher?
Like maybe like a $20. I don't know. I try to corner the market, I guess. And for any heroin addicts out there, I do not sell heroin. So just so you know, I don't want nobody beating on my cellar door.
Just in case you're curious.
Isn't that a song?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I hear you knocking on the door. That is it, and oddly enough, that is a song about heroin.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
all
it's
right.
amazing how it just worked out like that. Like maybe it was intentional.
Nah, I'm not gonna give you that much credit, bud. So, Lexar, why were you kicked off the Facebooks?
Oh, because I was arguing with some Democrat lunatic,
I'm sure.
wussy pussy,
Whoa.
because I argue about a trans woman being a woman when that's actually a man, and everybody has
That's
been
annoying.
arguing back and forth. It's him, it's her, it's him, her, and whatever. And so the other person told me to oh, you are an idiot wrestling fan and wrestling face and everything like that
And you were
stuff
like, "Yo."
because of my
That damn
No,
wrestling. It's like if you let somebody know you're a wrestling fan, they'll always bring that out on you. You're just
It's
trying
still
to have an
real.
argument.
Nah, I'm always like, people are like, "Are you gay?" And I'm like, "No, I'm a wrestling fan."
And they're like,
then
"Oh,
they're
fuck!
like,
I
"Oh,
thought you were just
fuck
gay,
you."
but I get the hell
Yeah.
out of here."
Yeah, it's
So
annoying.
then I told her that you a stupid bitch, you a stupid cunt. Go
Oh
away.
man.
Whoa!
And that's why
I can't
I
understand why you got
upset.
kicked off.
You were typing it though. It was typing.
Yeah.
Nah, he said it. It was a voice chat.
Nice. I wish it was.
I typed it.
He
But
doesn't
here's the
realize
thing.
why he got
Was it all
kicked.
caps?
Wrongfully banned.
I'm only suspended from the group chats, from the Facebook groups. And I could still post, I could still like a comment, but I cannot type in like questions for in your head until August 16th.
Oh,
Wow.
I
You have a
was
whole
thinking,
month?
like until after the
Oh
election.
my.
It was political.
Jackie Jones, longtime fan of the show, has joined us. Tony TGD. He's listened to us way back in the days, way back when the people who was in that montage of the video actually liked us.
And they were still alive. So honestly, actually, some of those people are dead.
Oh, really?
Not to bring a damper in the show.
That's a hell of an introduction.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
So,
Was there like a battle royale? Or...
It is, yeah. Only one will remain.
Am I gonna die?
No, Bruce, you're gonna
Okay.
live forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
so I hear
In
Ace
our
is selling
hearts.
heroin.
What?
No, I'm not on heroin. I think Jack was insinuating that he was on heroin at once, and I was just trying to add to it, saying I was selling it to him, but no, I'm not on heroin. No.
I think Jack is on heroin because he said the LWO 2 weeks ago. I was going to get on the July 4th episode because Jack was talking shit about the LWO, saying no one cared about it. It was a joke faction.
It was a pathetic faction.
Everybody
that
loved
people
it back
laughed
in the
about.
day. That was like one of the
No.
highlights of
No.
Nitro. Yes, it,
This
I know
is
it-
the
in
revisionist history of the IWC. Anything that's ever happened before is this
I'm not
amazing
IWC,
angle.
Jack. No.
Misfits in Action, LWO. This was not like epic stuff that was like,
LWO
oh my
is
god,
epic.
LWO.
In the Latino community, Jack, we loved it. That was our representation on TV. Eddie Guerrero was huge in the community.
Eddie Guerrero wasn't even very popular then. He wasn't really popular in the WWE.
Dude, when they came to Chicago in the Latino neighborhoods, LWO got cheered. It was big pop.
I'm not saying they didn't get cheered, but I mean like Too Cool got cheered, but it's not like this is like the top tag team of all time.
No, but I mean, what other Latino groups? What are you gonna bring back? The Mexicools?
I mean,
What
but
else
it's
do we
by
got?
by default. It's not like this was a big angle that was successful.
Oh, it got cut short because Eddie Guerrero took a frog splash.
It was lame though too. I mean, it's a copy of the NWO, but now it's the LWO. It was not good.
It was great. They had the little barbecues out there. They had Eddie Guerrero and them dancing to the Mexican music. It was.
How is that any different than the Mexicools?
They didn't have the lawnmowers. So.
Well, what would you say
like the
though? Like
lawnmowers.
the way it was presented, though, it was like they were just all kind of thrown together. Like it was.
It wasn't a well thought out
kind of
good
thing.
angle. Or
It wasn't well thought out or good, but I mean, it was still entertaining. We still liked it.
I enjoyed it for what it was. I thought Eddie Guerrero had some good moments in the LWO, but it wasn't like like a huge faction back in the day. I mean, I guess it did have
It was
some
a huge
appeal.
faction. They had like every luchador in there. It was like
They had Silver King and El
Whoa!
Dandy.
I didn't mean to do that.
What?
They had Arby's sponsored.
I don't know why. I was trying to take that one off because it's blocking my head, and that popped up.
Seriously,
So
That's Tony TDG when he hears the LWO. He's popping up like the Arby's.
So you're saying that aces and eights are popular with motorcycle gangs?
No, that would be the opposite. Motorcycle gangs hate fake motorcycle gangs.
Yeah, I don't think motorcycle gangs are a demographic, so I can
Huge
see
demographic.
LWO appealing. But
Right.
What aces and eights? What the hell?
Nash was talking about having to do the Sturgis show and how bad he hated doing those because just like people revving up their motorcycles and stuff whenever he was there. So that It would be hard to perform like when people are just revving up their motorcycles. Fucking kill somebody.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
So Lexar's turning 40? I thought you were only like 12 or something.
I thought he was 42. How did you go back?
Turned 40. I'm not
40 years old.
You're an old
Oh,
washed
that's
up
it.
bum.
Wow.
So are you?
You getting those birthday lap dances, Lexar, or what?
I'm not sure. Or maybe I am. It's this Saturday, probably. I might go to a strip club.
Man, this is no way to talk about Incher.
And the Arby symbol, it resembles a penis.
Oh,
I
I
don't
thought
think
he
you
was
can
just like,
deny it.
I just thought he meant,
I don't think you can deny that the Arby
symbol.
symbol resembles a penis at this point.
I don't
You're even
really
buying
see
into it now.
I did it for the
100%.
joke, but I don't really see.
Yes,
I mean, if your penis
Look.
looked like that, I don't know. You should go see a doctor or something.
It's called a chode.
Yeah, your tattoo is way off.
I mean, yeah.
Is that what your penis looks like, Incher?
No,
Urban Dictionary, the
that's
word
what it
chode.
is. It looks exactly like
It's got a big.
Exactly that way.
I pull it out. And I'm like, oh damn! I got this huge Arby's thing on my head.
It's a good thing I got this ring apron around the bed.
Oh, I don't like Arby's that much.
The word is like a cock ring. Sweet. Slides on.
I mean, it kind of looks more like, actually, if anything, it would maybe look like a condom.
Cowboy hat.
There you go. Looks it
looks like a condom. Like it was like, I don't know. It does kind of have like a
You can see.
penis head look to it.
yeah.
And there was a
Bruce
post.
has got like a big collection of them.
There was a post on Reddit that was talking about how it looks like a penis.
Well,
head.
Bruce
so I'm
and
not the only one who thinks this.
Bruce's post was like a humble brag though, because it was like, I've found all these condoms and they're all magnums, extra large.
Like,
Is
I
that
go to,
flexing
like-
your Riz?
I go to like a talk therapy group, and they have
For
free
people
condoms.
with big
So I just
penises?
take like handfuls of condoms every time.
It's
So I have like
humiliating.
50 condoms.
It's 9 inches long.
I don't know, man. I'll just like
My name is
fold it
Bruce
like
and I
they
have a
want,
big
like,
cock.
Lexar to do. Like, with
I'm
the
here at Big Dicks
sign.
Anonymous.
Yeah.
They got groupies outside just
See,
waiting.
when you're having sex, you should never use scissors to open your condom.
I
I'm
thought you
going
meant
to.
as like a sex toy. You should never use
you might
scissors.
cut your condom. So
He
you
used to
don't want
burn
to
his
do that.
dinosaur plushie.
Did you cut it? Get
Use
it
a
to the
what?
Oh my god.
He used to
See
burn
now,
his dinosaur
what? Oh
plushie.
man, I can't believe that condom has an Arby's logo inside.
I gotta get an Arby's. And a napkin of some sort.
So this is an educational program for people out. So Lexar, once you get a girl inside the ring apron, you gotta, get now. You pull
Unfold
one
it
of
that
these out.
much. That's about all you need, probably.
Right.
I'm joking. Okay. Sorry. Tangent time. Sorry.
Yeah. So that was good. So apparently they're all outdated.
That's how I put
No, they aren't. I was just lying.
This is how I do put her in, right? Just like
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, just throw her right behind there and go to town.
You got to get her disoriented in the dark.
No,
And just after you
no.
knock them out, like
It's like an alligator. You
No,
cover up
no.
their face. And
Would
when
she
they
crawl
go
from
to
under the apron like Hornswoggle or what?
Just don't use a pillow.
no, I usually throw her like Titus O'Neil, like slice under the ring.
Oh shit! You just slide right in.
Sometime when he shows his canvas on the floor. We're gonna see like a woman looking up, like "Help me!" from underneath the bed.
do you hide behind the apron and you're like, "Here comes a foreign object, baby."
Mhm.
And you come out.
International object.
Yeah, international object.
Yeah, I am.
God damn it! I'm getting canceled.
That's what he used. Is that what you do with that barbed wire you bought?
Let me put up my shit.
Yeah, you want him to use the barbed
What
wire?
the hell?
Okay.
Intra's getting out of here.
I can't get canceled.
Intra's got all excited. He's got to rub one out.
Whoa.
Exactly.
Gonna pull out his Arby's logo.
Wow, that was quick.
I'm done.
Yeah,
Anyways.
Did you clean up, Intra?
That's what
This is getting sick.
that's what the plastic bag was for.
Oh, okay.
it's probably easy to clean off that apron. I bet it would just like wipe right off.
It looks dirty as it is. I mean, it's been used for shows.
Oh yeah, that's probably why they sold it. They wanted to like get rid of it.
So don't lick it.
Use newer ones.
Do you ever lick it? Do you ever lick it thinking, Bailey once sat on this?
No.
He will now.
It amazes me that WWE has so many ring aprons that they don't use anymore.
Dang.
They use one for pay-per-view and then that's it.
What do you think they do with it?
I don't know. They keep it all stored in that warehouse of theirs.
You ever want to just break in and steal some stuff?
Damn right.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
In your head road trip.
Yep.
In your head, Ocean's 13.
It's just like, I'm not going to see this damn movie, but I'll go on to break into the warehouse.
Would we be accomplices if we drove Lexar to the and just let him?
Yes.
Oh.
If he knew what he was going to do, yes.
Oh well, I don't. This conversation never happened. Then.
We just put like the SmackDown fist on top of the car and drive off with it.
That would be sweet if on the next In Your Head he just has that in the room and like he's got barely room to even get to sit anywhere.
It's a large ass fist.
And he's like, it's crooked. It doesn't quite fit in here.
We got to take it back.
I'm gonna cut a hole in it.
I like when Carol showed up with the Nitro sign and he was like, I got it from a pawn shop. I was like, yeah, you got it from a pawn shop.
The first dong bang on In Your Head, an historic night in In Your Head history from GoGo 13. Bruce wants to know, Lexar, do you have a blow-up doll under your bed?
No.
Bruce likes to sneak in those questions, even though he's on the panel. He could just ask him like. Right
no, it's
there.
a totally different Bruce.
Oh, that's Bruce Briscoe. I'm sorry. I was thinking Bruce's ghost. Sorry.
Right. Do you think Bruce's ghost is Bruce's after he's passed away?
He just came back.
I wonder what the origin of Bruce's ghost is. The name.
Witness protection.
By the way, hit that like button. Subscribe. Hit the icon, not the internet icon, the little bell icon. You get notifications when we go live. And a big shout out to Headyverse members, Travis Sandow, Raider Dre, Steven Butler, Craig Jolly, and the Hall of Famers at Geek Getaway, Double Guns, Dadpool on the YouTube, Brian Matthew Cluttars, Vic Schiavone, Mikey B, Simply Ravishing, and the original member, Steven Simmons. And, of course, a big special thank you to our producers here, Bruce, right there in El Santos World. There's lots of cool things. You can use these little fun emojis. You can get you'll get the archives of the Jackie Jones show, and then for $5 you can get remastered, unedited, original episodes of In Your Head. Some new ones have popped up. Last week I put up the first show where I was outed as being Neil Jones. So, quick little backstory. It's on the Lanny Poffo show, and that interview is up. But this is the first time in a while the whole show is available. So you get the pre-show and the post-show. And in the post-show, it is a call-in from Get in the Ring Phantom, who outs me as not being a man named jacking off at the time.
You got to add some commentary tracks to those episodes.
That would be fun, actually.
Mm-hmm.
That
I even have the audio like after we stopped recording.
Oh, really?
Because I have the master recording.
Damn.
So I'm not sure what all, if any of it would be funny whatsoever.
Right.
It's just Jack cursing. Fucking
Yeah.
guy. How did he, motherfucker?
Fucking asshole. Why did he answer this question? I know, like, we got DDP talking about my name. Like, he was like, it's better than 1-inch dick. And then
Hell yeah. It's fucking comedy gold right here.
so I have that recorded, I believe. Oh, the funniest one would probably be the R-Truth unedited interview. Where you can't
Don't tell
understand
Jackson. He's going to yell at me or something.
Jack was. I had to like translate for Jack.
Don't tell people.
Jack was totally clueless what R-Truth was saying. So I had to be like the conduit. Like I had to like tell Jack what R-Truth was saying.
You were Jack's handler.
Like
I'm not even arguing. This is a totally true story.
So I actually went through and edited the whole interview. Jack's answering the question and giving him the question, and R-Truth answers, and the entire interview.
Jack was like, "Is he even speaking English?"
Jack was so like confused, and even wasn't Barbie there too? Or?
Yeah. I don't
even
think
he was confused.
Yeah, for some reason we couldn't understand our truth, and our truth couldn't understand me or Barbie. But Incher and our truth were they totally they got what was happening. I don't know.
So that might be interesting to hear.
He's like, "I understand JYD."
You still doing the thump? Vic, did we even say hi to Vic?
Well, he's been on and off.
Okay.
Mr. Schiavone! Jackson's got some going through convulsions or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure what.
I don't know what's up with our truth over here.
Can you understand me?
So what's on your mind, Vic Schiavone?
Had to switch to the backup computer because
for
some reason the other one was not connecting. So somebody told me because it only has Microsoft Edge on it and said you really need Chrome to run StreamYard. So I don't know.
Oh yeah, that has come up actually on a couple interview, or just really one interview I did on Without Your Head, and they were used in Safari. And I don't think Safari works on.
Safari's kind of rough on things.
Yeah, I know what the Microsoft one actually works for me with it, Edge or whatever it is.
Well, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Okay, but I primarily use it on my laptop, and I just use Chrome on it.
But anyway, I made it on because I know this is a special show for one of our members, so.
Yes.
This is for you, Lexar.
Oh God.
Or maybe it's not.
Maybe you have to change the batteries.
Come on.
Or maybe I have to just turn it on. See, his butt is where the
Grab his ass. Resist, bear. Resist.
Doing some proctology right now.
So, anyway, let's see if that did it.
Happy birthday
There
to
you
you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Well, that's a preview for Friday.
Hell yeah! Happy birthday, Lexar!
40 years old.
And don't feel too
40
bad about
years old.
40. I mean, I had 2 kids after I was 40, so.
Yeah, and Vic's hit that milestone more than once.
What?
I think almost everyone here. I don't know about Jackson, honestly. He's anywhere between 23 and 52, I think. But I really don't know. But
I think older than that. I might be one of those lizard people.
Could be. And I have no idea about Tony T. He is a lizard person, apparently.
Tony's about my age, I think.
All right. So I think everyone here's. You might be the youngest fellow, I think, Lexar. Because I actually thought Bruce was a little child, but apparently he's older than I thought.
I'm 44. Double four.
Yeah, it's 2 years older than me.
Fine-looking man there.
Yeah, Lexar, he's hot.
You two need a room or something?
Gotta give me one of those magnums there, Bruce.
We can do that as a cigarette trick. I'll just hand it to you. And then...
Puff pass on this boy. Right.
Stephen Butler may be a little bit younger.
I gotta go get something.
No, Stephen Butler's like 62.
Close, really close.
No, Stephen's actually he looks very good for his age. Good to have you, Steer. But let's go out. Let's really actually go over everyone. Lexar, we've heard enough from you. Tony, what is on your mind?
Nothing. The only thing I want to talk about was how you were dissing the LWO.
Fuck the LWO! No, and all kidding aside, I understand what you're saying, but I think it's more... It's kind of more talking about how underrepresented Latinos were in wrestling, as opposed to being that like a really great angle.
Yeah.
Mr. Jackson.
Hey, I'm here. I made it. Whoa, what is this?
Oh, hell yeah. We got the Pickle Man. Normally, you've got to pay the big bucks on the OnlyFans to see Incher stuff his mouth with a pickle.
Yeah.
What? I don't have an OnlyFans account.
Well, you do that for free.
It's a Fansly account.
Yeah, that's where you get the good stuff. Or so I've heard. I don't know. Better than your deal. These are good. I have mine almost all gone.
So this is the perfect pickle, you say?
That was my favorite. What the hell are you doing? Just open the damn thing.
That's how he opens everything.
I gotta open it like that. That's how
Why?
Because I like things to be nice and clean. No, there it is. Perforate on this.
It's either the knife or the gun.
Perforated for her pleasure. What are you saying, Jackson? Sorry.
It's either the knife or the gun. Which one you?
That's how you normally open it. Just pickle juice goes flying everywhere.
I don't normally just eat like pickles though, like straight up. Like,
what are you, some kind of goof?
I always like to have them on a sandwich of some sort.
Just eat the damn thing. Stop being a bitch.
Are they?
Eat it.
Just swallow it whole.
Oh man.
Deep throat that bitch. Let's go.
Do it, yeah.
Swallow.
You're all making me nervous. I can't perform here.
That's not the first time Lexar's chanted that in that room.
Yeah, I chanted it at XPW a couple of months ago.
Just rub it out of the lips. Look at that.
It's got a nice crunch.
It's a classic pickle.
Yeah, it is. It is a classic dill pickle.
I like it. It's very good pickle. Yeah.
I tell you.
Yeah, put a condom on that thing.
Yeah, you gotta use protection.
Is that the biggest pickle you've had in your mouth, Incher, or what?
I've had bigger.
Dang, you're a size queen over here.
I go to some anonymous meetings for it.
You ever go to like a glory hole where people just slide different size pickles through it?
No.
That'd be fun. You know why should dirty perverts have all the glory hole fun? Why not? You can make them pickles. And...
Are you going to make a restaurant called Glory Hole?
Yeah. You go up there and you make you can't go. I want a hot dog with such and such on it. You're just gonna get whatever comes through the hole, and you gotta eat it and enjoy it.
Hands-free eating.
Exactly. That would be a fun time, don't you think? Just open up, and wiener comes bouncing out in your face.
The corn dog's like the highest selling item.
No, you can't order it. You just go up, you put your money in, and you get what comes out.
That's the glory hole, right?
Exactly.
Surprise. Glory hole part to it.
Could be a pickle, could be a sausage, could be anything.
Could be macaque. Whoa!
What's the punishment if they don't just eat what comes out? There's got to be a punishment.
They just lose their money.
Did you ever see the movie Cruising? Which is where I based all my homosexual knowledge from. Gay hanky code and stuff. There's a scene in Cruising. Al Pacino. I forget why this happens, but it's so bizarre. A big black dude with just like chaps and a cowboy hat comes in and just smacks him across the face and then leaves the room. So that's what I'm saying should happen if you don't eat the hot dog.
I mean, I ain't got a cowboy hat, but I can do that.
Yeah, exactly. We can get you a cowboy hat.
Hell yeah.
All right. So, pickles done. This is a good question. Golgo wants to know, I wonder if Waukee packed those pickles personally.
I don't think so. I think he works for
Vlasic.
He works for Vlasic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got
pickle packing Waukee.
I can't just be like, yeah, he packed the pickles. I got to be like, no, he works for the other company.
Who's your favorite pickle packer?
Waukee, of course. I mean, he's your son.
Very true.
You should accept him.
Yeah, I don't think he talks to me anymore.
You probably have another pickle packer that's your favorite. You go out of your way just not to accept your son.
Make me feel like I'm a deadbeat dad or something.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure there's plenty of pickle packers. Steven, have you ever packed a pickle?
I must admit, I do not like pickles on my food.
What? I love pickles. I eat a pickle almost every night.
Must be an American thing.
I don't like pickles either.
What the hell?
Must be a non-Italian thing.
Me neither.
Well, Jones is Italian. He loves pickles.
He's part German, though, so.
That's true. Wiener Schnitzel.
Are you a pickle man, Lexar?
No.
He just hands out the pickles.
Everybody just hates pickles now.
Damn, I'm leaving my own show.
This is some anti-pickle.
Pickle Nazis.
I love pickles.
Hell yeah! I never knew what to think of this guy before, but now I'm like, this guy's all right.
I just
Tony
actually
TG.
finished some pickle juice from the jar the other day.
That's some boy. Let's see.
Pickle juice.
Pickles rule. Very low calories.
Perfect snack.
Yeah, I agree.
How much
That's
is
nice
one,
filling snack?
How many calories is one of these things?
Probably 0. Or
You would
it's
say
like
0.
honestly 0, 5 maybe. Very, very low. The other one's probably a little more because there's some sugar in those.
It depends if you eat it or do other things with it, Incher.
Well, I just ate it. I mean, not doing anything else.
That's why, yeah, they're great snacks. Filling, flavorful.
Can you inject
very low calories into your anus?
That sentence. Because I know it's bad.
Damn, Steven Simmons. I used to like this guy, but he's anti-pickle too. What the hell's wrong with the Headyverse? By the way, one more member now, and I'll be able to unlock another emoji. The last one that was unlocked was Paul Bear, who will be the next. All right. Bruce, did we get Bruce? What was on Bruce's mind?
I've been talking a lot already, so.
I don't think we ever finished Jackson. I think Incher rudely interrupted him with his pickle packing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jonathan. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that was all I needed. I'm like, holy shit, Incher's stuff in his mouth.
Yeah. I think we're all finished after that, if you catch my drift.
Why do you want to give Jack this much hell? I mean, he did it a few weeks ago.
He did it twice.
Yeah, yeah, he paid to do it though. You know, you did it out of the kindness of your heart.
I ate the first one for free. First one, you gotta hook them. You give them the first one free, and then boom, you reel them in.
You really build up the first one, and then the second one, you're like, this one just isn't as good.
Yeah, well, I don't think it was. You might like it more if you're not a pickle guy. I think I like the more classic pickle. When you start adding all this craziness, it doesn't really taste like a pickle anymore.
I eat pickles on sandwiches, but I just don't like take pickles out of the jar and eat them, except for just now. So.
At my job, they have like big long pickle spears, and I'll eat like 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah.
This motherfucker's stealing from the job. What the hell's up?
Inch is probably gonna call the cops on you. Friggin' narc over here. What's on Vic Schiavone's mind? I've been trying to get to Vic, but Incher keeps interrupting him.
I think he said nothing was on his mind.
Watch SmackDown this week. An interesting backstage segment in which the Street Profits were waiting for somebody, and
Incher couldn't understand them.
And it turned out to be Bobby Lashley.
No, so you would be like, I can't understand a word they're saying.
Incher, what's happening here?
He called me up and it's like, where's there on the TV there, Incher?
They get to add special subtitles just for Jack.
Yeah, it's like on Airplane.
Excuse me, I talk jive.
Exactly. I'm glad someone got it.
No, I knew the reference. But.
I got the reference. I just wanted to pretend I wasn't old.
Yeah.
Well, I can't pretend, so why not?
Oh, you're young at heart. You're a very youthful man. I met you.
Thank you. But rumors that's going to be a new Hurt business.
Really?
Are
they finally done? It's the next Nation of Domination. Now for the next 20 years, we'll hear it's the new Hurt business.
This is just going to be another one that Vince can destroy. I mean,
yeah, there was no reason to get rid of the last one.
It's like, this is really getting over. The fans are really enjoying it.
And none of the people in it are more over now than they were then. So not one person benefited from breaking it up.
No. Yeah.
Some of them are completely worthless now.
Yeah, you had Shelton Benjamin. You had what's the Cedric? What's
his name? Yes. It's the only time he's ever been doing anything.
Yeah. So
now's his chance to do the sports entertainer, Cedric the sports entertainer.
Exactly. I've been telling
he's the only one that's still doing anything.
Yeah, and he's very. I mean, but that was his height as a manager too, is with them.
Yeah, he's just managing Olmus right.
I'm gonna do my Jonathan Jackson impression.
This is me thinking about it.
Is there something wrong with him?
Michael J. Jackson
pickles.
over here.
Give me those pickles.
I'll send you a pickle.
It's like a probe touching a nerve, and it's just making him twitch.
What's on your mind, Stephen Butler?
Was Vic even done? I don't think Vic was done.
Oh.
It's 10:12. We need to get the show on the road.
Yeah, 11:12.
Gotta get the Raw report started. So.
All right. Before we get to the Raw report, Stephen, is there anything on your mind besides that?
Well, I watched the Adrian Adonis version.
Oh, I've heard great things. I haven't watched I haven't watched any of these new ones yet, and I really want to watch that one because sometimes I like all of these, but sometimes it's a subject matter that I know so much about. And I was a big fan of Adrian Adonis, pre-adorable Adrian Adonis, and because the guy was a legit really good wrestler. And so when I heard about this, it's really interesting because he's not really a guy many people talk about. He's not someone that's talked about all the time, so I've heard. And it's nice to have a spotlight on someone that doesn't get talked about too much.
Well, his real name was Keith Frankie, and I distinctly remember back when I was watching All-Star Wrestling that I'm pretty certain I watched him wrestle before he became Adrian Adonis.
Really?
Because I do remember watching him and seeing him on All Star Wrestling, and I think he wasn't using the name yet, and I think eventually he did. He came on and he became Adrian Adonis. And I'll tell you a little side note. Back when I first started watching wrestling on Maple Leaf Wrestling, the first major tag team feud that they had was Billy Red Lions and Dewey Robertson, the guy who later became the Missing Link.
Mm-hmm.
Their big feud was against the Kelly twins, Pat and Mike. So I was watching the Kelly twins back in the 70s, and I was surprised. Mike Kelly, because it's Mike Kelly that's still alive, or was it Pat Kelly who died along with Dave McKegney, who was like the Wild Man, who's this guy he's the guy who used to train the Bears.
Yeah. Yeah, I watched the episode. Yeah, one of the twins is dead and one of the twins is still alive, but it's pretty neat seeing them because they were like they said they did an O. Henry commercial, like the big.
Oh yeah, I used to see that all the time on Canadian TV.
Oh, did you? I've never seen that commercial in my life, but I was like, well, if you say so.
I think the other guy was Butcher Vachon, along with the Kelly twins in that commercial.
Mm.
So yeah, I used to watch those guys back in the 70s, and Dave McKegney, the Wild Man, watched him all the time. So at the time I was surprised, why is Adrian Adonis in Newfoundland? So I guess that's what happened after he left the AWA, because after his run in the WWF, he went back to the AWA. He got rid of the blonde hair and he was dark haired again, and I think he was still big, but he eventually started to lose weight again.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was I guess you probably I wish people would talk more about Adrian Adonis, I guess, before the adorable gimmick. But
yeah, that's the thing. It's like they slapped him with that gimmick, and now that's a very taboo subject to even talk about. WWE doesn't want to necessarily shed any light on.
No, because the whole gimmick at that time was to really feed on homophobia and transphobia.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what that gimmick was about. Yeah. Honestly, almost all gay gimmicks in wrestling up until this last couple of years probably were, but that one especially.
And did you guys talk about AEW Collision?
Yeah, a little bit.
Great tag team, another great tag team match.
Oh yeah,
over an hour.
Yeah, I thought it was one of the best tag matches ever on regular TV. Not just AEW.
You rarely see a 1 hour match.
Yeah,
on TV.
And they did a really good job making you think it was going to go the time limit.
Yeah, and I don't know.
And also keeping you into the whole match, because sometimes 2 out of 3 falls you don't. Because I thought they really did a good job even the second fall, because it's kind of like you kind of know that FTR is going to tie it up, but I think they teased the fall so much. You started to almost think maybe the heels are going to win 2 in a row and it's going to be over. But they did a really good job the whole match to keep you excited from beginning to end, which is hard to do for 2 out of 3 falls and for a whole hour.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'll say it, you called it last week, Jack, that Ricky Starks beats.
Yeah. I expected him to win, honestly, but I did not expect him to do with the surprise rope pull.
Mm-hmm.
Which I thought was a nice little touch.
Too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of unexpected though, because I mean it was for the Owen Hart Cup, which you would think they would want to keep that kind of pure in a sense.
Yeah.
So it was very unexpected.
Mm-hmm. So. But I think it's smart if you're turning Hobbs face to actually turn Starks heel, because you're gonna have a lot of faces on the show.
Yeah.
And I think Starks really works well either way. Hobbs, the fans are really behind him, so I think and he did not work well with QT Marshall.
Did you like Tony Khan's cowboy hat, Jack?
I mean, that's for the locations.
Yeah. Stampede.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'd wear one.
Going on right now, but I don't normally see. I guess because she has such a checkered history with WWE, I don't normally see Martha Hart like at any like associated with wrestling. So to see her come out at the end on it was on the other show, was it Battle of the Belts,
right? Because the one was back to back.
Yeah, to see her come out and present the Owen with those belts. Still kind of weird, I guess, because she has such a axe to grind with WWE, but understandably so. But,
I don't know. It's the second year of those.
Yeah,
I like it. She's not a great, personality on TV, but I like the whole, sentiment.
I think she's fucking great.
No, unfortunately,
better than Mrs. Warrior.
I'll admit that I fast forwarded through her speech.
You don't like Dana Warrior,
fellow
Jack?
Canadian.
Damn, Steven, you fast forwarded through it? That is cold.
I did a whole review of this on the Jackie Jones show, but I think the big problem, though, with Battle of the Belts was the show. So Battle of the Belts is like presented as like a special show, but it was way less important than the show we just watched. The Collision had all the matches that were built, and like one of the best televised matches ever. And then the next show was like, it's like Luchasaurus versus Shawn Spears. I mean, it was like, who really cares? Now, if you had that before, like the lead-in, maybe it would have been all right. But honestly, the Battle for the Belts concept is just outdated. Because when you had Clash of the Champions and Saturday Night's Main Event, you just had like job matches on TV, squash matches. You didn't see competitive matches. You definitely didn't see like title matches. So it was a big deal when we got, we got Saturday Night's Main Event. We're going to see Hogan versus Greg Valentine or Bob Orton or whatever, versus Hercules. And because you wouldn't see that on TV. And then Clash of Champions would have a lot of big matches, Flair versus Sting or something. Because otherwise you'd have to go to a house show or see one of the pay-per-views, and there were only like 4 a year then. But now we see... It's more rare to see a squash match on TV. It's almost all competitive matches. So I don't really even see what the point of Battle for the Belts is, other than they have a TV deal and they have an extra show to do once in a while. We saw, you see more prestigious belts on the regular weekly show than you did Battle for Belts was, you had it for the TNT title. And I'm a big Orange fan, but I see Orange Cassidy every week defending the belt. Lance Archer I normally like, but I don't know if there was something wrong with him, but he looked really bad.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was hurt or he's a lot of traveling, but he did not look good at all. If that was my first time seeing him, I'd be like, I don't think they should use this guy.
Maybe he was angry because that was a screwy finish, like a count out to like.
Well, he shouldn't be angry. I mean, he's being used on TV, and if you'd be angry, I would just say like, well, we're not going to use you at all then.
This is just speculation, but maybe he.
I mean, this is his time to show that he's worth doing something with, and the count out finish that's used to prolong the feud, so he's going to get another title shot. So that wouldn't make any sense to be mad about that. I just think he wasn't. He didn't look good. So hopefully it was just an off night, because I wouldn't really use him if that's how he wrestles every week.
This one was for Tony though. When I was out of town, and it kind of like worked into what we were talking about. I got an Intellivision stamp cartridge. See, I'm like Papa Pete here. Bam. Hell yeah. I ain't going to sit on nothing.
Is that more rare than Tecmo Bowl?
Yeah, it's more rare than Tecmo Bowl.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Did you have to do anything at the glory hole to get that?
I paid $3.
$3? I thought you said
he didn't have to, Jack. He wanted to.
Just out of his the guy's like, no, dude, it's all right. He's like, no, shut up.
Don't tell me to stop.
All right, here we go. The Raw Report.
Wait a minute.
wrestling after a 2 hours, a 2-hour wait. Let's get to the Raw report.
No fucking intro. That guy's so funny at that end. I don't know who it is, but goddamn, that guy's funny.
He's a little annoying, if you ask me.
I think he's the fucking high. I think that he's the highlight of the whole show.
That does
that one sentence he says every week. He delivers it so well every week too. You think after saying it every week it would he'd lose his edge, but he's a pretty good actor there, I say.
I gotta go refrigerate my pickles
because people don't know that whole segment's live every week. What the hell? Well, Intra and Lexar are going off together at the same time, doing a little pickle packing, if you catch my drift. I mean, they're wieners.
Whoa.
All right, Steven, the Raw report. And yes, Patrick Howe, you do exist. I think he just comes here every week to make sure he's still with the living.
Well, this week, Monday Night Raw comes from Bad Street, Atlanta, GA.
Bad Street, Atlanta, GA. A baddest street in the whole USA.
Well, we get lots of Cody Rhodes, but no Michael Hayes. So Cody comes out, and he gets a thunderous ovation from his home crowd.
Cody Rhodes!
And yes, he's the hometown hero. So he asks the crowd, what do you want to talk about? And he says what he wants to talk about is Brock Lesnar. And the crowd boos. But he also wants to make mention of a special person in the crowd, none other than his mother, Michelle. And you notice in this opening segment, they keep going back and forth to his mother's reactions to what happens. And basically what happens is it's yet another I want to fight Brock Lesnar promo. But he calls out Brock Lesnar. He says, I know you're in the building.
Yeah, beat that ass.
Brock doesn't come out. But then he says, well, Brock, if you're going to come to the ring, I'll be here in the ring. If you're going to be fashionably late till 9 o'clock, I'll be in the ring. Or if you're going to wait all night, I'll be in the ring. So finally, he calls out Brock again, and this time Brock's music hits, but nothing happens, and the crowd boos. So then his music hits again, and Cody gets out of the ring, goes up to the at ringside, and this time, the second time, he goes up the rampway, and he goes to where they come out in the entrance, and he disappears for a few seconds, and then you just hear the sound of a chair hitting something, and then a few seconds go by, and then Cody flies out from behind, and coming up behind him is Brock Lesnar, and Brock Lesnar just proceeds to beat up Cody Rhodes all the way down the rampway, and I think right in front of his mother, Cody gets an F5 on the floor right in front of his mother.
Damn, that's not very nice.
On the Kimura lock, and Cody's screaming and screaming, and they keep cutting to Cody's mother, and then Brock tosses him in the ring, slaps on the Kimura lock again, and Cody's screaming. And finally, Brock he finds the microphone that Cody dropped, picks it up, and he says, challenge accepted. So it looks like we're going to get a third Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar match at SummerSlam. And Cody just sells it again. They're saying, oh, he probably broke Cody's arm again. So when they come back, from commercial, I guess that's when they announced the match will take place at SummerSlam. Okay, now that's all done, we get the opening match of the night. It's Gunther, the
Gunther! Das den Heiden
Now, they announced, I think it was Corey Graves announced that this would be a non-title match. Now, I thought last week that it was a title match, but I guess maybe they decided it would be non-title. And I had the impression that maybe Matt Riddle would pull out a victory because it was a non-title match. They went out of the way to say that. But no, actually.
They did not. They fooled your ass.
Gunther beat the living crap out of Matt Riddle.
Beat that ass.
Yeah. So I think this was the end of Matt Riddle's championship aspirations, because Gunther just beat him up and power bombed him and pinned him and just disposed of him like yesterday's garbage.
Damn.
So then Gunther gets out of the ring and he climbs on top of the announce table and he basically cuts this promo on Drew McIntyre. So I guess they're going to keep Drew babyface, and the next feud for the Intercontinental title will be Gunther versus Drew McIntyre. Okay. Next up, they announced that the Viking Raiders and the Alpha Academy will have a Viking rules match, which is just basically a Falls Count Anywhere no disqualification match. We get a backstage segment. A woman named Jackie is interviewing the women's tag team champions Raquel Rodriguez and Liv Morgan, and they basically say that they're not afraid of anybody, and they're quickly interrupted by Rhea Ripley, and it's Raquel who gets in Rhea Ripley's face and basically says, "Not even you." And so at this point, you basically have Rhea Ripley beat up the tag team champions, both of them. I think Liv Morgan said something to Rhea Ripley, and then Rhea just slapped her, and then she injured Raquel's leg. And so I don't know whether that was a good idea for this. Well, they're great for Rhea to beat up two women, but this was played into an upcoming tag team match. So we come back from commercial, and the Judgment Day get in the ring, and Rhea Ripley basically cuts her "We Rule Monday Night Raw" promo, which she does almost every time she's on the microphone. Dirty Dominic Mysterio tries to talk, and the crowd just boos him, and I think it was Damian Priest who basically had to cut his promo because they were booing so much. Anyway, and Dominic couldn't even get a word in. So basically, Finn Balor eventually, he cuts another promo. He says he's waiting for Seth Rollins to see what he has to say, because he's placed another challenge to Finn Balor. So we get a tag team champions, the men, Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens. They're going to have a match against Dominic and Damian Priest later on. I think then we do get Seth Rollins coming out.
God, did Seth Rollins look like a bigger idiot? I mean, he had on like some sort of chainmail kind of like frilly kind of shirt.
Oh, man, I loved it.
Dude, he looked like a moron.
Thought it was so hot.
Oh, no, it wasn't hot. He looked like a complete idiot. I'm just amazed that anybody's like down with the Seth Rollins character. He has a terrible character right now.
Well,
I agree.
Interest sounding phobic.
No,
Oh,
I
man.
mean it's been established that Seth Rollins is heterosexual because he's with Becky Lynch, but his character just sucks.
He could be bi.
That's
Well, I
true. Look
guess.
at the Golden Lovers.
So
All right.
after the
I'm
commercial,
getting him up here on my TV.
What the hell?
so after the commercial break, we get Raquel's in the trainer's room or somewhere getting checked out, and somebody basically advises that she shouldn't wrestle. But you remember when Liv Morgan got injured, that they had to give up the tag titles, so they're determined to go ahead and have the match and not be stripped of the titles again. So we get our next match is for the WWE Women's Tag Team Champions, the champions, Raquel Rodriguez and Liv Morgan taking on Sonya Deville and Chelsea Green. And wouldn't you know it, Chelsea Green hits 3 unpretty hers on Liv Morgan, and Sonya Deville, I think she kneed Liv in the head, and they got the pin. So this girl who lost every match when she was on TV, Chelsea Green, whether singles or tag team, she could lose every single week. She wins one match, gets on WrestleMania. She and Sonya win a gauntlet match. They get this tag team title match, and they become the tag team champions. Winners by pinfall and new WWE Women's Tag Team Champions, Sonya Deville and Chelsea Green.
Hell yeah, Chelsea Green.
Yeah. Did you tell him about the
Finally.
Viking thing? The
The what?
Viking match that they had. Did Jack react to that any, Steven?
Well, yeah, we'll get to the Viking match.
The
Oh,
Viking match? What kind of bullshit is this?
Well, it didn't take place in Minnesota. Okay, so they make official, SummerSlam, Brock versus Cody. After the commercial, Byron is interviewing the new tag team champions. And they've got the belts, and I don't know, I think this is an incredible step down for tag team division, what little division there is. But anyway, I can understand it because I think the next feud for Rhea Ripley, and really the only realistic one, is against Raquel Rodriguez. So I'm looking forward to that feud. I think I'm just guessing that Liv Morgan is going to get a title shot first. And
I love it.
Rhea Ripley is probably going to beat Liv Morgan first. And
I'd
then
wear that.
Raquel. So next up, we get Seth Rollins. Basically, another promo about SummerSlam. He wants a marquee match at SummerSlam. And spoiler alert, it turns out there's going to be a rematch with Finn Balor. So,
Tony, would you go around with a shirt like this?
I already do.
Oh.
Looks like
Hell
Christian's like a shirt Christian would wear.
Me and Tony are starting hanging out. We're gonna wear chainmail and eat pickles.
Yeah.
He's gonna sell me on the LWO. I'll be like, I guess I'm looking at this whole new way now.
Eat pickles, wear chainmail, visit glory holes. It'd be great.
Hell yeah! Like maybe we'll run into El Dandy.
What if El Dandy's the top on the both of you? Huh?
Who are you to doubt El Dandy?
Yeah, I don't see this as a negative.
Wasn't there a story about him and Lita or something?
Oh yeah, supposedly he took her all over Mexico.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Steven. Sorry.
So basically, Finn Balor interrupts Rollins.
Just like 1 inch interrupts you.
Exactly.
All the
Just
time.
like that guy talks about at the beginning of this segment. Guy's right on the money.
Seth Rollins acts like a dumb babyface, turns his back on Finn Balor, and he thinks the interview's over. Then Finn Balor attacks him when the interview is over. So next up, yes, Jack, we had a Viking Rules match.
Hell yeah, Viking Rules!
Viking rules.
I love it. I love it when they have these characters.
So they came out
from...
and they basically put a bunch of stuff around ringside to make it, I don't know, like a Viking ship, or I don't know. It was.
Let's see if I can get a picture real quick.
And they had
two teams of Vikings.
They had a special guest commentator, WWE Hall of Famer and Ambassador Titus O'Neil.
Oh, they should have had John Norris.
He came out to comment.
Exactly.
There you go. Check out that Viking ship. Can you even see it?
No, I'm looking at the back of a notebook. Let me put this on.
Viking match, a loser gets set on fire, or what?
This is why I want to get cable to watch that.
So watch this. Yeah.
Oh wait, we're supposed to watch wrestling before we come on here?
Yeah. Sometimes.
I'm trying to.
This is like a Lexar segment. We're supposed to look at like a TV that's like
of
a small square, plus it's like way in the back of you.
You say that like a Lexar segment's a bad thing. How dare you, sir? How dare you?
Next you're going to show us your wall, and then you're going to have like a big pile of tissues that are all wadded up with some kind of unknown
foreign substance.
Exactly. Have you ever noticed that his floor is always his bed and his floor is covered in?
You're talking about him like he's not
here. Happy birthday, Lexar.
Oh, and thank you for drawing my picture finally.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I thought it came out pretty good. I was happy with it. What do you think, Incher?
I like it. He kind of looks like Bebop or something.
Who?
Oh, even from the
Where's
Turtles?
Sheamus? We need Sheamus here.
Jack has a big.
Oh, that's like his scarf. I see.
Jack has a career as a police sketch artist.
Oh man.
By the way, Mike Hawk hurts. So who will win at SummerSlam? Jonathan, nod once for Drew McIntyre, or 16 times for Gunther? That was pretty funny.
He wants.
By the way, I don't normally watch other stuff, but anyway, lately when I'm walking, I've been listening to some other podcasts. They're not wrestling related at all, and then I'll stop on my walk and just look at the chatter. And I've been identified twice today. People knew me from In Your Head. That was kind of cool.
From this show.
Yeah. Well, I was logged in Your Head. That's probably why. But still, they knew the show, so it's cool.
I've never been recognized ever. Nobody.
Yeah, I mean in chat rooms.
Outside of in the chat room. Oh.
Yeah, it was during MLC, Misery Loves Company.
If somebody walked up to me and was like, "Hey, you're wanted," I'd be like, "What?"
I've been recognized a couple of times. I mean, I'm not going to say all the time, but a couple of times. Once I'm honest was weird was for, of all things, for Severed Limbs Film Festival, which was cool, but I did not expect that.
Trying to find here's a picture of the Viking ring thing.
Ring King?
No, not Ring King. See, it's like a Viking ship. See, it's got the shields.
Yeah.
And the ship at the front of it, the helm. Check out the helm on that ring.
Check out the helmet on my cock.
Whoa. Where's the Arby's sign when you say that?
So in this match, we got the Alpha Academy doing a tribute to the Dudley Boys. You had Otis telling Chad to go and get the tables. Chad gets the tables, but they don't put anybody through it because the Vikings break it up. We get Maxine. She did a cross body block on Valhalla and got her jacket back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maxine got to put on.
She got a Letterman jacket.
But then we had Valhalla spear Maxine through a table. And we had Chad Gable doing another German suplex on one of the Vikings. The guy is pretty strong. And pick up that.
Mm-hmm. He
But
is pretty strong.
The Vikings actually won this match. I think it was on Otis.
I think Otis took the pin, I believe.
Whoa!
Here we go.
Do you remember this from Ring King? When I was a little kid playing that, it was like the height of comedy. It was like, look, the dude's blowing him in the corner.
What else could he be doing in that position?
Yeah, and he even had the sound effects like, ooh, 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 ooh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Steven.
So next up,
You just like crapped on the Raw report. Right
no, I'm interested in the Viking.
Look at
match.
this video game blowing somebody.
No, I figured Intro would pop and like run around in circles and start throwing babies in there, get out his gun, and be, yeah, Ring King time, yippee-hoo!
You want me to play some Ring King?
No, not really.
Yes,
I just want you to blow me in the corner.
Whoa.
That's apparent. I mean, you've been hot on that one for like ever since I've known you.
You have those luscious lips.
Mm-hmm.
With consent.
Yeah, I'm not Lexar over here. All right, so enough of the shenanigans from Incher.
Yeah,
All this
I'm
dirty
just gonna tell you
talk.
now, Jack. If you ever Bill Cosby me, friendship's over.
Wouldn't that be funny though?
No,
Like-
it'd be horrendous.
If you have like you lost like some memory, and then like I just like did the screen share, and it's like you were knocked out, and I was like, this is what really happened, and like I showed it on the show.
So you're sick enough to do it, but you're even sick enough to record it while you're doing it.
Oh
Is that
yeah,
what-
I mean, why? I mean, if you're gonna go through all the trouble,
You gotta.
I mean, it's not funny if no one else knows. I'm just doing it for the laughs.
But you're always having these dreams where you're murdering people and trying.
No,
to get away with
it's not true.
it. So it's
I
like-
never have dreams I murder people. It's always disposing the bodies.
Someone else murders them.
Yeah, I really the murder part. The murdering part is almost like it doesn't matter. It's always how do I get away with this? How do I get rid of the
Why would
body?
you help
They just
somebody who
fell down
murdered
the
somebody
stairs.
though?
Why
just call
wouldn't
the
you?
cops?
I don't know. Maybe they cheated at Parcheesi or something.
Those fuckers.
Cody, you would just call the cops. That's what you would do.
What?
Jack,
They're
no.
not a fucking rat.
Yeah, if you called me up 1 inch and said, "Hey, I need help disposing of the body," I'd be right there.
Exactly. There's nothing lower than a rat. Well, maybe like like a pedo or something. But a rat's lower than covering up a murder.
I'm saying it right now. Do not call me if you want to dispose of a body, because I'm calling the cops.
You're a rat. Freaking Tattletale McGee over here.
I do not want to be called if you need to dispose a body. So there you go.
That's
Just don't
worse.
tell 'em.
That's
Just be
worse.
like, I need a ride somewhere.
Yeah, that's worse than the crime itself.
I'm pretty sure Tyler Steven, he would be the first one to need to get a hold of me first. So that's pretty much just for him.
Damn, you're calling Tyler a murderer.
If he does, I'm pretty sure he would think that I'd help him.
I would know not to call you because you're a rat, Tattletale. He's like, I'm gonna call the cops. Gonna call the coppers.
What if it was self-defense? 1 inch, would you still call the cops?
Yeah.
I
Or
would
was
say
it
you need-
accidental murder? Like I didn't mean to murder her, but she slipped and she hit her head.
Yeah,
I mean,
Jimmy Snuka calls you up.
There is no situation where you can't just like explain yourself if it wasn't a murder.
There was this
I'm
huge
high
rock
on
in the
coke.
bathroom. It hit her in the head.
Yeah, but it's your friend. You gotta stay. It bros before hoes.
Yeah, if I'm like, hey, she no one knows who she is. She's got no family. She hit her head on the shower. Come
A
on,
Rocky in the shower.
Things got out of
This
hand.
is getting really sick.
She
Tried
said,
to.
she said, choke me, and I got too into it. And I just need your help.
Oh my goodness.
The ring apron was crooked. She tripped.
I'd say you're a pervert.
Couldn't get out of the cage bed.
Hit her head on the steel bars. It happens.
Was it a mesh cage or a big blue cage?
Always big blue.
Jesus. I might call the cops if it's Big Blue. Not even for the murder, just for like the crime of the Big Blue Cage. Go 13. The video game clip is almost as graphic as Beat 'em and Eat 'em. I don't know what that is, but it made me laugh.
That's an Atari game that was dirty.
Beat 'em and Eat 'em was a pornographic Atari.
Damn.
It was about a guy on top of a bunch of buildings where he was jacking off into women's house.
Yeah. It's the Lexar story.
I hear the world champion is Tommy Tallarico.
Who?
That's what I heard.
know about him and like the Miko thing.
Are they gonna make like is that what King of Quarters is part 2 is gonna be about?
Maybe. King of Quarters. Fistful of Quarters, you jackass.
King of Kong.
King of Kong.
King of Kong. There you
There's
go.
like 3 big like video game scandals, and that Tommy Tallarico is one of them.
Yeah.
God, what a
And,
bunch
like,
of
that
dorks.
I'm surprised, Bruce. You're shocking me here. I didn't know you.
I
knew
like
about
video
it.
games. I'm
You know when you brought that up, Bruce?
Well,
Inchers.
Well, the number one guy for reporting the Miko news is on the panel tonight.
It's right
Tony
here.
PGD. Tony, he's reported all the information that you need to know about the Intellivision Amico.
Eventually, we'll get to our big Mr. Mr. Awesome Roy Schilt interview that will come to in your head at some point. That is a real interview we did in the past.
Yeah, I remember that. I was there for that one.
I was telling GD if you didn't know. I knew you know. Jesus. All right. Back to the Raw report. I apologize on behalf of Incher for taking this the Raw report off the
I realize
Always derailing it.
Okay,
flying off the rails.
Well, next up we got a 2-minute match. Shayna Baszler easily tapped out Nikki Cross, and then
Tap that bitch out.
And then we got cut the music, and Ronda Rousey is in the arena in a suite above the ring, and she basically says, and the crowd goes wild. And then these two have another sort of confrontation, verbal confrontation, in which you really can't determine who the babyface is and who the heel is, or are they both heels? But they're definitely not babyface. Neither one of them. This was really confusing, but these two just talk to each other back and forth, and I really had no idea who the babyface and who the heel was, honestly. But I guess this feud continues.
It seems strange. Nobody wants to be like the defining face and defining baby face, because Shayna seems like she's a heel and Ronda seems like she's a heel. So it's a strange feud.
So next up, we get Ricochet calling with a woman named Jackie, cuts a promo on Logan Paul, says Logan Paul will be here in WWE next week. So they're teasing another confrontation. Next up, we get Miz TV with Becky Lynch.
Mm-hmm.
Becky is she makes her way into the ring, and she automatically knows that Trish is going to show up, and Miz brings them out, and Trish still has her
now Jack
has her face mask on.
Mm-hmm.
They get into a confrontation with Becky, but Becky actually beats up both of these two this week. It's Becky's turn to beat up two people.
But he made the stipulation, Steven, that if what's her name, Zoe Starks beats Becky Lynch, she has to like tattoo "I'm sorry, Trish" across her chest.
Really? Across her boobs?
Across her boobs. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, she has to. What's it?
We should make a bet like that. Like if you lose, you have to tattoo "I'm sorry, Jack" on your cheeks, on your face.
Why is "I'm sorry, Jack"? You should be like "I'm sorry, Incher." I mean, because that's
if you lose, why would I tattoo? That makes no sense.
Any bet that I agree to, you're going to lose. Because
If I lose,
100%
I'll eat 3 pickles on the show, and if you lose, you get the tattoo on your face.
I'm not.
That seems even.
Yeah, that seems a pretty good deal.
Nah, that's a shitty deal.
Dang. All right. Raw report.
Yeah, that was the stipulation because Becky wanted another match against Trish, but Trish said no unless you have to defeat Zoe Stark first. And if you lose, a loser gets tattooed. Well, I don't think we've ever seen that match before, but okay. Again, I kind of this is one feud. Just have these two feud, and let's just skip over the stupid stipulations and all of that. Anyway, next up we get Shinsuke Nakamura versus Bronson Reed. This match barely get started when Tommaso Ciampa interrupts and basically attacks Bronson Reed, giving the victory by disqualification to Bronson Reed.
He had to get the comeuppance from the week before where Bronson Reed beat up on Tommaso Ciampa because Miz paid him off.
So basically, because Ricochet is now going to feud with Logan Paul, you have Tommaso Ciampa replacing him in the feud, this 3-way feud with Bronson Reed and Shinsuke Nakamura.
Yeah.
So,
do you think Ricochet and Logan Paul are going to have a good match?
Well, yeah, they could.
Possible.
Yeah.
Is Faith going to be watching that one, Vic? Ricochet. Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah, she will be.
Oh, okay. Big Logan. I think she's the only Logan Paul fan in the Headyverse. Is there another Logan Paul fan out there?
I think Jackson's a big fan.
No, it's
Lexar
loves him.
Oh,
that's true. Lexar, though, I think anyone in WWE he loves. If they're either in WWE or if they're, do like the cock and ball mutilation wrestling, he loves them.
Mm-hmm. What DNA do you think he's hoping to extract from that ring apron there?
Damn.
Well, like who's he so wishful that's going to pop up? In the
probably like Bailey.
Yeah.
He's like, can I clone Bailey's ass?
Just her ass.
Exactly. He's just gonna grow her ass on
he has the big pillow thing
on the back of a rat or something.
I have Bailey's ass. You what, Lexar?
They were just asking about you.
Yeah, I heard them ask. Hey guys.
Hello.
What's up?
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Excellent.
How are y'all?
Very good.
We were wondering if you're going to be watching the Logan Paul versus Ricochet match.
Is that at SummerSlam?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it is.
I'll be there.
Oh, okay. You're actually going?
No. I'll be there.
She'll be there, to watch.
Yeah, I'll be there to watch on my TV.
Oh, excellent.
Who you got, Ricochet or Logan Paul? Who's gonna win?
I'm gonna say they're gonna let Logan have this one this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was claiming that you were the only Logan Paul fan of the Headyverse, but they corrected me and said Lexar. So you and Lexar are the only Logan Paul fans of the Headyverse.
Lexar's got my back.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what you want.
I'm glad Vic's there to protect you. No, I think Lexar's harmless. Maybe.
Maybe.
As long as you keep anything flammable away.
That's one sentence you don't want maybe afterwards. I think Lexar's harmless. Maybe.
Lexar wants back in, Jack. Yeah, let him in.
Oh, okay. Anyone have the
See, he wakes up whenever facing.
Contract to defend Logan Paul.
He was Logan Paul. He's asleep on us.
Logan Paul is undefeated at SummerSlam, by the way.
That's true. No, let me grab this. I'll give him the link 1 second.
So let's get to the main event of the evening then.
It's time for the main event.
So we get the WWE Tag Team title match. The champions Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn taking on the team of Dirty Dominic Mysterio and Damian Priest. This was a pretty good. This was a pretty good main event. I'll give it thumbs up to that. You had Seth Rollins came out to attack Finn Balor. You had Liv Morgan come out and she attacked Rhea Ripley. And then you just had two tag teams fighting it out, which was kind of nice. And you had Dirty Dom actually. He got beat up in the end. I think it was Sammy hitting the haluva kick and pinning Dirty Dom. So the champions retain their titles in an entertaining main event. Again, I was kind of hit and miss on this episode of Monday Night Raw because they had a lot of non-wrestling segments, short matches, but an entertaining main event, a lot of storyline development for SummerSlam. But yeah, I guess a begrudging thumbs up to this week's Raw.
I'd say in the middle. I watched it. It was just all right. It was there, but thank you for the Raw report, Steven.
Raw report, Steven! Yeah! You got through it even with all the interruptions by OIB.
Now Stephen Butler do the Raw house show report.
Yeah, house show report. He doesn't have that in front of him, I don't think.
No, somebody got hurt. Was it who got hurt?
He wants to show you his Lexar wants to show you his apron.
See?
Okay.
Show her the apron, Lexar.
The ring apron, not like an apron where he's going to go out barbecuing and protect his
the WWE Live thing that's like a ring apron.
I actually have an apron from Vic sent me one year for Christmas.
Tell him it's crooked.
Okay.
It is crooked. The high end is like nice and even, but look at this.
That's your fault, not the apron's fault.
I know it is.
You gotta fix it.
That's what we're trying to tell him, and he's gonna like cut it and drill holes in the wall. And
women like straight aprons.
Yeah, they sold them a faulty apron.
Man,
just gotta tighten it. Make sure it's taut.
I hope they never hire Lexar to watch the Mona Lisa because he's just like, let's just drill a hole here. Let's cut it here.
Let me put a nail in the middle.
Yeah.
Another Mr. Bean.
Now, Lexar, tell Faith your love for Logan Paul because you're the only other Logan Paul fan of the Headyverse.
Yeah, Logan Paul is going to wrestle Ricochet, I guess, for SummerSlam. You intrigued?
Are you intrigued?
That's a shining endorsement.
All that whiz.
All right. Well, thanks for dropping in, Faith.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Now watch Lexar leave.
Enough of this
We're not
shit.
good enough for him.
He'll probably stick around for me to ask his questions.
Well, I do have to leave tomorrow because me and my mom.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
We're not saying you gotta stay here for 3 days.
Me, my mom, and my aunt are going.
Well, I've got to eat dinner tomorrow, so I've got to leave now.
This isn't the
I'm not
3-day
leaving.
edition of In Your Head?
I'm not leaving yet. All my questions answered.
All right, I'm gonna say
Is their last, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I can't stay for that long.
I think Nikhil's are first.
Yeah, I think so.
Mine's are first, though. I've been suspended from Facebook on the groups.
Yeah, so what better you got to
behave
do?
yourself.
Yeah, you can stay here with us and enjoy yourself. Got anything else hanging on your walls that we need to see?
The old CBS Sports banner, of course.
Well, we've seen that one. We want something new.
What have you done for us lately?
Well, there is a question about the ring difference.
That whole WWE Live thing, that was like 2 hours ago.
All right. I'm going to ask a couple of these, and then I'll get to yours, Lexar, okay?
Because
we'll hop around.
has a whole slew of them.
Daniel Chad Whitehead wants to know, hat time is supper. No, what?
What the fuck was that? Hat time is supper?
And you think my questions are dumb?
That's not even like
there was supposed to be a double.
Not even a question.
Yeah.
I think that's the correct way he wanted to phrase that. Hat time is supper.
Are Brussels sprouts the same as the one?
What?
Me?
Like AI generated or something.
Like
He's an AI fan.
We have AI.
But he's like one of the early versions.
Yeah.
Have you ever beat anyone at any point in your life? Like physically? Just start beating someone? Just to ensure.
Beat him and eat him.
I like Patrick Howell's statement here earlier. It's way back here in the chat room, but he said, in your head, I do exist here.
Yes!
It's right. 11:19, he says it. I exist here. So thank you, Patrick Howell, for showing up. I did want to bring that one up.
He wants to know, do you eat pork or pork?
What?
I think I eat pork, yeah. I like pork.
Have you ever had a good experience with Brussels sprouts? I actually eat them almost every day.
I've never gone away from eating a Brussels sprout and be like, that was a good experience.
I like them, actually.
You've been eating them wrong then, didn't you?
I guess.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. Honestly, you got just some olive oil, extra virgin olive oil, salt, pepper. You could throw a little bit of whatever, something else in. I actually put ground cinnamon in mine. And then roast them. Get nice and crispy. They're good.
Do you serve those at the Glory Hole restaurant?
Put a little cheese on it?
Yeah.
I don't, but they probably would be good with some cheese.
Put it on a skewer.
Yeah. Well, it's not sure when you're at the Glory Hole, you get of course you're going down on the meat, inch man, but don't forget those Brussels sprouts too. Got to give them some attention.
You know that too
well. Budzinski he's asked this like at least 18 times. Ever leave an upper decker?
He must know something on one of us, and he's just trying to get it out of us.
Like eventually we'll slip, and then she's like, well.
There was this one time.
Jonathan Jackson, when was the last time you left Twitter?
I've never left Twitter.
I'll never leave you, Twitter.
I did leave Facebook once.
I don't think I've intentionally left any of the platforms. I've been kicked off some.
Yeah. I got my account banned because it wasn't my real name isn't 1 Inch Biceps.
What?
Wait, what?
The hell?
This is are you a fraud?
Mm-hmm.
Exposed just like Jackie Jones.
Hot damn, what is your name? Ivar? Is there anyone else named Ivar besides Ivar? Like, does anyone name their kid Ivar? Like Ivar McGee.
When I was in university, I stayed in a room in a house, and the guy who owned it was named Ivor.
Really?
Yes, Ivar.
Damn.
So Steven has met an Ivar, Jack.
I've met an Ivar. Yes.
Man, there goes my whole theory. Lexar wants to know. Look at that smile on his face. The bouncing birthday baby boy.
Yeah, happy birthday, by the way, before you leave us. So.
Yeah. He means for the night, not before you die.
Oh, man.
Okay. It's his birthday. You never know.
It's true.
Yeah. 40s.
A little cocaine.
Yeah.
I started off this apron.
You're entering old age. You might as well just fade on out of here.
Hide the coke when Lexar comes over.
I mean, your heart could just stop at any moment. Now you're 40.
True.
That's it.
Yeah.
I almost died when I was 40. That's when I went to the hospital.
Oh, man. That's what you got to look forward to.
Accident at the Glory Hole. It happens.
Exactly. Bailey suffered a knee injury at a WWE house show last Sunday.
Oh,
the injury isn't apparently serious, but the referee threw an X detailing it's a serious injury. Are you sad? I am. I like Bailey.
That kind of sucks.
Yeah.
I know she's like been lobbying to get like Sasha Banks back and everything else. And it just seems like everybody's leaving her in WWE. So maybe she's not long for WWE. Maybe she wants to go to another
I
company.
saw Eric Young left, and the reason he gave was the moral dilemma of working under Vince McMahon, and I support that. I think that's a good thing. If you actually do have a problem with it, you should leave.
Yeah, that's
true. Too bad more people don't. I know not everyone, can either. But Eric Young is asked and granted. I didn't even realize this was your next question. Eric Young is asked and granted a release from WWE and has appeared on Impact Anniversary pay-per-view last Saturday night. What are your thoughts? Well, I think that if he has an issue with working under Vince, I would myself. So I think that's the right decision for him. A lot of people will say that, but they won't do anything, and he did something, so good for him.
Well, there was a golfer that said he would rather retire than to go work for the Live company, because I guess the PGA is now working with the Live or whatever, and so that kind of reminds me of that story.
Yeah.
Well, good on him,
Mm-hmm. I saw a NASCAR driver incher. He retired because they put a ban on the rebel flag. You can't put it on your car anymore, your NASCAR.
Who has the rebel flag on their NASCAR?
I don't know. Some loser. I don't know.
I don't think anybody has a rebel flag on their car, do they? Lexar, you know about NASCAR?
Oh, yeah, he's more the NASCAR guy.
Not anymore, because they can't.
Exactly.
Oh.
Do you have any? You probably have a big rebel flag somewhere, Lexar.
Yes, underneath the swing apron.
It's real big in New Jersey.
He's a big Freebird fan.
As a cricket.
Gotta drill a hole in the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Former WWE superstar Naomi, who's now goes by Trinity in Impact. Wasn't there a Trinity in Impact years ago when they started TNA?
There was, Trinity.
You can't use the same name for someone else in the same company.
She used to come out. Well, that's her real name, but she used to come out with Shane Taylor, was it? And
oh yeah, God, that's a name out of the past.
Yeah, Shane Taylor and Frankie Kazarian, I believe.
Damn, your
She used to
boy.
come out with them, yeah. Bam! Eat your heart out, Nikhil.
That was Nikhil's. He's gonna ask their favorite memories of Shane.
What's your favorite memories of Shane Taylor? I could actually answer that one.
Damn, I didn't know you're such a Shane Taylor mark over here. This is the most excited I've ever seen you in my life.
He was the first match at the ECW original.
This
ECW
is like when
show.
Intra gets extra barbecue sauce at McDonald's.
At the original ECW show that I went to in Huntington, West Virginia, he faced Red Dog, who was Rodney Mack at the time. So, and it was Shane Taylor. He was basically ripping off the Dudley, the Hardy Boys. He had the whole gimmick with the see-through shirt.
Maybe they ripped him off. Maybe he's the originator.
Maybe, but it was Shane Taylor and Red Dog. That was the first match at the Huntington, West Virginia ECW show. So. Damn.
Hot damn.
That was my favorite memory of Shane Taylor.
Is that just your favorite memory? Just full stop?
Yeah, he was all right. He was very Shawn Michaels-esque. He's related to Shawn Michaels.
Really?
Yeah. He is related.
Are you writing his biography or something?
Oh, man. I can't talk about that. It would be very poorly written, and Tony PBD would.
That's not a way. You can't put yourself over, bitch.
Like, what the fuck is this documentary?
I just watched a video about Shane Taylor. Now that you mentioned,
What the fuck are you guys doing?
Weird.
I remember Shane Taylor winning an Ultimate X match in TNA.
Mm-hmm.
The hell, where am I? Oh, they all hate pickles, and they all are fucking infatuated with Shane Taylor.
He was doing his
Jack, get on
flex
board.
and stuff, but he was all.
Do you think Jack would understand Shane Taylor?
Who the hell is Shane?
He just doesn't.
I honestly don't even know who Shane Taylor is. I thought it was just some guy he made up.
Nah, he He is Shawn Michaels' cousin.
Yeah, he's like Shawn Michaels' cousin. Here, you'll remember him when you see a picture.
Not cut or ripped or just.
Hooray for the Confederacy! We got a big Confederacy marks in here. We got Go-Go 13 and Dan showing their heritage here.
Even Google is stumped on this one. I think I have to add TNA on it.
Do you mean Michael Shane?
Michael
you guys are all infatuated with a guy that doesn't even exist.
Steven Simmons helped you, bitch.
Shane Taylor exists.
There is a Shane Taylor,
a black
but
wrestler.
yeah,
I was confused. I was like, he's related.
That's why I made the intro joke.
Oh yeah, I can't understand that guy, but Michael Shane, I understood what he always said.
I saw the video about that guy that Intro was talking about. I didn't know his name.
Michael Shane, excuse me.
You guys are just Intro lies and everyone swears to it.
No wonder. No wonder.
Like
Google
a cult leader over here.
You remember him though? Do you
doing a
remember
show
Michael
with
Shane?
fucking Branch Davidians or something. Branch
Whatever.
Inchians.
You're the one who gets off on being a cult leader.
Yeah, I get off on it, but you're doing a better job.
Oh,
here.
getting off on it when Mosh called you that. You were fucking just.
Oh
digging
yeah,
all over
that's an example of like, can you believe he called me a cult leader? Yeah, I really hated it. But the reason I keep talking about it because it was pretty awesome.
You loved it. Oh, here's Trinity, because I can't find a picture of her.
Yeah, I remember her.
Yeah,
but this other person isn't even real.
All right, I had the wrong name, God.
But why did everyone else know who he was? And see, you just thought up some fictional guy, and then everyone's like, "Oh yeah, I just watched his documentary." And Lexar says, "Yeah, I read his autobiography."
Dude, I was mistaken, and Bruce agreed with me. He was mistaken too. So.
Yeah, they're just pretending to. They're probably just trying to make you feel good. Like, "Oh yeah, and sure, I know him too."
I had a secret conference with Bruce, and we agreed that to mess with your head on this show.
Guys are fucking smoking the wacky tobacco.
Steven.
Exactly, Steven. It's a Mandela effect. Next thing they're gonna be saying, "Oh yeah, that's Sinbad when he plays the genie
in Shazam."
They fucking love it.
Oh, that was Shaq.
There is a theory that Towser was telling me about, and you can always believe that guy. That the Mandela effect, it's not like people are misremembering. It's that we're slipping in and out of alternate dimensions. And so, people think like this other dimension, there's giant monsters and lizards, but really it's just, Dimension B and Sinbad, he played a genie. And then this other dimension, it's like Michael Shane was named Shane Helms. And it's like, whoa.
Shane Taylor.
Now that's a movie. Imagine if the Mist, instead of the Mist, they had the giant monsters, and the guy's like, "Oh fuck, I'm gonna kill my whole family so they don't get eaten by these giant bugs." It was just like, "Oh shit, Sinbad's in a movie on VHS."
It's like Sliders, but really, really dumb.
Exactly. This is the next movie I'm making.
Would you kill your whole family so they wouldn't be getting eaten by giant bugs?
Yeah, probably. It'd be a better way to go.
Well, I'm not going to kill myself. I'm going to go to bed.
Steven!
Good night.
You're not a Branch Davidian. You need to kill yourself.
Branch Inchian.
Branch Inchian. I do not want anybody to kill themselves. That's my public service announcement for the night.
So don't drink this Kool-Aid?
Unless your family's going to get eaten by bug monsters.
Yeah, he's like, he's gonna die. He's gonna be like slowly eaten in the Sarlacc pits, and he's like, "Why don't you put him out of your misery?" And he's like, "No, he's gonna suffer for 20 years."
13, pile it on here.
I love that sloth.
I was going to tell you, I read your message on the PlayStation Network, and I don't have.
Me? I'm not on that.
I'm going to go 13.
Oh, I thought it was some other fiction that you're.
Some things on the show involve other people.
What? Yeah, but no one gives a shit about that. We got to bring it back to the money here.
I read your message. I don't have Fight Forever on PlayStation 5 yet. I have it on Steam. So.
Does everyone need to know this? Why can't you just reply to it?
13 because I don't know how to reply to messages on PlayStation 5. So So I'm just telling him right now. I read his message. It popped up when I turned it on the other day, and I was like, "How the fuck do I reply to that?"
Are you going to answer his other question? What are you wearing?
He was asking me all kinds of stuff.
ASL?
What?
Are you a top or a bottom?
That's some AOL shit there, bro.
Old school.
Exactly. Where
This
am
show
I?
really went downhill ever since President Clinton left.
Fuck him. He's dead to me. He ain't here putting the time in, is he?
He hasn't been around for a while. I don't know what his deal is.
Yeah,
he's on the message board. Or the Facebook group, but
sitting around drinking his bourbon, going to Japan.
Yeah.
Question number 4 from Lexar. Sexy Lexi.
You like hearing your questions be answered, Lexar? Give us the truth. Make
Fuck no, I hate
it.
Terrible.
It's a masochist. Warner Bros.
Every week because it's just I need punished.
That was my answer to intro when he asked me if I watched Raw earlier. It's like, I'm not a masochist. Warner Brothers, I'm sure it's a great show. Warner Brothers Discovery executives want AEW to produce monthly pay-per-view. So I read about this, and I also listened to Davey Boy Meltzer talk about this. So if the idea, because there's a lot of different theories. So if they're all going to be on on Max, and it's similar to like a Peacock deal where you pay a set amount, and you get. That's great for me as a fan. I don't know how smart it is in the long term for AEW. Unless they're getting this big giant payout, then I guess it's good. And as a fan, I would not be against more AEW pay-per-views. But, for example, the rumor is it's going to be back-to-back, like all in, all out. Now, once a month, $50 is getting to be that would be a lot probably to ask everybody. I'd probably get them, but 2 weeks in a row, $50 pay-per-views, that's getting a little out of hand, I think.
Yeah, their pricing's like kind of rough for nowadays standards. Like
I've heard Meltzer talk about this before, and I don't always go with Meltzer, but he is right about this. Anytime they do like cheaper pay-per-view things, it's never a success in any company. It's just people actually see it as like a lesser thing. But the idea of like even whatever it was, buying a pay-per-view 2 weeks in a row from the same company, I think that's just too much to ask anybody.
Well, that'd be $100.
Too much wrestling.
Look at that math on me.
Even if it was 30 or whatever, I'm just saying like that's too much. 2 pay-per-views back to back, 1 week and then the next, that's just too much. But I know that wouldn't be a common thing, but they should have thought about that beforehand anyway. Why would you put together all in and all out like 1 week apart? It doesn't make any sense.
Jimmy Jam's laying in his grave just yelling soft right now. That's what he's saying.
I do think more pay-per-views is good for a lot of reasons. Because sometimes like they'll have a feud, but they've got to wait till the pay-per-view to do the match, so it kind of like goes on and on. The four-way pillars match was a good example of that, because I thought it started fine, but then like they had to fill weeks and weeks of TV before the pay-per-view, and then they started doing kind of stupid stuff where like Sammy was with MJF, then split again with MJF, and so if you didn't have like 3 months in between the pay-per-views, you could have just went right to that match,
Well, that's just bad booking.
Yeah, I mean, but you got to fill the time, so I don't know. There's pluses and minuses. I mean, I like the show, so more pay-per-views is good in some ways, but you can't overdo them either. Now, if they're all on a streaming thing where you just pay whatever a month, then that's great by me. I don't know if that's going to be successful in the long run. Because, like, Peacock, I know people are like, well, WWE signed this long-term contract with Peacock. That's all well and good, but no company can lose, and I mean the Peacock here, is when they're losing like hundreds of billions every quarter, like that's not sustainable. No matter how big they are,
Well,
there is a limit if you're losing like $1 billion a year.
They've kind of changed the way they're doing business too, because we don't get it for free anymore. You gotta like, sign up.
I mean, this is a big part of the strike too, because there's no one really, people don't get residuals off streaming. Some people don't even get paid at all. There's a lot of questions, like, the future of what streaming involves. I mean, it used to be people got the big payoffs for being on WrestleMania, but they don't get that anymore because you don't get a part of the pay-per-view buy because there isn't the pay-per-views.
Yeah, that's lame.
That was a big reason why Punk, ended up, not going to work, because he had asked about that and no one had an answer.
What's this deal about AI like replacing extras? Like you only work.
Yeah, this is a huge part of the strike too. Yeah. Is because I have friends who do background work, and a few years ago when they go in for it, you would get scanned, and they didn't really think anything of it. But now you find out that they saved all that to just can regenerate you, and instead of paying people to be extras, they could just use your likeness for eternity. Even
and your license,
and you're not getting any money. And so there's a lot of levels here, because it's not just like the big stars. They're gonna get something because they can't just all of a sudden stop making movies without any of the stars. Right now, eventually they probably could. But if you're a background guy, you really have you don't have any power. So you got to rely on the bigger actors fighting for you, which they are trying, but most of that stuff's been just rejected. But it's a really strange thing. Even I remember when I first saw that new Star Wars and Peter Cushing's in it. It's like, it's like cool, but what does this mean? Would he want this? Yeah, does his family get paid? Does anyone get paid? And if not, can you eventually start? And we're not far away from this. Just we can make a movie with John Wayne and James Dean and Marilyn Monroe. And
what about
would they want this? And if who gets paid out of that? Does John Wayne's does his family get paid? Who
Didn't
gets
his
paid?
estate approve of that or?
Right. This is what they're all fighting for. Like, because the way they want it is that you would have no say. They can just do it. And in some cases, you'd never get compensated either.
God, I'll be getting killed in all your movies, and what God knows what else.
I have a friend who was talking about this, though, that he did one thing for, I don't know if it was a game, and he got paid for that, and you get residuals. But then people saying, oh, I just killed you in something else, because then they just use this like this in all these other games, which he never signed off for and doesn't get any money for. And one of the games made like $1 billion or something.
I would be like Backwoods Bob's brother, and you like Backwoods Bob is the smart one out of the group, and you're like, stupid over there.
That'd be cool, and I'd be like, squeal like a pig, it's your owl.
And she would just keep dying in the glory hole.
Yeah,
you got a pretty mouth.
That's why you need your rights censure, so you get paid.
Exactly.
Anything Jack wants me to sign, I'm not
just
signing.
Take all your money.
Yeah, and the thing is, they want you to where you wouldn't even need to sign. It's just like once they have it, it's just they own it forever. And not even the rest of your life, beyond your life. So.
My thing is, I think we need to start training the AI to be executives and see how they like it.
Yeah, that's what someone suggested, actually.
Yeah.
They said they're more replaceable than like the act people's talent.
It's true. I mean, yeah. Because there's always going to be something like pinball.
And you can't stop AI now. Like it's here. You're not going to be like, we can't use it because it's here. And it's only going to progress. I mean, I think even the AI art that we have fun with, like you see now that's progressed already. And that's only going to get better. And people might make fun of the hands, all stuff. But that's all going to be fixed in time. And then in 10 years, like the Peter Cushing thing I meant, maybe it's a little like you kind of look and like, it's a little weird. And then like Indiana Jones looks better than Irishman. The de-aging. Eventually that stuff's just going to be like, you can't even tell.
Yeah. But there's always going to be something a little off with the performance, I think. Like, Because
Maybe.
eventually Harrison Ford's going to die. They're not going to have his voice to use unless
Yeah,
I know
but
they have AI to do that.
They already have his voice. It's on all
Yeah.
those films.
Yeah, you take that voice and I even see some podcasts that do this where they've taken just like some comedians and like some of these guys that do all these podcasts. They I don't know how exactly do it, but they took so much hours and they have like people could send in X amount of money and type whatever they want. And the voice comes up saying whatever they want. I mean, and this is just some goof on the internet. So people with like millions of dollars, they feed hours and hours and hours of someone's voice into something, and the computer can just generate it.
What I was trying to get around to saying, though, I think the performance is always going to suffer. And the only thing I can relate to it with is like if you play pinball on like a gaming machine, like a PlayStation or something like that, and you play the real thing, you can tell there's something that's just not quite
But
right.
there's the physicality there. But honestly, that's all down to like if you watch Jurassic Park, there's more weight there because Spielberg paid more attention to the details, where lesser CG doesn't have the weight to it. So I mean that it's a brush for an artist. So it really depends on what the artist does with that. But I mean, I see what you're saying, but eventually things are going to keep
Harrison Ford. It's not going to be the person portraying.
I know what you're saying, but honestly, the more it advances, I don't think that's even going to be an issue.
Yeah, the art's is going to be the AI.
Are you?
They can already do stuff too that actually enhances people's performance. Like if they want it more sad or whatever, they can enhance that with computers.
When are we going to get the 1-inch bicep AI?
That's what I'm.
I would do it if I had the know-how.
That's
then
what I
never pay
like,
insure again.
We've got countless hours of audio.
Yeah.
And now we're working on many hours of video. So
that's what I'm going to call Tony and be like, "Yeah, we got to dispose of a body, buddy."
Jack's been a problem.
He was creating the AI, and I'm sure that was not good for me.
That would be sweet if sometime when you're not here but you are here.
Well, I wrote down insure AI here. So,
no.
I'll look into it.
That looks pretty official. I'm worried now.
It's it's on an envelope.
Yeah. Well, I do wonder if you could feed.
It's for cremation. They were like, early cremation is the best option, so I just kept the letter.
Early before you die?
death?
Yeah, you pay for it now, so your family doesn't have to.
They just start the process early, like, all right.
I'm
they
like,
just they slowly start burning you.
So I could pay it off quick.
That sounds horrific.
But could Jack and 1-inch feed their voices into AI and just do it completely AI in your head without anyone knowing?
Probably. I think eventually. I think if we did it now, like you could tell, but I think eventually.
No, I think if we did it now, you probably could get away with it as long as it's just audio only. Like you'd be like, "Hey, we're just
audio only." I think so, honestly.
Now the true question is, how pissed would we be that people would be like, "That was the best show ever"? We'd be like, "What?"
Those jokes
I seen stuff where they fed hours of comedians' jokes, and it's really mimicked like the feel of a lot of different comedians.
The timing.
Yeah, it's like written the jokes out. It's the text stuff, but I mean, like you would just like, oh yeah, he probably said this. I mean, who knows? And I remember,
is this on the road to being obsolete? We're just going to be.
We're there. We're there. There's no turning back. Yeah, people will be obsolete. The Chat GPT, like when I was at a festival recently, and someone just showed me, they were like. It literally took like 10 seconds and it wrote my whole biography. And there was a couple things that were off, but it was like multiple paragraph biography. And the stuff that was off, like if you could just do that, just go in and like, I'll fix these couple things. And it would have saved you way more time than if I sat down and wrote the whole thing.
Remember when I downloaded or got all those 3 million credits or whatever? I kept sending Jack the little thing where I was just like building up credits for ChatGPT, and I got like up to 3 million.
It was really weird though. They had all this stuff, and Annabelle's there, and she's like, "Oh, well, that part's not true. It was like Rondo Award nominated, blah blah." And I'm like, "No, that is true. She didn't even know." But I was like, "I don't know how it knew, but yeah, that was true."
It scrapes the internet for all that.
Yeah,
It knows everything.
And there was stuff like it was just there was a couple things that were off. Like it said that my love of horror came from my like single dad or something, and a single mom. But it was like I said, you just read it and proofread it, and just change, just really just fix a couple things. And I was like, that's. And I just watched it. He just hit thing, and it just filled out those really just a wild thing. And like this is the beginning stages, so all this stuff's gonna. For example, anyone who's used Photoshop or whatever, and I know from when I started using Photoshop to today how far that's advanced. This stuff's just gonna keep advancing. It's just gonna keep getting better and better.
Did you cry afterwards and said that was the best book I've ever read?
It was pretty touching.
Now we know that Lexar's not even real. He's AI the whole time. You've been
I know people use it to write scripts or to punch up scripts. They'll write scripts and then they'll use it to make it more dramatic or make it more comedic, and it's like, this is just weird. Or they'll use it to write a whole script. They'll give it all the ideas and stuff, write the whole script, then they'll just go through it and change what they want to change. It will give them the skeleton of the script. So it's wild, but it's also scary, honestly.
Blink if you're real, Lexar.
He can't. That's not a blink, is it?
I can't wait till we get AI wrestlers. That's gonna be great.
Yeah, we'll see Hulk Hogan will wrestle forever and Steve Stone Cold.
Lexar, are you still enjoying how we answer your questions?
Kenny Omega.
It's a long one.
Sure, you all talked about it, but if not, what do y'all been thinking about season 4 Dark Side of the Ring? I haven't watched any, unfortunately. I might. I need to catch up on them because I do like the show. I just haven't watched it.
What I've watched has been very good. Steven was talking earlier about the Adrian Adonis episode. That was very good. I watched the Matt Bourne. I don't respect Matt Bourne very much after watching that show. It was pretty rough how he treated a lot of his wives. That was pretty bad. And one of them was just like, I don't know. He seemed like an asshole, and it was funny though. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, he was like, he was a fucking bully, and they cut to Mick Foley, and Mick Foley was like, you have to make a concerted effort to hate Hacksaw Jim Duggan in this business, and Matt Bourne did. And it was like, because Hacksaw's so friendly to everybody. Yeah. And but apparently they had beef because Hacksaw punched a fan on his way out of the ring because he was, the fan was trying to like smack him or something like that. So Hacksaw punched him, and Matt, when the guy was down, he like kicked him in the side of the face and busted his orbital bone, and like he said the guy's eye fell out of his head.
Damn.
And it's like, and like Hacksaw was like, you didn't have to take it that far, and they had a whole trial about it, and Matt felt like Hacksaw did him wrong, so some indie company booked him on a show, the two of them, and they actually had a shoot. I didn't even know that story. Like they actually went out there and kind of shot a little bit, and Matt Bourne left out the back, like he didn't even go to the dressing room because Hacksaw was like, we can finish it in the dressing room, but Matt Bourne took off. So, freaking Doink. He was great as Doink. I'll give him credit there.
Oh, he was always really talented guy. But I've never heard really anyone say anything good about him as a human being.
Yeah, it sounded like he just went ballistic on little things. And you remember when we seen him at the convention, and you're like, "Oh, that's Big Josh," and I was like, "Who?" I was like, "Geez, he could have like freaked out and like
just start killing you,
kicked my
or even maybe even beat me up for calling him Big Josh." I don't know.
Well, he was in the outfit.
Oh, he was in the outfit. Yeah. Because I think he went up and changed because I think he did part of it as Doink and part of it as Big Josh or something.
Mm-hmm. I remember he was walking through the hall and like it was just this guy and his hair was like soaking wet.
Yeah.
And I was like, who the fuck is this guy? And then you're like, that's Big Josh. I was like, who? He's doing the Big Josh gimmick. And I was like, leave it to Jack. He knows every gimmick.
Yeah, up until a point. I thought about this the other day. Like, honestly, like anything from like anything from the 90s or before that, I would know all these obscure gimmicks. Anything from now, I won't.
Yeah.
I won't remember any of this stuff.
Do people even have gimmicks now?
I mean, like
guy in black trunks,
just like
guy in blue trunks.
You got
that's part of it, but even
Alpha
just like
Academy.
the names, I won't remember or anything.
Like a real gimmicky gimmick nowadays.
It's usually just looked at like stupid. But I don't know, Danhausen,
Luchasaurus.
Yeah, Danhausen, Orange Cassidy.
Somebody in WWE, Alpha Academy, like they're
the Viking Raiders.
Yeah.
Honestly, a lot of it is like looked at like, wow. People always want like more gimmicks brought back, but then usually when they do, like people hate them. So I don't know. But I always think too, like I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but like Fan Fest in the future, like a Fan Fest now, like even the minor, like a Big Josh to me, like, oh, that's cool, Big Josh is here. Just about anybody, because you remember him, Scotty Too Hottie, whoever. But like a Fan Fest 20 years from today, like would I really care if Ivar was there or
when they're gone, you'll miss them.
Judas? I know, because I don't watch a show.
Honky Tonk Man sucked, but people like her.
No, I love the Honky Tonk Man.
What you would have to do, Jack? You would have
Judas
to always,
Macias.
That's Judas Macias. You would have to always invite Nikhil along with you.
That's true.
When Nikhil would see him, he would just totally pop, and you could share in his enjoyment.
Yeah. I mean, there's guys I really like Orange Cassidy. I mean, there's people I like. I'm not someone who hates modern wrestling. I just I mean, a lot of us don't watch WWE, so why would I know them? Okay, so I'm guilty of this, of saying who when someone pops up I don't know. But I also realize, because I see it a lot on the group, if you never watch a wrestling company, so if you never watch New Japan, or if you never watch AEW, why would you know any of those guys unless they were somewhere else? So it doesn't really mean anything. It's like, why would I? If someone mentioned some character from Breaking Bad, and if you never watched it, why would it be a big deal if you didn't know who they were? Well, obviously you wouldn't know who they were if you never watched it.
That's a bad example, because Breaking Bad is in the cultural zeitgeist. You should know at least who Walter White is.
Well, that's true, Walter White, but like Frank, maybe Fig, but some of the minor guys, unless you watch a show, you probably wouldn't know who they were.
Like that's Better Call Saul.
I never watched the show, so I didn't know.
See, would you know Pinkman?
Yeah, Slippin' Jimmy or
I know Bob
card guy that got his card stolen, and he was like, he got Michael Ehrman out, to help him out. I like that guy. He's on that vampire show that's out now.
What We Do in the Shadows?
Yeah, the bald dude. I like that guy. Us bald guys got to stick together.
Bruce Briscoe, is this in your head all-nighter? Nope. I have to go to sleep at some point because I'm going to wrestling tomorrow.
Yeah.
Going to the wrestling.
See you in the crowd falling asleep.
I'll be so fucking pumped just to spite you.
Now, Jack.
I would do lines of coke just to spite you so you didn't see me dozing off.
I'm sure you would. I got the return of Kenny Omega and the return of... was it the return of CM Punk? When I went to the show, could you see CM Punk showing up on Dynamite while Kenny Omega's on the show?
I mean, it's possible, but I don't think they will this week. I think they will when they're in Chicago.
They said like the secret member might have been.
Yeah, he said he. Now, all right. So I have a few things there. I honestly don't think that would have been a great idea, because when you do CM Punk versus them, or if it ever happens, you really need to build that as a huge deal. So if him as a surprise guest in this 5-on-5, I don't think would have been actually a smart idea. It would have been a waste of a big money match and a big money feud. But if it was true and he didn't want to do it, now if they all sat around and said, "Well, this is why we shouldn't do it. We should save it," I'm totally for that. If it was just how it's been said that like the Young Bucks just won't work with him, I think I'll never not think that's bullshit. Like whoever, any of those guys, if they won't even be in the building or work with them, that I mean you're pathetic. You're not thinking for the better of the company, the better of the fans. You're grown men. I mean,
I do think the separation has hurt the company because it's like you got these two brands. You know the Bucks aren't going to show up on.
I don't think it has right now. I actually think it's doing really well, but I think you have to do them at some point.
Mm-hmm. But I do think it's hurt the appeal of the both of the Bucks.
I actually disagree. I've actually liked that each show is its own identity right now.
Yeah,
but you have to, and then it would actually make the angle better if each show is its own identity, and then they start talking about each other, and then you slowly build up. Now I hope that's what happens, but if it's really just never do it, you're wasting the biggest angle and the biggest match in the history of the company.
Yeah.
And everything I've seen, Punk's willing to work with them, and Kenny Omega's willing to work with Punk, and Jericho's willing to work. And it's the Bucks, and it's like, I mean, that's just pathetic.
Well, the guy did get knocked out.
Who gives a shit? They're fucking men.
If
they're men, and they wrestle for a living.
All right, Jack. If you're working on a film with somebody,
it's not the same thing.
Yeah. And somebody knocked you out, it's a work environment. Would you be willing to work with them? If a man knocked you out, would you be like, I want to go to work?
It's not the same thing.
If they hand Jack a check that's big enough, he'll work with them.
These guys are all getting 6 and 7. They're probably all getting 7 figures. They're all getting millions of dollars.
A physical altercation. You've had a fight with somebody.
They do fit. They are physical for a living.
At any other workplace, it wouldn't be
But you can't compare wrestling and honestly, other workplace. The Bucks would have been fired for going into the room, especially when they were the bosses.
But you can make it pay off on
TV. You can't. Like Bruce is saying, you can't use that. Oh, we're gonna pay this off with. Oh wow, these two accountants are gonna work together on this. On this guy's taxes, who have a real feud. No one would give a fuck.
To them, and he punched him. So
who cares? They're fucking grown men, and they wrestle for a living. Be men and don't be two pussies. And I take advantage of this. It's an unfortunate plus because you didn't plan this, but now you got it. The fans know it. Everyone knows it. You can't make people think wrestling's real, but they think this is real because it is real. So use it. And if not, I'd say get the fuck out of here. You're a detriment to the company.
Fucking Sid Vicious with scissors, and they work together after
Yes. Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart hated each other, and they worked together.
I can understand hating somebody and not wanting to work with them, but the thing
you don't have to be best buddies.
He fucking stabbed Sid Vicious with scissors.
And you're gonna kill the man. Like, understand where they're coming from.
It's been like almost a year now. Now, if they did it for a couple months, okay, but it's been long enough. Be men. Don't be little babies.
And his buddy bit him in the arm.
Yeah, and they supposedly kicked the dog's teeth out.
Yeah, what do you think? A person's crazy if they did that to you? I mean,
not necessarily. Not if the guy was. They say he was probably choking him. That's wiping him on the arm. They hired him back, and he doesn't have a problem with it. Kenny Omega's being a man about it. He's going to work with them,
which is good. I do think that it would be nice if they could work together. But I'm just saying, I understand why he wouldn't want to work with him when he's been knocked out by the man. And
then he's a pussy. Then he shouldn't. He's not cut out to be in the wrestling business. He shouldn't be there. He should be fired.
If the same thing happened to you, you wouldn't be working with him. I know you.
I'm not a professional wrestler.
Well,
I don't get dropped in my head and stuff for a living.
Put it in whatever you do.
Because you can't compare the two. It's not the
eBay
same.
seller came over and they bit you and knocked
It's not
you out
the
of
same.
there.
It's like Bruce said. No one's gonna say, "Oh, I'm gonna bid more on this guy's hat because these two eBay sellers have a feud, and now they're selling this Sting T-shirt now." No one gives a shit. But the wrestling is a completely different thing. More people are going to watch a show, which helps everyone involved in the show. Helps the show itself. Helps the company. It helps the fan. It helps everything. Everyone involved. It helps the guy who owns the company is paying you.
It may come around to it, and they may work.
Well, when? What, in 10 years? If they're not over getting punched by now, good Lord.
How long does it take to be getting knocked out and being bit on your arm? I don't know. So
3 months.
3 months?
Yeah,
18 years.
Then, I guess.
This is not new to wrestling.
I know
people have done worse in wrestling and still worked with each other. You don't have to be. They don't have to go out to eat together and get drinks together.
I mean, it's happened on other shows too. I mean, backstage fights on TV shows and movies have happened. Same as sports teams, and they get along. And next week they'll come out and
a sport team's a good way. You got to band together as a team to keep winning.
But Jonathan, if you were working with somebody, say you're out, and they just decide,
it's not like he fucked his wife.
Oh.
Yeah, he punched him. Who cares? They're grown men who wrestle for a living.
That's what Brian Alvarez was trying to do. For the girlfriend. Not really. I think it was a joke anyhow. Allegedly. I'm just going to throw that in too.
They're so biased against Punk. If you listen to anything,
he's a big badass. I mean, you'd be afraid of him too if he knocked you out.
I just want to say, Tony, is CM Punk as big of a deal?
I threw you around at Fan Fest in the hotel room, and you still doing the show.
I'm asking a question. Fucking let me finish my question and then throw your thing in. You're walking all over me.
Now you know how Steven feels.
I feel like biting you and knocking you out with a chair.
Remember now, think, oh, maybe I shouldn't interrupt poor Steven. This is how I felt. What were you going to say? Spit it out, boy.
I'm in the middle of a question and you're just...
Before I fucking knock you out, boom!
Oh, shit.
God damn!
Bam! Yeah, look at that, boy!
You think you would stop at some point?
Ah, boom!
Tony, is CM Punk as big of a deal in your town? Like, are you a CM Punk fan? Like,
I used to be a CM Punk fan.
You can't argue that he's not a big deal for the company, though.
But he's a big deal here in Chicago, yeah.
Yeah. I was just wondering, like, does every Chicago person love CM Punk, or is that just?
I would say every Chicago wrestling fan.
Okay.
I don't think he's gone past the wrestling world as far as breaking out.
Yeah, well, he did a few movie roles, and he had a hell of a UFC career. So
he's still a draw there. That's why they kept it. He still does commentary.
How long was he going to be a draw though? If he kept coming out performing like he was performing, I mean, that was pretty sorry.
Well, your boy got knocked out by him. So what's to say about him?
Well, that's why they're professional wrestlers. And Mickey Gall's buddy was with him.
Punk was never knocked out.
Yeah, he might as well have been knocked out. It was pretty sorry.
One punch Punk knocked out.
Why are you defending Punk's UFC performance now? You used to be against it.
Oh no, it sucked. But you can't say he's not. That makes him not tough when he knocked out these other guys. I mean, that makes him even worse.
Jack's just trying to put the Bucks over. If he puts down CM Punk's performance in the ring, then they look like they got beat up by a bitch. He's trying to say, look how good he is.
Yeah, you get. So then you're saying like these guys are the complete. If you say like people can't, I remember you saying you can't take Punk seriously after that. What the hell does it say about them?
Well, it does come in the back of my like the Samoa Joe match. It's like I think Joe would probably.
I'll be honest. I think that's like almost no one thinks of this when they're watching wrestling at this point.
In your mind.
I mean,
other people's
I mean,
minds.
you can't argue that he's been he's everyone is how you can measure it. He's been the biggest money maker for the company. So you can't. No one can keep. You cannot like the guy all you want, but you can't like pretend like no one likes him and no one wants to see him and no one buys his shirts and stuff.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I can understand why Matt and Nick would not want
got their ass beat.
Would
They
not
went
want to
in.
work with a
They
man.
went in 3-on-1 and got their ass handed
Would
to
not
them.
want to work with a man who knocked one of them out and bit the other one. Well, Omega got bit on the arm, so I guess he's the one. From all the reports we heard. So
Be men, don't be bitches, or get out of the wrestling business.
Absolutely.
Maybe the Buck should have shook his hand.
Exactly. Shake the hand.
I think you're being unreasonable, though.
I don't. Honestly, not at all. I think it's been what 9 months. Get over it or get out.
Once you hate somebody, you hate them for way longer than 9 months.
That's not true.
Look, they can hate him all they want, but you're gonna
Yeah,
get
they don't
paid.
have to be buddies, but they have to do what's right. It ain't. It's not right. What's right for them. It's what's right for the company.
Whatever. You love Punk. You're a CM cuck. Go ahead.
I said if he wouldn't work with them, they should get rid of him too.
You don't even know the man. You don't even talk to him.
I met him.
I love him so much. Oh, he's the best.
What? Are you hanging out with the Bucks? Are you hanging out with your boys?
No, I'm not either.
Are your face, your mouth okay? Can I kiss your boobie and make it better? I'm sorry, Nick. Let me rub it.
I'm relating to him in a work environment.
Why? You get your ass beat a lot.
No, I'm saying if I was working with somebody where it's supposed to be professional, they're not.
It's wrestling business. Come on. You can't just compare it to like working in at McDonald's or working at your accountants working together.
Doing coke and drunk. It's not professional.
Now they play video games in the back. They don't sit there and snort coke. They just.
Oh, it's not even the wrestling business anymore.
Vic,
they gotta man up, and do what's right for the company.
What he wants to say. He's getting mad over there. I bet he's mad at me. I want to hear what he says.
What?
It looks like you're getting mad.
Look at mad.
Were you talking to somebody else? I thought you were like mad at me or something.
No.
Okay, we're still good.
Yeah, you're wrong, but we're still good.
Oh, okay. You don't want to bite me. You don't want to punch me.
No.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure Vic is good with it. I'm fine with being having somebody say I'm wrong. That's fine. I do a show with somebody who says I'm always wrong, but I know I'm always 100% right. But I think you're totally wrong when you say I would just go ahead and work with somebody who punched me in the
Of course. Well, if I was in the wrestling business and it's going to make the company money and me money, that's part of being a wrestler.
Yeah.
It's a different mentality being a wrestler. You gotta go in there and you're gonna know that your life is gonna be better financially and things. But going in, you're gonna break down your body doing this.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a different mentality than if you're working in an office together. Obviously, you're not you hit each other. These guys are hitting each other all the time, and they got into a physical fight. And okay, if they don't want to work with them right away, I get that. But after months, you have to just put it aside for the betterment of the company, the fans, the guy who's paying you. You're not the number one promotion. You're the number two. This is something that could help you really build momentum. I don't think there's really an argument not to work with them.
Plus the payday. You imagine the payday you're going to get?
Yeah, that could legit main event the Wembley show.
It would,
or any show.
I don't disagree with that. I do think it would draw money like crazy because the fans all know about it and it's got everybody separated. I do think that's a bad thing because you got people booing.
Well, don't you think this would help that if they actually did a match together? I don't think that. I think that makes for exciting TV, honestly.
But
look at the Hardys. The Hardys and Edge, they went and worked together. Edge stole fucking Matt's girlfriend.
I think that would be more hurtful than getting punched.
I mean, Batista and Booker T actually had a real fight, and they got over it.
Yeah.
So. Shawn Michaels and Hitman hated each other.
But They hated each other for years, though.
Yeah, and they still worked with each other.
They didn't make up with each other till
Who cares? Yeah, but they worked with each other. They wrestled each other lots of times.
Mm-hmm. But I'm just saying though, it took a while for them, to do that, and I can
a couple months. I think they stopped wrestling each other for like 2 months after they had the big altercation, but they eventually started working with each other again.
Well, if I was in a work environment and somebody punched me, I could understand not wanting to work with them. That's all I'm saying. But I do understand it is different. I will agree with you on that. I will say it is a different type of business where people are huge stars, and it would help the company in the long run.
That's the most important thing.
So I agree with that, but I couldn't say, "Hey, Matt, do it," because
I would. I say, yeah, I would have gave him some time. Not pressure him like the next week. You got to do this, but they've been off for months now. Jesus, what?
Who's to decide how much time is enough, though?
Come on, Jesus! They're not little babies.
So what kind of?
How long?
He didn't hold him down and break his arms or something. He punched him and he punched him. Who gives a fuck?
What kind of response is that? They're not babies. I mean,
yeah, they're not babies. They're grown men in the wrestling business.
They're professional wrestling. They're in a professional business. At least they're trying to portray it as that. I mean, who's to say how long that they should give? I mean, Matt might.
What the hell? What, are they going to go to therapy because CM Punk hit the one guy?
All this Generation Z shit.
You're underestimating the force that CM Punk can generate.
Maybe he's just scared. Maybe that's what it is.
Probably is. He's like he's gonna whoop my little booty.
Yeah, maybe he's never been in a.
Maybe he wants to work with Punk, but he just
what
sees him. And
what will Dave Meltzer think?
I think Jonathan Jackson's scared. He's over there.
Well, see, the thing is too. I mean, I can understand if you were a grocery bagger and some guy punched you. That's one thing, It's like, what the fuck? This is just a regular non-violent job, right?
Right.
But
I will point out, they were the boss at the time. You can't just punch your boss.
Yeah, that makes it worse to me. On the other side, you can't barge in like you're these tough guys to your employees.
By all reports, who was the first to throw a punch?
I don't give a fuck. Who was the first to run?
You can't punch your boss.
So what? He's just sit there hit me, beat me up, 3 guys.
Punch your boss because he's upset with you. That's period. End of story. You can't just say, fuck you, I'm going to punch you.
Well, you can't run in on somebody and not expect them to you can't. You're the gun guy. You should know this. If someone runs in there, you're just going to wait till they shoot you before you take your gun out, then shoot them?
Well, by law, you have to feel like you're in danger.
Well, what do you think he felt when the 3 guys came in there and supposedly kicked the door open and hit his dog in the face?
In danger, and there is no other.
We didn't shoot him with the gun. He punched him because they ran into the place. Into his locker room.
Had a gun, do you think you would have shot him?
Nah.
Fucking CM Punk.
And also, you can totally punch your boss. Just don't expect to have a job the next day.
That's true. But that's what happened.
Honestly, I bet he could have sued, and I would think he would have won.
I don't think he would have.
I do. If they were just wrestlers like him, no. But when they're the executive vice presidents and they ran into your locker room, 3 of them,
have a conversation because they were upset about what he just said at them at a very bad press conference.
And then you schedule a meeting and you say, "Hey,
right, you're the boss." You schedule a meeting. It's supposedly they kicked open the door and hit the dog's face.
They were the boss. They can do all that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, motherfucker, who do you think you are?
Yeah, this is my fucking door.
We own this dog. This door and those dogs' teeth.
It's my dog.
No thing is unfortunate. I mean, that's bad.
I don't think Punk punched him. I think he just fell into Punk's fist.
Yeah, he ran into like when people would run into the big boot from Hogan.
Stevie Richards said when he chair shot at JBL that Undertaker was backstage and he told Undertaker that I'll run into your hand at full speed, like if you think I did anything wrong, sorry Taker. Like, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
That's another thing though, the Blue Meanie worked with JBL after JBL bloodied him, punched him many times.
No, he bloodied Blue Meanie.
That's what I mean. But yeah, he'd be.
Sorry, I was thinking Stevie Richards. Okay, I see what. But yeah, that did happen. But that was weird.
That's because it's the wrestling business.
No, it doesn't make it right.
Yes.
Criminal behavior doesn't mean like, oh well, it's the wrestling business, so you can.
Well, what would have been the alternative? He would have sued him, got blackballed, never worked in wrestling again, or work it out like men.
I mean, they still have that opportunity to do it.
Have you never got into a fight with anyone you work with?
The only point
Didn't you sucker punch your buddy when you guys were playing football? Did he just never talk to you again for the rest of your lives?
No.
You were like a referee, and then you hit him in the back of the head or something?
I didn't hit him in the back of the head. I hit him right to his face.
Well, did he just never talk to you again, or did you
came up
like?
and started giving me shit right in the middle of it, and I just punched him. So that's what.
Whoa! You should have called the cops and have you arrested.
We were like 12, maybe.
Even then, you were little kids, and then what? You got over it. You didn't think about it for the rest of your life, and never play games with them again, or
whatever.
And you wouldn't even get paid or nothing.
And cry if somebody.
See,
you would.
No, the point was you got over. The point is you got over it. The point was you got over it.
I'm gonna come up here and punch you.
No, see now you know I'm right. Question number 6
You're not
from Lexar.
right.
There's more questions,
Right,
yeah.
Go punch your boss and see what happens.
Well, if your boss comes running in on you, then he's not a very good. The whole company's probably going to get sued.
You're upset, Lexar. He wants to question his ass.
Well, hold on. I see Jonathan Jackson is shaking. That means I got to go. Enjoy the rest of the show.
All right, good night. He's going to turn into the Hulk.
He's going to punch somebody. Ah.
Lexar wants to know, do you have a lucky T-shirt?
Like a T-shirt with the word "lucky" on it?
I don't know.
All right.
I think it's a shirt that anytime you wear the shirt, this happens.
Oh. Lexar, I do not have a lucky T-shirt, but I have a lucky quarter that I've had since I was in high school. Take that.
Is that it?
Gotta be serious here. I have a lucky quarter, and I'll show it.
Lance Storm over here.
Unless it's gone. Oh, there it is. This is my lucky quarter.
What price says like 2022 on it or something?
Shut up, bitch.
Get a fucking punch your ass.
Since high school, since last year.
This here is my lucky quarter. It has the date of 1967 on it, I believe.
Year my brother was born.
And the reason I kept it was because it has this big like chunk out of the side of it. And I was like, oh, it's beaten up.
You bit it?
No, that's the way I got it.
It took a bullet.
And this is my lucky quarter, so I've always held on to it, and it's in my wallet. So I've had this for years. So
what if you accidentally?
Now you know what to target in his wallet.
It hasn't exactly brought me any good luck. I don't think, but maybe I'd be dead if it wasn't for my lucky quarter. Who knows?
Oh shit!
Who knows? So I've had this in my wallet for like years. Like,
what if you accidentally spent it on like if you're driving
like a bubble gum?
No, if he drives on a highway and had to pay a toll, and
that doesn't even enter my mind. This I don't spend this quarter. I've had it since my freshman year of high school. I remember when I put it in my wallet. So, no, I would not just spend it.
Since then, you've never been punched in the face, so it is lucky.
Yeah, I've been punched in the face since then.
Oh well, put that thing away.
Not very lucky.
I have been punched in the face since I've had this quarter, yes. But I keep it in
your face is very punchable.
You'd like to try.
No, it's very pinchable.
Mm-hmm. So just to answer Lexar's question seriously,
no,
I do have a lucky item.
Oh, I do not. Do you? Is it a white T-shirt?
But it doesn't
wear the
like
same shirt and you just keep cleaning it.
Sports people have a T-shirt that they feel is lucky for their sports team. Is that why you're asking this? Like, there's some people who are like, I got to go put on my lucky shirt for my team tonight because they need to win. I've heard that before. Lexar,
he's just giving us the death stare.
It
He's
was
like
just
he's
a
just
random
gonna
question. That's all.
gonna murder us. Something.
He's like, wait, my question should have had meaning.
Do you have an answer to this, Lexar? Do you have a lucky shirt?
Nope.
Why did you ask it?
I just saw an episode of that cartoon Doug where he had a lucky hat.
Oh,
so
all right.
I thought if instead of a hat, it's a shirt.
Bruce, do you have a lucky condom?
I bet he does.
I got rid of it.
Whoa.
Used it because it was lucky.
No. You can just keep reusing it.
Well, that's why I grab handfuls at the doctor's office for free.
Lexa. This just a story actually about a condom. So they were given free out at Coolidge Corner Theater. Well, not at the theater, but outside the theater. And so I took one and I stuck it in my pocket, in my jacket pocket. I was wearing like a trench coat kind of thing. And then like a few days later on my walk, I'd stopped to buy a drink at my local regular convenience store. And it came to whatever and some change. So I reached in to get the change, and I started handing it to him, and it was the condom was in my hand, and the guy just like looked at me, and I was like, oh.
He's like, this guy's down to fuck.
It was the same guy who a couple weeks before that, because I was waiting to pay for stuff, and I just noticed that behind the counter was all these dirty magazines, and like I really hadn't seen them in years, just because I used to see them, but I don't really see any place that sells them anymore. And so no one was there, and so I was just kind of reading them, and I'd mentioned this before. It was like it was something about hair or something. What was it? I'd mentioned on the show before. I forget what it was called now.
Big Bush. Oh, no,
It was Bush. It was all Bush. It was because it was in alphabetical order. So the top row was all Bush and barely 18. So then I literally like we're looking over just reading what they were, and then I hear, can I help you, sir? And I was like, I'm just buying this drink. Like, man, then a week later it was the condom, so I was like, man, this guy just thinks I'm some degenerate. but a safety conscious degenerate.
Mm-hmm. He's a safety conscious degenerate.
So enter when I was in school, there was a safe, like you could join the safety kids.
Oh God.
And it was just after school, like
safety Pete. He wears a condom and he beats his meat. He's safety Pete. I've heard this one.
That reminds me, the Boogeyman. So no,
fuck the Boogeyman.
I love it. Now that there's an actors and writers strike, would it prevent Jack from heading to Hollywood in August? No, I'm still gonna go there. We're filming an independent film, which there's been talk of delaying that, but we are also going to do the special features on Once and Future Smash. We do commentary tracks and like behind the scenes interviews and stuff. But Once and Future Smash Endzone 2 isn't, but Once and Future Smash is a SAG film, so we can't release it. I mean, we could, but it would be really heavily frowned upon, and no one in it could legally promote it or anything, so it would make no sense to do that. So we're probably going to release it next year if the strike is over, but hopefully the strike will be over sometime next year. But it is predicted to last quite a while into next year. But it does affect a lot of things, because not only SAG members, but a lot of people also in support of SAG and the Writers Guild will not, do interviews or movies. So there's I've had a lot of people cancel interviews on coming up on Without Your Head.
Oh, jeez.
And there was a question by one of my reviewers about reviewing movies. So because you're not supposed to promote any movies during this that are SAG, but almost everything we promote is independence, which still could be SAG because our movie's independent, but it's also a SAG movie, so it's confusing. What other plush characters from kids' TV shows does Bruce Briscoe have?
I'm Bruce Cirxino, but yeah, Bruce Briscoe's another guy. But I have Bugs Bunny.
You look like you got like a whole setup, like it's like a kid show or some kind of like fun talk show. I like it. You look very comfortable and it's fun, and I like that it keeps changing.
Yeah, I just keep like adding to it.
I like it. No, I'm serious. I'm not being facetious.
Yeah, I found this big banner. It says, "Look at."
Oh, Lexar! Look, Lexar's pissed because it's straight.
Yeah, but the top word it says "shit could be worse."
Shit. That's good. That's good. That's good advice. So shit could be worse.
And it has flowers all over it, which is
I like
pretty hilarious.
Shit and flowers.
But I found it for like $2. So
I like it.
Okay, I'm gonna buy it.
I have a painting over here that I got for free from a hotel. They put out paintings sometime.
Yeah, that's cool. I have a whole bunch of paintings from like office buildings and stuff.
I was gonna just I one time I was thinking of just putting all these stupid like hotel paintings behind me, but
that's
like
cool.
many
I have
ideas
this
I don't
other-
do them.
This is one of the most famous characters like in Europe.
Really?
His
You know
name
what
is
that is, Incher?
D Mouse. It's like
The Mouse.
from Germany. It's like as big as like Big Bird and like Sesame
Sweet.
Street.
I think he's cute.
I figured that out. But I bought it for like $1 and
I like it.
It's worth like $40.
Really?
But I'm
Put
gonna
it on
keep
the
it because I
eBay.
like it.
That's what I'm gonna do with that Sting hat that Jason sent me. That's going up on the eBay.
That's fuck.
I'm just kidding.
Vic,
But
we love you, buddy.
Night,
We
Vic.
love you. Good
Gotta
night.
be at work in 5 hours. So
All right. Good night, Vic. You're a good man, no matter what Incher says about you.
Never said
You're
a
a
thing.
good dude.
You're a good dude. You can disagree with me, but I'm always right. I'm always right.
You can disagree with him, and that's probably a good sign.
No, I'm always right.
Do you still have a VCR and VHS tapes? I do, but I do not have a working VCR.
I have a working VCR over there.
Yeah, mine's like right here.
My TV's on top of it. So
Mine's
I
right
don't really
here.
wanna pull it out.
The hell's a VCR?
I have two working VCRs. There's one in my other room, and this one it works, but I think the audio jack on the back might not work. I'd have to check it to make sure it works. Still.
I have a VH. I have some VH tapes back in here, but I'd have to move these banners.
I still have all those like old.
Actually, I think I got
like,
4 VCRs.
Attitude Era like VHS.
God damn!
I have like 15 of them still because I quit
Hell
selling
yeah.
them.
Do people buy any VHS tapes?
That's what Tyler Steven.
I made a lot of money on that.
Yeah, he sells them a lot. So he gets like old wrestling ones. And
I made
stuff.
like
I have some
$30
weird
a
ones.
piece for just recorded old stuff. Anyway.
Oh no, I have like Deadly Spawn and the clamshell and Blood Feast and the old clamshell.
That might be worth something. I know. I saw a video that said the movie Cars on VHS is like one of the highest selling. If it's got to be sealed though, which is
Yeah.
but it's one of the highest selling VHS because there wasn't a whole lot of them produced because that came along when DVD was like taking over, so there wasn't a whole lot of them. For some reason, the movie Cars, Pixar's Cars, is worth a lot. That's what I heard, anyways. It might be
My
right.
eye out for it.
Yeah, if you see it,
and it's sealed.
Yeah, that's like that's going to be pretty rare to find. Maybe the unsealed ones are worth some money too because it's kind of rare.
I'm pretty good at finding shit, so I don't.
You want to find me some NES games?
I
You want to
could.
find me some Super games?
Sure.
All sealed.
Sealed.
I don't know.
That would be sweet.
I could look around. I look on eBay every day.
Well, I meant like out in the wild. You're not going to find
Oh yeah.
anything cheap.
No,
on eBay.
I'll definitely
In
get
a
it
garage
some if
sale
they're out in
somewhere.
the wild for sure. I go to video game stores and stuff.
Yeah, Bruce's Ghost. You're the man. Jackie Jones never offered to send me video games.
I sent you Mega Man socks and you didn't thank me or send me shit.
I
that year
thank
for
you on
Christmas.
the show. They're right over here.
Only after I said something.
I thank you.
Probably just wiped your ass on him and threw it
I
in the
didn't thank you
trash.
fast enough. Jeez, you're more petty than Matt Jackson. Listen to him.
You're the one who's still crying about him. You're like, Nick should never touch my boy. Gonna leave his face pristine.
He was the guy's boss.
Well, even more reason not to barge in there.
Bosses yell at their employees, especially when their employee was trashing them the way he was.
He's a biatch.
No.
The Gilgo Beach murderer Rex Howerman has been arrested after more than 10 years for killing sex workers.
What if you're brawling out in the crowd and like Matt just like super?
Just look, he's a fucking
That'd be
bitch.
awesome.
Man up or get the fuck out.
Would you sell?
You're
it,
not.
or would
He's
you
not man enough to be in the wrestling
Answer
business.
my question. Would you sell?
He's
it, or
a
would you...
bitch. And then
Listen.
they went and cried like bitches to their boy Dave Meltzer. So Dave Meltzer would put out their side of the story. And
God, you act like
oh
you're
my
like your
God,
best friend
my
or
young bucks,
Jeez, you
they
can't
have
even
17 7-star matches. It's this CM Punk match. It wasn't even as good as this botch-filled match on the same show, so I'll give it 3 stars.
Well, I will say his matches aren't as good as Kenny Omega. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, but Meltzer, he gave the Joe Punk match like 3 stars and gave the Commander match, which was fun, but it was objectively a bad match, versus Jericho 4 stars. And it's like, come on, dude, like you're just so biased.
Yeah, I would say the Punk.
That's a fun match. That I'm fine, like enjoying that match. It's fun. But it was not actually a good match because it was lots of botches.
I mean, I'll agree. I would say that I think the Punk match and Joe was a bigger match, and it was better.
Yeah, it's much better.
And I didn't think it was as good as it could have been, but it was pretty good. I mean,
it's way more dramatic, and I mean, it's objectively a better wrestling match. I don't think it's not even a matter of opinion on that. I just think it's objectively better.
So, answer my question. Would you sell it if Matt Jackson came over and super kicked you?
I think they're bitches.
They'd find you in the crowd.
What? They come over and they slap
You'd
their
be
leg
like-
in front of me? They were like,
Oh, don't start that shit. You would be like the dude we
Super Kick
interviewed.
Party!
You'd be like the evil idol guy.
Meltzer, give us 7 stars!
What was the evil idol guy? What was it? What was the violent idols? You'd be like him. You wouldn't sell it?
Oh, that was a good kick.
That's what I'm saying. If they super kicked you in the crowd, you wouldn't sell for them? Or you'd be like, oh, only like Punk. Would you do that?
Or just stand? Would I kill their whole careers if I no sold their leg slap?
Jeez, why are you so hating on the Bucks?
Because you're jizzing all over the place for me.
I'm fine with somebody enjoying CM Punk. I like CM Punk.
You are? You've been crying about the whole show for the last 2 hours.
Because you won't listen whenever I say.
No, I've stated my opinion ever since this started, and I haven't changed. They're bitches, and they should man up and get over it. Good Lord.
You can't punch your boss. You can't.
Your boss isn't supposed to try to fight your employees.
That was not the report that I got, that they were trying.
What, by Dave Meltzer? Dave Meltzer's stuff is total bullshit. He's saying that Colt Cabana was like, they want him fired. Every single person said that never happened. Why would Tony Khan lie about it? And then people just have this memory that he's never been on since Punk in the show, which isn't true. He wrestled on Dynamite versus Bryan Danielson, who came into the company after CM Punk was hired. So how did he wrestle him on Dynamite? It's a bunch of bullshit. They are bitches. Dave Meltzer and his Bucks are bitches. No, do I think Meltzer lies? No, but I think he is very, very easily manipulated.
You'd be manipulated too.
What the hell does that mean? It's like
It's not like
rubbing
we've
your
been
glue.
nice to people.
I know you are, but what am I?
It's not like we've not been nice to people just because they've been on the show. You can't say that's not true.
To a point, but now I'm saying he is a biatch. The Young Bucks are biatches.
You have this inability to put
Bitches!
yourself in a situation.
Biatch. Man up or get out.
You're not looking at it realistically.
No, I think I am. I don't think you are.
You're really not.
Yes, I am. This is the wrestling business. They got punched. Who gives a fuck? Get over it. You're devaluing your own company, which is even worse that they're the bosses because they have a stake in the actual company. So they should get over this and do what's right for the company. Every single wrestler in the company, everyone who works for the company, all the cameramen, everyone in the company, they're hurting all of them because they're risking all their jobs and their TV deals by not doing what is the best thing to get viewers and paying customers at the show.
But my point is, I can
that
understand
they're bitches.
He does.
All right, well, get over that. You got punched. Who cares? Get over it. Okay, you're hurt. And then you cry for a couple months. And then you said, fuck it. Yeah, we want to know, what, do you have a favorite t-shirt? Oh, no, boy, is that exciting. Oh, yeah. And then we ask you, and you're like, no, I don't even know what a shirt is.
This shirt.
Now he has a favorite t-shirt. That's kind of.
So he was asking us about I don't know, about someone. Are we intrigued that some guy killed people? Not really.
I always thought it was Gigolo Beach, and I was like, man, why would you go to Gigolo Beach?
That's where Jimmy Del Rey's from.
Oh, hell yeah. I watched a thing about Jimmy Del Rey, too, and how, Tom Pritchard was, being yeah, he was that way all the time.
I always used to think that was the joke was he called himself the Gigolo and he was not a handsome man and missing teeth and this hairy dude. And the same thing with Beautiful Bobby and Loverboy Dennis. But as time went on and I listened to Cornette talk about how I'll get put over the Young Bucks. He says that they're like these virgins and never got a blowjob and I'm like, wait a minute. He actually thinks these Jimmy Del Rey and Dennis Condrey are sexy guys. That's what Cornette thinks is like a sexy man. That's who he's sharing his wife with in the hot tub.
Oh, man.
Allegedly.
I'm just a sexy man. Sexy man.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
So how sexy is Brian Lass?
God, that guy's annoying.
Yeah.
I know that guy's got. I mean, there's lots of people who have inflated egos, but this guy, I think he's this this. Now, at least Cornette has done stuff. He's worked every promotion. He's booked everywhere. You can argue the success, and he's trained all these people. One of the best all time on air managers. Great promo, all this stuff. What the fuck's Brian Last done to have the same oh, this all sucks. Oh. Dude, what the fuck? You're just some guy. You're some little rich kid.
Into some shows.
He's got the Conrad Brooks philosophy. He has money.
And then Conrad Brooks is Conrad Brooks. Former without your head guest. Question 11. On a scale of 1 to 10.
Conrad Thompson. Did I say Brooks?
Yeah. Conrad Brooks way cooler.
I bet Thompson. I'm sorry.
What do you think about Conrad Thompson going in the Wrestling Hall of Fame?
Fucking put him in.
I mean, I know he started but he didn't start podcasts. Podcasts have been around way longer than him.
We were around before him.
Lots of people were.
Where's our Hall of Fame? Fuck y'all.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how pumped is Jack and Annabelle feeling to see the Barbie movie this weekend? I think it looks like one of the worst movies ever made, and I had no plans at all on going. The only reason I would go is to be funny and do a review of it, and we would all wear pink. But if as a moviegoer, I would. I go see almost everything, but that is something I would not see. Just
Me,
to
my
go see
mom,
movies.
and my aunt went to this mall, and there was like a lot of promo material on the barbecue.
Oh no, it's gonna. A lot of people are pumped. They're gonna. I actually really want to see. I was this earlier today because I want to see Oppenheimer on IMAX because it's the first time they filmed the movie on film for IMAX. And all 3 days of the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the place was packed. The only thing left was a couple seats in the front row, which really sucks for IMAX to watch it. I was like, whoa! I knew people, like some people were into seeing it, but I didn't think it would be that big of a deal. So good for it. But I'll see it eventually. But I do want to see it while it's still on IMAX.
With that being said,
And Terrifier, the original Terrifier, is being re-released too this weekend, so I'll probably see that.
Lexar, thank you, sir, for your questions. Thank you for your
good night, Lexar. Stay out of trouble.
Jack, enjoy your blood and guts tomorrow night.
Thank
I'll be
you.
seeing on the TV.
It's gonna be. I'm really pumped. This looks like a pretty good show.
I hope Matt comes over to Super Kick scene.
He'd be like, slapping his leg.
What if they force make you sell it? They force make you sell it. Yeah.
Look, I don't claim to be a tough guy, but I don't think they. I mean, I wouldn't be like. I'm not going to try to fight anybody, but I'm not really like.
What if it was an exploding super kick?
No, that would be different. If Punk's around, though, he'd just come over and knock them both out.
But he won't be around because he's not in the building. He's been barred.
He might be. He might be in the audience.
No, look at you, you bitch. You're like, come save me, Punk.
It's like, this guy. I talked to him one time at a show in Chicago, and he liked my movie. I like this guy. I'm gonna go fucking. And you know what? You know what else, Cincher? You're putting over the Young Bucks. They ain't never been on the show. But you know who?
CM Punk.
Wait a minute, bitch. You know who quoted an In Your Head interview our very first year, 2005, on their website? CM Punk. He quoted the Harley Race interview on his original website back when he was on, when they had message boards and websites, and he was there and he quoted the show. Your boys, the Young Bucks ain't.
Colt Cabana,
like, too good.
Twice. Been on the show. Twice.
Yeah, and you hated him.
So he's still been on the show. Twice.
You hated it. You hated
Colt
his guts.
Cabana on the show. Twice.
Yeah, and you know what? And Colt Cabana ain't saying, I won't be in the same arena as that guy. So I ain't saying he's a bitch either.
Well, he could use the money. No, I don't know. I don't know what Colt's.
No, I think
Colt
I
has
mean,
been on the show twice, and we do appreciate it.
Yeah, and I ain't even say nothing bad about him.
And I do appreciate CM Punk saying that back in the past, quoting one of our interviews about the question was about Harley Race. We asked Harley Race what he thought about CM Punk, and Harley really put him over. And
he told a funny story too, where he took all the young guys out for shots, and CM Punk ordered a shot of milk.
Yeah, that was a good story. So yeah. I did appreciate that. That was cool.
Yeah, it was a big deal at the time because that was like Barbie Richards' favorite guy was Punk in that era, and well, a lot of those guys. Anyway, so it was cool to get a quote.
Yeah,
especially in the early days. I know after a while that we got a lot of their interviews would pop up everywhere, but that was really cool. It is nice also. I know I said this a few times, but I like that Nigel McGuinness, not only do I think he's good, but I think it's nice that he was part of that crew of guys a little bit later than Punk, I guess, but like part of the guys who built the Ring of Honor but was never given the big platform like the other guys were. And even though Chris Hero's never really my favorite guy, but as from what I understand, he's there as creative, and I also like that too because he was another guy with all those guys.
I think Chris Hero's creative as shit though.
Is what?
He's had some bad characters. I mean, I don't
think he created any of them.
Yeah, some of them are like back in Ring of Honor and stuff. Like he didn't come up with very good stuff. I don't think.
Well, I think he's a producer. Honestly, though, The creative has been worlds better on AEW, so whoever's doing the stuff's been doing good.
I think Chris Heroes has been lucky he's had around him like Claudio, and in my opinion, I think he's way overrated. He's not very good, and he won't do interviews, so fuck him.
Let's see here. Well, I'm glad that he's there because he was part of that group of guys, and it's good that I like to see him get a job.
Well, I like that. I like that Nigel's there. I think that's cool, and I'm glad he has a job, Chris Hero. I mean, but I don't think his creative was very good. Based off of what I've seen of him in Chikara, I thought he seems like he thinks he's like really great when Claudio's working with him, and I'm like, fucking Claudio's way better than this dude.
Oh, I always like Claudio better, but I mean, he definitely had his fans, and
Yeah,
it's different. I think it's also different when you're doing creative for other people, not yourself.
Claudio is protege, and I was like, that never sat well with me when they were doing the Kings of Wrestling, because I always thought Claudio was leaps and bounds better.
Yeah, but protege don't mean one guy's better than the other. It means that they're younger.
Yeah, but he was trying to like say that he was over him in a way, but I just didn't buy it. I've never been huge on Chris Hero. I think his look is atrocious. Even in his
that's got nothing to do with being.
Even in his old days, I
putting
thought
together
he looked
matches
like a
or anything.
delivery man. I mean,
yeah, that's got absolutely nothing to do with putting together a match for other people.
well, I think his creative would, and I don't think that's very good either.
Yeah, the creative, I have nothing against him, but the look has nothing to do with him being creative.
Cassius Ohno, that was shit.
Yeah, I don't think that's really like stuff that he. I mean, he might have said. I wouldn't say anything in WWE and stuff is anyone's idea.
Wasn't he doing that on like the Indies too, though?
I don't think so.
I thought he might have been. I could. Be
I
wrong.
doubt it because I mean he had a huge name as Chris Hero, a big following as Chris Hero.
Yeah, but I could be wrong, but I'm really not a fan of Chris Hero. I think he's shit. So fuck him.
Nick Aldis and Zicky Dice are reportedly done with Impact Wrestling. A new report from PW Insider notes that Aldis and Dice finished up with Impact at Sunday's Slammiversary Fallout TV taping from Windsor. Did you enjoy their run on Impact? Dude, I don't know. I haven't fucking watched our show in like 10 years.
Yeah.
I don't even know who Ziggy Dice is.
I'm not familiar with Ziggy Dice. I think Aldis.
I've never seen anything.
It seems like he's
on Aldis.
difficult. I mean, he's no-showed us. I know that. And
yeah. And regardless of that, I mean, I always even say that before we booked him, but he's the guy that falls into a cat like kind of Alberto Del Rio or something where like he's got a good look. Like I don't say you think he's bad in the ring. I can't say he's a bad talker, but he doesn't really stand out at anything to me. He's just like he's fine at everything, but not really stand out at anything.
Yeah,
I've watched a whole bunch of his matches to try to like him because he's NWA champion for like ever, but he's just boring.
Yeah,
as hell. I don't know.
Horror Biz talks about meeting Punk. Yeah, I met him. Honestly, it was just a few years ago. He was really nice to me. I talked to him about horror movies. Eric Young is back with Impact Wrestling. Young told WWE, you mentioned this earlier, the Young stuff. It is weird to me that anytime I see Impact's like highlights, it's always about some guy coming back from like 20 years ago. Which is cool, I guess. I don't know, but it's always weird to me. Because he's back doing Team Canada.
Of all things, Team Canada. I mean, they were over at the time. I mean, for TNA over, but it was a cool team back then. But
their jerseys were the Canada jerseys. I used to sell them.
Yeah.
But weren't there? It was Robert Roode and like.
Robert Roode, A1, Eric Young, and Eric wasn't even the main dude. He was
he was more like the comedy guy on the team.
Yeah.
Who else is in that group? Fuck. Oh, Petey Williams. Did we mention Petey Williams?
No, but yeah.
Yeah, Petey was like the top guy in Team Canada. That's who you want to see. I mean, he had that feud with Saban, and I was really pumped up for that, Chris Sabian, and Petey used to be the fucking man, but what the fuck? They just didn't use him correctly. I felt like that's a dude who could have been a star for TNA, and it's just another one of those guys that they just didn't want to push. I mean, they would push him, but they wouldn't. It was just kind of those, your mid card level, not like top guy.
Yeah,
and the Canadian Destroyer was huge back then.
Oh yeah.
Everybody was talking about the Canadian Destroyer. I mean, that was like the new DDT in a way, I mean, everybody was clamoring about that move.
Yeah, it was the cool move.
Totally wasted it. They missed a bunch of opportunities back in the day. Can we get an AI Bruiser Brody versus Roman Reigns from Bruce Briscoe here in the chat room?
Excuse me.
That's an interesting idea. I guess you could do it on a video game. You could put them together and
one of them. They're video games. Can you do it on that Rampage game you bought?
Fight Forever.
Didn't you have a Rampage game you were showing?
Rampage? No, I had Stampede.
Stampede. Can you do it on that?
Stampede. No. This is very limited.
It's like a lasso game, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
I used to play it. It's like just like you're trying to lasso a cow.
Yeah. So that's about all you can do, Jack.
Yeah.
What is it called? I'm looking it up now.
Stampede. It's on the Intellivision.
And it was like on Atari too, I believe.
Was it? Probably was.
Well, the Atari one.
Yeah, it's made
different.
It's made by Activision, so they made stuff for everything.
Yeah, like in the 80s, like every kid had like inherited like an Atari, and like just loose games everywhere. That's what happened with me. There's just a box with Atari stuff in it.
No, I mean I grew up with Atari.
Yeah, we got a brand new Nintendo in like 1988. It was like one of the best days of me and my brother's life.
Oh yeah. Somebody sent me a thing that was like it's Nintendo's like 40th year of being out, and it was totally wrong. It was the Famicom's release because it was because that and it was like that's totally wrong. But
and
yeah,
in
there
like
we go.
Stranger Things, they had a reference to Nintendo, but that made me angry.
What year would that have been? Because they got an Atari like in the first year.
I don't know. I think it was like 86 or 85.
Well, they got a brand new Atari at the end of the first season, and
I haven't watched it.
Atari was released in 80. Was it? I forget when Atari was
in like
released.
70s.
You could probably do the math from there to see if it lines up, but yeah, Nintendo wasn't in the States until like 85, wasn't it? And that was like very limited at that time.
I don't know.
What?
Fucking Zicky Dice leaving Impact. That's what I got to say about it.
I love that guy. I think Bearded Intro loves him actually.
Oh really?
Yeah. You should love him.
I don't have a beard.
Why don't you grow one?
It's
been quite a while since you had a beard.
Probably just stop time altogether. Just create a time paradox if I was to grow a beard.
If you were gonna grow a beard, what would you do? Like mutton chops or what?
I don't know.
Go for a Rip Van Winkle.
I'd look.
Just
I
like
don't know. It's
real long.
Like bald guy with the beard. Isn't that a wrestling thing? I don't know. There are a lot of bald guys with beards.
Like the Valentine.
It's like there's nothing better for me just to shave my head and then to shave my face all together and just get it all done, so I don't got to worry about it. It's just kind of nice just to get clean.
Do you grow facial hair, or do you just naturally smooth?
I got some stubble right now. I mean,
yeah. But is that like 8 months or like?
No, this is only a week. I shaved last Sunday. Not this Sunday, but the Sunday before. Look at that. She better run. Look at that.
Pretty rocking.
Smash Mouth is after her.
Mm-hmm. How do I turn this off?
Oh my goodness. This is going to be the show for now on. That's pretty sweet.
Thank you.
I want to play that game.
It's referenced in the movie. And that was my animation, by the way, if people don't know.
So don't strike him for that, YouTube. It was his.
Question 3 from Nikita. Ricardo,
I'm good to go. I'll be up till 6 in the morning. So
Ricardo Rodriguez says he would definitely go back to WWE if given the opportunity. Would you like to see him? Sure, I guess. But is that the guy who used to be with Alberto Del Rio?
Well, wasn't he angry about he was saying they were kind of racist towards him?
I think so, but I think at this point, he realized he's not doing anything else.
I mean, I understand where he could come from, but I mean, that's kind of, I don't know.
I thought he was entertaining, but I don't really see him ever bringing.
I liked him.
Yeah.
I thought he was good in his role. What could he do outside of being with Alberto? I mean, they could find somebody to, but they don't really use managers outside of Paul Heyman. You know, I mean, they don't.
Even when they get over too, like MVP and stuff, but for some reason they just don't want to use them.
Yeah, it's like he probably just thinks he'd be there for like a little while and then they'd get rid of him and then.
Did you see that video with Omos where some guy's like confronting him in the airport, like wanting to fight him, and like he takes his shirt off, and I couldn't tell if it was a work or this guy's just trying to be like.
Oh, I haven't seen that
film.
Yeah, I watched that. I was like,
well, maybe I should bring it up on my cell phone.
I don't know. Yeah, it's like at an airport, and he just grabs his luggage and holds it.
I think he was really trying to, not really. I don't think Omos knew what was happening.
Yeah.
Those people in airports are assholes. That's something people need to start doing something about. Like, keep kicking him out or something.
He isn't just a wrestler. He's like a professional athlete. Like, and some dumbass comes up to him in the fucking...
WWE's got to have the cash to do like some private... Well, I guess they can't fly everybody from everywhere, though. That's...
Yeah.
Because everybody lives different spots.
At top of the card.
But airport... I mean, I don't know. There needs to be someone... Because they do it with other celebrities, too, but there needs to be just like some kind of airport security that just tells people to get away from these people when they do this.
To me, it seemed really staged, but
yeah, I couldn't tell because like you'd think he would have got more mad like at the guy, but at the same time he's huge, so he knows he can't like just start fighting him. So I don't know. It was weird.
I think I found.
He has a blue shirt.
I'm gonna play air guitar on my thermos, and I mean the actual thermos, not my fucking Hulk Hogan cock thermos. I think I need the Magnum for this, so I can shove it right up inches. Entry just now heard me.
This is crazy.
Yeah, I could probably show it. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it would.
Man, on a Without Your Head that I was watching live, you guys were talking about something about a butthole, and it reminded me of like the Brian Knobs story. And I was gonna type it, but I was like, I don't want to like infiltrate Without Your Head with that.
No, it'd be alright.
Kind of stuff. Because it was like 5 other people on there or something.
I don't even remember what we were
known.
That was crazy. Good God! Like, what the hell? Like the dude's trying to do a wrestling angle.
Yeah.
I want the match, sign the contract, but it's like.
But I think almost legit just didn't know what was happening. Like.
Yeah, like he looked really confused. Like, what the fuck?
Well, that other dude does not look like a high-profile wrestler. He's probably
he's just like he's probably just some idiot. But
he just recorded a promo for his like thing and
probably just for his
just
YouTube or
ambushed
something.
him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
it's basically
I don't
just
know.
harassing the guy, you know.
I don't know what they could do about that, though. You know, like
We can't grab someone's property, so
you shouldn't. No, I mean, but that dude did. So it's like, I guess the airport staff could intervene some, but
yeah,
to take your shirt off is like kind of like over the.
Yeah,
top.
it's another thing. No shirt, no service. So you could probably kick him
Yeah.
out for that.
Security could get him for that, but like, you can't be grabbing people's stuff like that either.
No. And then, like, if he would have hit him, like, then he gets sued and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know.
He should have complimented the guy's nipples or something.
I mean, he did the right thing. Almost did. It just.
What did you think of his nipples, Bruce?
I didn't get to that part.
Oh.
I just saw like it flash by. I don't know.
Seriously, just asked that?
What?
What did you think of his nipples?
Yeah, but almost do it. So what? Your nipples are pretty or something. Sweet.
Did he say that? I didn't hear that.
No. Bruce is saying maybe that's what he should have said just to break the tension. Or
Yeah.
That was
Stevie
strange.
Stevie Richards says he's done as an in-ring performer. What are your favorite matches or moments of Stevie Richards? I'm a big Stevie Richards fan. Loved him in the BWO.
I just like his jean shorts. Those were like awesome.
Barely
Big
Legal
Stevie
96. He was the main event, wasn't he?
I'm not
He was
sure
in the
what
three-way.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Terry
no.
Funk, Stevie Richards, and Raven, wasn't it?
I legit thought he was going to be like a real top guy in that era. Which part of that is the genius of Paul Heyman really hiding people's weaknesses and showcasing their strengths.
I really like Stevie Richards.
Yeah, I love him too. Great voice. I know it's from Problems with Stroke, but it's a cool voice. And I liked that Right to Censor, and I thought he was great in it.
Yeah.
Dr. Stevie I can't get behind that one. I'm sorry, I love Santos World.
Of course, I didn't watch Barely Legal 96 live at the time. But, yeah. I mean, I did.
The king of lies.
That would be like one of my top
My
moments.
favorite
Stevie.
memory is a thing I never saw.
I've seen it. I have the DVD. I have this DVD that they're trying to sell for $32.14. I have that.
I've got 87 of them.
I got that
Damn.
release.
Sell it, bitch. Go buy yourself a steak.
Maybe the used ones aren't selling for that. Nah, it's like $10 on the used ones.
Buy it.
Oh, wait a minute. That was giving me the information I wanted. I wanted to make sure that I was right about the date or the match.
You know what's happening?
No.
All right, next question.
Is this real life?
Is this real life, or is it just fantasy? Stuck in the line.
Oh, is Sandman and Big Stevie cool? And Terry Funk. So I was wrong. It wasn't Raven. Raven did get involved, though, at the end, didn't he? Didn't he run out at the end?
Are you talking about Barely Legal?
Yeah, the end of Barely Legal.
Oh, yeah, he comes. Well, isn't it a three-way to fight Raven?
Is that what it is?
Yeah. And then Funk beats Raven for the title? Or
I'm lying off my ass. I don't have a Stevie Richards favorite moment.
Predictions for Death. Is that this weekend? Death Before Dishonor? What the fuck? Have they even mentioned this happening?
I don't think it's this weekend. They haven't mentioned it if it is.
Jeez, this is like the worst built pay-per-view of all time.
Let's see. Death Before...
Yeah, the 21st. That's 2 days from today?
Oh, that's the ROH pay-per-view.
Wow, they haven't built that for shit.
I'm behind on my ROH. I'm way behind.
You think they would at least mention it on their shows, the AEW shows? I don't think they've
Yeah.
mentioned it one time.
Yeah,
that's not
if
good.
they own it, they should just like say it.
Yeah, at least I haven't heard it once. Even
the audience that.
Yeah, because I watch AEW. I've never even heard about it. Wow.
They are booking stuff like not booking, but they don't promote things very well for Ring of Honor.
No, because I didn't even know anything about this.
If you're going to have this paid service, you gotta push it.
Yeah. Say,
Yeah,
hey,
man. Cheeseburger won one of the last pay-per-views, and I just barely found out about it. I would have been crushed if I wouldn't have found out about it. Anyway, sorry.
See, he's yelling at us with all caps here, and I don't even know what he's talking about.
He's saying Intra just told Jack to throw this thing in. Yeah, I guess there's an Intra, so he's assuming the position. So he's thinking like Intra's like bending over and he's wanting me to toss it in.
You have a flashlight? Is that what was in your hand?
Yeah, that's what I do during the show. Take this out. I'm like, no, it's a thermos I drink my coffee out of. Why are you always so perverted?
Reminds you of Hulk Hogan, doesn't it?
Reminds me of me if it was a little bigger.
Hulk Hogan has a thermos-sized cup.
How do you know? You said you supposedly never watched the video.
Well, he said it in
but Terry Bollea doesn't. Only Hulk
that's
Hogan.
why I said Hulk Hogan does.
So here are the matches. The Lucha Bros versus the Kingdom versus the Best Friends versus Aussie Open. 4-way for the tag belts. That's a pretty good match, huh? I say Lucha Bros keep it.
You're going to be one
Oh,
over.
for God's sakes.
You're going to love them.
You deserve Punk just to walk in and punch you in the face for wanting the Kingdom to win.
I'm like, what are you doing in my house, Punk?
He's like, fuck you, bitch. Boo.
There's no other exit.
I ain't slapping my leg on this one like your boys. Boo.
What if Punk just came in and like he just got down on all knees and just unzipped my pants and start blowing me? What would you do? Would your whole world be shattered?
Damn, you spent a lot of money on that AI. Athena versus
AI that?
Athena versus Willow Nightingale for the Ring of Honor's women's title. Seems like they always fight each other.
Yeah, this is like they fought each other for the Owen Hart tournament.
Yeah, are they the only two women in Ring of Honor?
I think they fought each other on Ring of Honor once.
Yeah, I thought they were on the last show I watched.
And yeah, they're fighting a lot. I think it's for the title though.
It is. So I'm going to say Willow Nightingale takes it.
Yeah. Well, that'd be good. I'm sorry I'm so far behind on my Ring of Honor stuff, but there's been a ton of wrestling. I mean, this Collision show added to it. I mean,
it's a lot of wrestling.
It's a lot of wrestling, man.
Shibata versus Daniel Garcia for the pure. The thing about the pure championship is I don't care about it, but it's always good whenever I watch the matches.
Yeah.
But I just don't care about the idea of the title itself.
I liked it when Nigel had the pure title. That was some good stuff back in the day.
And it's always really good, honestly, every time I watch a show, but there's something about it I just don't really care about it.
Well, just because it's probably not presented to you in the proper fashion, you know.
So, I don't know. I guess I bet Garcia wins it back.
Nigel is like, what's his face? Like
Nigel McGuinness?
Elf ears? Like,
no, Nigel's tall.
Yeah.
He's the commentator now on Collision.
He's a multiple-time guest on the show, too.
Yeah, he's been on the show. He was a good dude.
Or one time.
Let me see.
Samoa Joe defending the ROH title versus Dalton Castle. The world title.
Good.
Yeah,
see, that's the guy I want to see more of on the main show.
That was really sad when they had him on that time, and he was like not even just lost, but like a complete jobber, got squashed. Like he was like a nobody. That's a disservice. He's actually could be a star for your company.
Yeah.
But I see him losing this one, which it's fine if he loses to Joe if it's competitive, but. And then there's only 5 matches, I guess, and the world. Oh, because the Briscoe's hurt, so it's Claudio versus. They don't even know yet to be determined. The show's in 2 days, and they don't even know the main event.
There you go, Bruce. Here's Nigel. Yeah, that they don't know the main event of the show. Good lord.
No, because it was supposed to be Briscoe, but he's hurt, so it's Claudio defend the title versus who knows who.
Bruce Briscoe's so weird.
Is it something they're doing on the main show, the ROH show, that they can't say what that's kind
Well, it was supposed to be versus Briscoe, but he got hurt last week, so.
So
now it's to be, but I don't know. This is not well built, and you don't even know who is in the main match. So
Mark Briscoe.
Yeah, Mark Briscoe. So who will it be? I don't really know who's in ROH. Maybe you just bring someone from your other show though. So
Colt Cabana.
Colt Cabana. I mean, you can't.
I'm trying to think of
Punk
somebody.
would be big, but I don't think it'll be Punk.
Maybe
someone from the Elite, since they're feuding.
Yeah, that
maybe Nick Gage. Battle of the two greatest in-ring professionals of our day, Claudio Castagnoli and Nick Gage.
Oh, so great. They freaking carving the dude up with a pizza cutter, and then they show Domino's commercial.
They're going to work it in, like, to the match if it happens again. If he comes on again.
What if it's Blue Kane?
Hey, Patrick Howe's in the chat room.
Patrick Howe!
We read your statement from earlier. We know you exist. He says.
What if I made a light instead of a fleshlight? It was a flesh thermos. So you thought I had a thermos, but it really was to do the deed in. And then one day, you're like, man, I need a little drink. I wonder what Jack's got in his thermos, and he picked it up. And you go to chug, and it's just like this rubber asshole.
And then cum pours out of it.
Yeah, it's like, it just starts pouring all over you. You're like, and you just can't stop. You're like,
This is for that CM Punk statement earlier, isn't it?
It's just something I think
You're
about.
Trying to get your comeuppance.
Come up onto your face.
Man. I've been looking at wrestling gear, and I've been, like...
Speaking of cum in your face, I'm looking at wrestling gear.
No. But like, the Blue Cane thing would be just easy to do. All you'd have to do is buy the gear. But it's all over the internet.
The guy's not even big.
Yeah, he's like, it's just all over the internet, and all he did was spend like $500.
Yeah, he made a Kane ripoff, but he made it blue instead of red. It's
like
not even like clever or anything. No. I don't even get it. I don't know why it's taken off.
Nah.
Yeah, I watched the beginning of that clip, and I was just like, I don't feel like watching this. But
it's like, I'm not gonna feed into that. And then versus Mantar.
Mantar just passed away, unfortunately.
Well, there's a match with Blue Cane versus Mantar.
Oh, really?
Or fake
Former
Mantar.
guest.
Oh, man, that's shitty. Do a fake Mantar, and the guy just died.
That's the latest thing I saw today.
Horb does he mean he'd buy a Jackie Jones branded flesh thermos?
It's molded from the inside of his butt.
That'd be cool. Would you want that, Incher?
No. I'd pass on that one. I know Mitten would try to force it on me by sending it to me, but I would throw it away.
Then there's the matching dildo.
Just has pictures of.
Could I have like legal action against Mitten for sending me inappropriate gifts?
God, man, can you believe this? A guy sends you free stuff and you bitch and want him like put in prison.
But like for sending like inappropriate things.
What he sent you a squatty potty? That's nice. You used it.
No,
you could resell it on eBay under your eBay account.
He did send me the squatty potty.
Yeah, he sent
you. But you're right.
Yeah.
But then he sent like a dildo that I obviously don't want.
But maybe how did he know? Maybe he thought, well, this is something that Incher can use.
No, he's being an asshole.
How do you know?
It's
the thought that counts.
No, it's not.
He spent his hard-earned money to get you a double-sided 12-inch dildo, and what you just like the Mega Man socks, he showed no gratitude.
Threw it away. And I banned him from sending me anything else.
Yeah, but you act like that's hurting him.
When you threw it in the garbage, did it bounce?
Well, I know it's like, no, it didn't bounce.
Okay.
I had to kind of like...
that would have been funny if you tossed it in the trash and it bounced out and your mom's like, hey, you dropped something, honey. You're like, whoa, don't pick that up.
Well, that was like the thing that made me throw it out. Was like, do I want to like be in a, do I want to be in a car accident someday and like have people cleaning out my room because I'm dead and this is what they find? You know, that's the thought that I had. I was like, I have to throw this thing.
And then
out.
they're like, we're gonna put this on the mantle as our memory of our son.
Because it's like they would not understand, and like nobody would probably explain it to them.
Did you name it the JYD?
No, I threw it away. I didn't give it a name. I didn't want to get too attached. I just threw it away. Like it did kind of.
Well, you don't have to go to
stray animal.
you don't have to go to the ER and get it removed if you get too attached.
But since it's like a part of the show, it did kind of pain me to throw it away.
You should have
given history, you know. But
that would have been. We should have given away as a prize.
I just couldn't. Well, no, because then it would be used against me. It'd be like, "Oh, I got the inch dildo," and it would always be.
Yeah, but it was
so
really big, wasn't it? It's really big,
had,
so you wouldn't have anything to feel bad about.
I had to throw it away.
It'd be cool if you autographed it.
Yeah, and then we could turn on the show, and it would add to. You see it in the background of Bruce's little studio there.
Yeah, no one comes here. Like, and if they did, yeah.
That'd be sweet.
I'll just put condoms all over it.
Bruce, I don't believe you. I think you would parade it around town.
I don't know.
In your head.
I kind of hide my.
This dildo used to be this guy's. Why would he have a dildo?
That'd be cool, though, Incher. It would help bring hits to the site.
I'm gonna for the betterment of the site.
Right? Don't be the box. You got to be the bigger man.
No, Jack. Not doing it. Sit on that and rotate.
You threw it away. Can't now. Do you ever miss it? Do you ever just stop and think, man, I regret it?
No. I mean, there is a part of me that was like, I wish I could have kept it, but I just had that thought. No. I had that thought that, like, if I was to be in a car accident, I'm, like, dead, and it's like, how would I feel about, like, my room being cleared out and people finding this?
You wouldn't feel like anything. You'd be dead.
It'd be in the obituary.
I understand. You don't want it to be your legacy.
Yeah, I don't want that, like, strange feeling being left over. Like, what was he doing with that?
But it is cool to have an air of mystery about you.
Not that,
though. Like he played Tecmo Bowl, and then he, used this big 12-inch dildo.
Jonathan Jackson, is there anything in your room that you do not want to be in your room?
And you want to tell us all right now?
You want to tell us right now?
Yeah,
don't do that. I'm setting him up for it, Jack.
Very embarrassing if somebody found. I mean, But I mean, I won't stress about it. If I'm dead, I'm just dead.
Yeah, but like you would want that person to be like thinking, why did they have this item?
Oh, I'm pretty sure they know why I have these things. But I mean, actually, I think it would be pretty funny because, yeah, I do have a few items. I'll just say I inherited. Let's just say that.
Why does he have this severed head?
Is it like something with ketchup related or?
I mean, I guess you could use ketchup with it.
I think he's got some fleshlights. He inherited from his uncle.
Oh,
like your uncle left you these.
It's like these are from the 50s. I didn't even know they made these.
He whittled them out of a tree stump.
Your uncle would really have to hate you if he like leaves you his used fleshlights.
He wants to pass them down from generation to generation.
Sounds like something Jack would do. Like,
yeah, I would do that. That'd be pretty cool.
It'd be like,
I'll leave it to Incher.
Incher, you get nothing except for these used fleshlights. There you go.
That'd be pretty sweet. Then you couldn't throw them away. Then would you throw away if that was my last wish that you would inherit my my masturbation devices? You would just throw them away.
I wouldn't even get out of the building. I just toss them right in the trash.
The hell? Right. That's what you think of me? You just throw my memory into the trash?
Yep.
I sent Incher an autographed photo once, and he ripped it up and like pissed on it.
I proved you wrong on that. And I can do it again. I still have it. You want me to get it down?
That was a joke.
Yeah, you try to paint me.
No,
as
the
like
one
this
time you did say you
asshole.
crumpled it up. Well, I don't need to paint you. I mean, you're already there.
Whatever. You're right there with me. You're the biggest asshole of the
I
group.
know you are, but what am I?
Mm-hmm.
Numerous WWE sources today confirm that there is high interest in Nick Aldis. I don't care.
Well, go there. Go there
Go
with
ahead.
bitch boy Cody and have rub wieners together. Who
It's like
cares?
him and Gunther. They want to see.
It's like they made your wife like they put her stuff in the trash and gave it
Yeah,
to
they-
her, and he's
they
like running to
Yeah,
him.
they did to your what? They put your wife's belongings in the trash next to Incher's used dildo.
It wasn't used. Still brand new in the
I almost
package.
got that one by you. That was done purposely. It just like the knocking on the cellar door. It was Slammiversary last weekend. What was your favorite Slammiversary main event ever? Mine was the 2008 King of the Mountain.
Yeah, that was mine too.
Yeah, that was fucking sweet.
It was good. Yeah,
I remember that like the back of my hand.
I did Jeff Jarrett face like Monty Brown or
Maybe
the King of the Mountain? I always liked Monty Brown.
I liked him too.
I like that Willow Nightingale does the
Yeah. I'm someday we'll probably see him come back. I'll see that pop up on like Twitter. It's like, Monty Brown has entered the Impact Zone. Gonna fight the Flying Elvises.
Instead of Monty Brown, he'll be Monty Round. And he'll be like 400
He gained
pounds.
a bunch of weight.
You won't remember me, the pounds.
It's like Ahmed Johnson.
Well, the pounds has become the nudge. He just nudges him.
Oh, I wanted to bring this up. I watched a video of the charlatan Scott Wilder, the thief, the scumbag, and he was trashing the New England Fan Fest. This guy, if every single person that ever works with you or does business with you, like you end up like on bad terms, it can't always be the other person. And no one ever talks bad about Joseph Bruin. I know Bruin wanted to take the high road here, but Scott Wilder is a bum. He's a thief. He's a charlatan. He stole people's money who paid to get Bushwhacker Luke's autograph. So he was bringing over. So they pre-ice, and instead of doing the right thing and giving people their money back, he just keeps it.
Yeah.
And he even talked about this in the interviews. Like, people keep asking for the money back, and it's like, well, and he's like giving these excuses. Like, dude, give them their money back.
You can no longer deliver what they paid for.
And then he was even like trashing Bushwhacker Luke, saying that the only reason he died because he didn't want to take his medication because he was like at his table signing autographs. I'm like, dude, don't freaking trash this guy that's died.
Yeah, really.
What the hell is wrong with this man? So the backstory again, Bruin didn't want to say it on the show, but the final Fan Fest happening next weekend. Scott Wilder set up all these guests because he does. Unfortunately, for them, he represents a lot of wrestlers, and then Bruin brought in Kane, and Wilder then canceled all his guys because he said Kane was a bigger star and no one will buy autographs from his guys. And I was like, I don't even think that makes sense because people don't go to a convention and just buy an autograph for one guy and leave.
You bring hundreds of dollars and spend it all.
Yeah, they're like, I'm just gonna buy Kane and that's it. I'm just
Fuck Kane. There's a new Kane in town.
If you have a big star like Kane, that brings more people in, and where they're more likely to then spend money on $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, and Demolition, and all these people.
Yeah.
So I didn't even understand it. But anyway, he's a scumbag, Scott Wilder. Road Dogg believes he and Billy Gunn in their prime could have headlined a WrestleMania with Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Weird.
Yeah, I think they were pretty high caliber for WWE.
They were over.
Yeah.
I mean, they were so over. I guess you could do it. Yeah.
Yeah, they were pretty over for if it was like they put them in the same era with each other and they're both super over. I mean, yeah, I think they.
But I think if Sami Zayn and Owens were back in their era, that would have never headlined WrestleMania.
Boy, they're being wasted. They're like
today. The only reason it could possibly headline today is because you do 2 nights. Like if it was still one night, like that would never headline over Roman Reigns defending the title.
They're doing like an anger management thing with Kevin Owens, like where he's like,
oh god,
like he's like he gets too angry and like he starts going off at the mouth and like Sammy tries to.
Do you remember? It wasn't that long ago. Sami Zayn was legit the hottest thing in wrestling.
Not anymore.
Crazy. Do you believe Collision needs a few more backstage interviews to prolong things? Actually, I think they've been doing really good with the interviews on it. I like the promos and stuff.
I know Steven gets off on saying like he wants more wrestling on the show, but I like the interviews to go along with.
Yeah,
the show,
I like a combination. If you just have matches for the sake of matches, like it's not exciting.
Yeah, I like the story. You know.
Yeah, I actually think Collision has.
The old 80s type promos with.
Well, I think that's what Collision does.
Yeah.
I always mention it when I mentioned it today. Like it opens the show with the promos from all the guys.
Yeah.
Putting over that matches you're gonna watch that night, and I like that. So
reminded me of like 1987, 88 and stuff.
Yeah, I actually think the Collision's been pretty good with that, doing the promos. And there was the Punk's return promo was on Collision. Apparently, Rouge has not signed a new AEW contract. If so, he leaves. I'm a big fan of Rouge, so I would like to see him stay. And if he stays, though, I'd want to see him used. So I can't necessarily say I don't blame him if he didn't resign because he's not really used very much.
Yeah.
I had assumed the culmination. Maybe it's because he hasn't resigned, but I assumed the culmination of Andrade and the House of Black was that he would bring in 2 partners to feud, for the 6-man titles, the trios titles. And I thought maybe it would be Rouge and Bandito with Andrade, which would be pretty cool, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Maybe part of why we haven't seen him yet is he hasn't re-signed a contract. So I don't know.
You would think he'd be paid fairly well, and
yeah, I mean he is not used very much. But.
Yeah, I'll say like they use him, just for
very
shows,
sparingly.
and then that's about it. They don't use him like as an angle.
Yeah,
but I like him. I think it's a shame if they let him go, but then again, they do have a ton of people, so.
Mm-hmm. People sending lately. This goes to Facebook.
If I was him, I would just stick it out. I wouldn't like.
Yeah, unless he has a deal somewhere too. I don't know.
If he has a deal somewhere else, yeah.
I'm a fan though, so I would like to see him stay. Let's see here. Where am I? Apparently, he also said Miro didn't appear last week. But I mean, it's really like the first week. I mean, if he's not on for like an extended period of time, but not being on one show out of all 4, I don't think
he had a promo, didn't he? Didn't he say like my hot wife? And
I think that was the week before. Things? But this week they had the hour match and then the 2 finals of the tournament. There really wasn't a lot of time to have much more on.
I thought he had even like a little segment, like just a recorded segment.
I don't think so. I think it was the week before.
It may have been. It's hard
to
keep track.
I mean, he's been on every week for a week, so
yeah.
I don't think you could say like when he's not on one week, it's like that big of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if he's not on for like 3 weeks or something, then it'd be different. Blood and Guts, who wins? The fans. No, I am looking forward to it. Who won their last one? Because I think they got to keep this feud fairly even for it to continue.
The Elite, I think, won. I think the Elite won. And if Blood and Guts is more about violence, I would say Blackpool Combat
Yeah,
Club.
that would make more sense. Yeah, that's a good way to go, I say.
Yeah, because this is kind of geared towards them. As
Yeah.
being.
Should AEW?
You'll find out tomorrow live, right?
Exactly. Should
AEW?
Troy?
That'll be cool.
Yeah. And Colleen the Conqueror will be there, so that's cool. I have not met her in person, but I don't know if we'll see each other. Trinity Fatu wins the Impact Wrestling Knockouts title at Slammiversary 2023. Is this a step up from WWE? No.
No, but I mean, she has to work somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm surprised she don't go to AEW, but maybe AEW. Maybe she's trying to pave the way back to WWE.
That's my prediction. Or to do something with Sasha somewhere else, but she's kind of the odd woman out there. Like, she followed Sasha, which that's cool, but
her husband's still there.
Yeah, I can't imagine like them not being interested, honestly, because she has a following.
AEW, you mean?
Yeah, AEW.
Yeah, I was going to say though, if she went to AEW, maybe that would be.
Yeah, that's the only thing I would think. Yeah,
but
I don't see it being just like their decision, like we don't want her.
Yeah, I would think they would want her, but maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she'd be a good fit.
Bryan Danielson's got to like her because that was his former Total Divas mate. You know, they were on Total Divas together.
Maybe she should go. She could go to Power, and they could put her back with. Or was it that was the other one that was with?
No,
she was one of the.
Cameron showed up for one AEW show. They could put them back together, the Funkadactyls, and then Brodus Clay put that back together.
Tyrus, yeah.
I heard Billy Corgan on
Funkadactyls.
I heard Billy Corgan on Howard Stern. This is a couple months back, and like he only mentioned NWA like once, and like Howard didn't really. He said he owned a wrestling company, and Howard just kind of he doesn't talk wrestling very much, so. I kind of felt bad for Billy, you know, but it was a good interview, and Billy played some of his old songs, but and one of his.
That was my favorite band in the 90s.
Yeah, he played 1979, and he played one of his new tracks was pretty good. I think Jimmy's back in the Smashing Pumpkins, the original guitarist, so that's a good thing. And the song was good that I heard. So.
Oh, cool! I'm a fan.
I just don't think rock music is selling anymore based off of like something he said he was like in Hollywood.
I think for nostalgia it probably will, but probably not like new people.
But he said like in Hollywood, like C-list celebrities get treated better than like rock stars. Like in Hollywood, like
I don't know, but
they're not very well respected, and I think it's just because it's like rock music isn't the main thing anymore, you know.
He says some weird stuff. I don't know because
goofy himself.
Yeah, because he believes in the reptilians and stuff. So
well, they didn't get into that.
Yeah.
He doesn't think I'm one, does he?
Because honestly, I think rock stars from that rock stars that you can't necessarily sell a lot of like physical media today, but touring does really well for bands that have followings. So I think I know they're touring again. I think they probably make big money on that.
That can't ever like happen nowadays. Like where you can have a band and then you could tour later on and make money because you can't get big anymore if you're a rock band.
Well, there are people who are big today though.
Yeah, but like to
just
live
I don't follow it, but. I mean, like those people we don't even know, but when they come on, and people act like it's a giant deal, like Bad Bunny and The Weeknd and stuff. So there are people.
But they're not rock.
Really know
they're not a rock music though. I mean, I'm mainly talking rock music. Bad Bunny, yeah, he does have a huge following, but that's stuff I'm not really into. Even though he writes songs about Booker T, who would ever figured?
I mean, but at the time, a lot of people didn't even it was like alternate, like what's rock. When you start arguing what genre of music is, like you'll get people saying, I mean, not everyone considered them rock in the '90s.
Who Smashing Pumpkins?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they had alternative rock, but
yeah,
they had their own
getting
sound.
into weird things. People start arguing like what genre things are.
Smashing Pumpkins really was their own thing because
it was the start of that whole era of the alternate.
Because he did say in the interview that Butch Vig, the guy who produced one of Smashing Pumpkins, I guess is their first album, he said he took his guitar sound and gave it to Kurt Cobain, like the sound, like the actual like grunginess, like sound. He said he had it first. And he took it and had Kurt Cobain, and I can't really pair it up. Like,
I mean, that was like the whole.
Nevermind.
It was like the grunge, like
yeah,
Seattle and stuff.
Like the sound though. It's like on Bleach. It was like I think Kurt pretty much had a lot of his own stuff then. Like, I don't know if I really buy that. I'd have to listen to the albums to see if like.
Yeah, I mean that was just what not to say everyone, but I mean that's what the cool bands were doing at that time.
Yeah,
and they're probably all influenced by each other.
Mm-hmm.
Where am I?
Yeah, but I was definitely probably the time I was really into music and really loved everything that was coming out. And then the Backstreet Boys came out, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Backstreet Back. All right.
Wasn't that the biggest, like, craziest transition of music? It was like here I am with alternative Pearl Jam and everything, and then bam, Backstreet Boys. It was like, what the hell? Britney Spears. It was like, what? How do we get to
age
this?
of music?
I was totally content with what
then
we
you were
had.
back into it when you did it all for the Nookie.
Mm-hmm.
Siamese Dream is a good record. Yeah, honestly, I know maybe my favorite is Melancholy Infinite Sadness, but I like all their albums, honestly. Even I like a lot of their newer stuff. The Rock, yeah, we went over this earlier, Jojo Brown. The Rock isn't built like a quarterback. I said the man was robbed out of an Oscar. Where are we, Insert?
What is there more to
Question
that? 'Cause,
4
like,
from Nikhil.
I thought it was just kind of a silly thing. Like the Rock isn't built like a quarterback.
Oh, I don't even want to go over it again. It was just a real stupid post by like a real imbecile. I mean, he's a good dude. He's a good guy.
Well, I just say, it's just you can't expect.
This does not worth go. It's not worth going.
Okay, I'll just leave it alone.
As seen during the July 4th, 2023 edition WWE of NXT, the Creed brothers lost a match where they have to leave the brand. Dave Meltzer of F4W Online noted the following regarding rumors that the Creeds will be heading to the main roster. One person very close to the situation was outright told that it's an angle and they will be back. Thoughts? Hot damn.
Who are we talking about here?
I don't know. The Creed brothers.
They're going to main event.
Looking at what Horror Biz said in the chat room, they said, "Nah, Butch Vig is full of shit. If anything, Kurt borrowed a lot of his guitar sound from Husker Du. I don't know who that is." But Billy's claim was that Butch like kind of emulated his sound and like had Kurt do it on Nevermind. That's what Billy was saying. But
yeah, but I did it all for the Nookie. So you can take that cookie.
Yeah. You gotta admit, that's a pretty like poorly written song.
Rockin' lyric.
I mean, if it wasn't for fucking what's that guy's name? The guitarist.
Yeah, like Monkeys.
No, what is his name?
That was Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, Monkey was Korn.
Westworld.
West was it? What was it?
Borland, I think.
Borland, that's it, West Borland. If it wasn't for him, Limp Bizkit wouldn't have been anything.
With the freaky eyeballs.
I think he came up with the best part for. I mean, true, Fred wrote the lyrics, but I think Wes, the guitarist, made that band.
Yeah, he legitimized a band. Kind of.
The Nookie is just a mind-boggling, atrocious, like written lyrics. If it wasn't for the actual music going behind it, that song would have been total shit. And Wes came up with that riff.
What Limp Bizkit was trying to be.
I loved it.
Jack does it for the Nookie. The Nookie. The Nookie.
And like Offspring were like clown punks to me. It was just too much of a spiky hair. It's like.
Yeah, I never liked Dexter's look.
Yeah,
I never liked Dexter's look. It was always like he had the braids and stuff, and they say he's a really smart guy though. He's like I don't know, fucking rocking hair or something. I think I forget what he is. He's a smart dude, but I didn't really like his look.
I fucking love him.
John Brown says, "Keep rolling, rolling, rolling." Yeah.
I'll keep it rolling, rolling, rolling. Yeah. I did it all for the Nookie. The Nookie.
So
you can take that cookie.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So you can take that cookie.
I actually like that.
Stick it in your ear.
You gotta keep them separated.
That's a good song.
Yeah, I like that song too.
Let's just play some copyrighted music.
Oh, I was singing it really shitty. So
it's not as good as some like piss in your face or something. But honestly, intro, what is? What would you choose your favorite Jackie Jones song of all time?
Probably Bound for Glory. I think that's probably.
I thought you I despised that song and like you'd want to shoot people and stuff when they talk about it.
Yeah, that's what makes it so good.
You did play it like every episode for like a year or something.
Yeah, I wish I could still play it.
The most well-constructed song that you've put together in your ability is Bound for Glory.
And if you didn't play it, you'd sing it.
Like the other songs are not.
This here is my story. Hurrah! Bound for Glory.
John Brown.
Shout out to William Morey. Whew. Bound for Glory. Funk Brothers, Terry and Dory. They were bound for glory.
Have they ever been on Bound for Glory show?
These matches might get gory. Whew. Bound for glory. Our women here kind of hoary. Yeah. Bound for glory. But this here is a story. Ah! Bound for glory.
Yeah, don't pick up a ukulele if you don't know how to play the ukulele.
I actually was learning this years ago, but I don't remember it anymore.
Yeah.
I actually was able to play a little bit.
I used to play some stuff on guitar, but I forgot.
It has the same chords as a guitar.
Does it?
Learn guitar chords, you can play a ukulele.
There's less strings, though.
John Brown wants to know in the chat room, did you guys talk about this Cornette Matt Hardy beef? What are they mad at each other for? I don't know anything about it.
It was on Twitter. I didn't really follow it.
I know they had issues in the past when something happened with Reeve and Cornette about Matt leaving or something?
You can get this Psycho Ape shirt that is made by me. Amazon would not allow it. They said that it was guilty of making fun of the mentally ill. So you have to go to T Public to get it. But it's pretty rocking.
Hell yeah.
It's a pretty nice model in it too.
She's got Doc Martens on.
She does.
Bound for glory.
Bound for glory!
I'm not
Punk
familiar.
Brothers Territory. They were bound for glory. But this here, it's our story. We are bound for glory. Wah! Sodomized remix. That was a good song, too. Sodomized. Yeah, that Slam Jam show's fantastic. That's one that cannot be added to the YouTube, though. Anything with lots of music cannot be. I've already got some, not strikes, but it was flagged, and so I had to edit out any... Even just little background music stuff's weird. But that's the only thing I'll edit out of these shows that are being added. And you could join for the low cost. It's starting at $3 to become a member here. It helps pay for all this stuff because it is more expensive now than it used to be.
Matt said that Cornette is a cultural leader, like a cult. Like, is that what he's saying?
I guess.
Cornette said Matt was a cuck for the elite. Well, I mean, what do you expect from Cornette? I mean,
yeah, that's a weird one because I don't really consider that.
I mean, Cornette, he totally hates the Young Bucks.
Oh yeah,
he's
like so biased. Like,
but I mean, what the hell? I mean, Matt needs to work, so.
Well, it's a difference between needing to work and just like sucking up. But I don't even think he sucks up to them.
Yeah, I don't think he really does.
He probably wanted to
the Bucks
be the new Midnight Express.
It's possible to like someone too without being a cuck. Or that's the thing. Inter is guilty of this too. Is anytime someone likes somebody, it's just like you're a cuck. It's like, well, you can just agree with someone.
Well, just stop being a cuck so much. The thing is,
my Young Bucks, I love you guys. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's big bad CM Punk hit you. I hope you never work with him again.
I would like for him to work with him, but I'm just saying you can't push them to do it. They have to decide that on their own.
I hope you go and get the proper help you need.
But the Bucks, they were fans of the Hardy Boys, and they kind of put them over. Oh, I'll give we were talking music earlier. I'm going to give Jeff Hardy credit because he covered.
See, I don't agree with this though.
Wait.
Well, just real quick, not to you, about why.
What I'm saying.
Well, I'm just saying. I see quick. That makes me want to side with the cuck stuff. You should be able to say what you want about people.
I will be done when I just.
You don't have to be a bitch and just be like, I love everybody, everything they do.
I just wanted to say, Matt, Jeff Hardy covered an Alice in Chains song very well, and that was it. Okay.
Okay.
Now you can talk about what he's saying. What'd he say?
Why would Matt shit talk his bosses? See, that's the kind of stuff you should be. If you don't agree with someone, you could say something. You don't have to just be that's a cock. If you're like I will never say anything against the Bucks in any way. Like you could say like, oh, I don't agree with this or whatever. You don't have to just be like just totally subservient to them. So you could say stuff about them. But maybe they have maybe it's no reason to either. Maybe he just actually likes them or agrees with them.
Maybe he enjoys the work environment. Maybe he likes that. Like,
yeah, I think a lot of the guys do who were in. I think Jericho likes that. I think Sting likes that. A lot of the people I think who were in used to being environments that was like so political and where everyone was cutthroat and stuff likes being somewhere where that's not necessarily as prevalent.
Maybe they do like that the people in charge has been wrestlers themselves and like identifies with how not to Tony Khan, but the Bucks have and Omega has, so they can understand where they're coming from.
Oh, wow. I was wondering what that noise was. I hear like a lot of water. It's absolutely pouring outside.
Oh, I thought it was like an alien invasion or
It's
something.
like a torrential downpour. Hopefully it's not like that way tomorrow when we're going around Boston.
Well, Cornette.
Yeah, he says that so much about everybody. Like, he says that a lot about Sting, and I'm like, there's no way Sting would be doing those dives and stuff if he was just there for a paycheck.
Hey, let's say this. Cornette, he liked Russo for a check.
Yeah, I agree 100%. We witnessed this where everyone knows he hated Russo with a passion. Then there was a short period of time where they were both in TNA, and we saw him at a Q&A at FanFest, and he said, looking back now, he actually blamed Vince McMahon for pitting him and Russo. And I was like, whoa. And then shortly after that is he left TNA, and then it was back to, pissing on the man's grave and stuff. And I was like, aha! You can't believe where this guy says.
There you go. I wonder if I had that on a DVD, like when he actually said that.
Man, look at this guy. I used to like him, but I've lost all respect for him as a human being. I'm a cuck for the OIB because he is the king of all the marks. Wow. Fucking cult leader intro over here.
You think Russo might have punched Cornette and he decided never to work with him again?
Maybe that's... You know what? All honesty, like, I'm not a Russo fan, but wouldn't it be funny after all these years if Russo was the guy to punch him out?
I'm wondering if Cornette would do anything. I think he probably would, because he has been.
He'd probably kill him, he'd get his gun or beat him with the bat or something.
He has been up to his asshole through a drive-through window because the girl was messing up his order or taking too long.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's definitely capable of freaking out and doing stuff, but I'm sure he would try to fight Vince if Vince just hauled off and punched him. But Vince isn't very well built though either. Like, his arms are pretty much just like these little twigs. Like, remember when he used to come out with like no sleeves on and stuff? So he's not like, he doesn't look like he's could.
Well, they're both. I heard someone say, it was Cornette said that I think Russo's like a little bit older than him. I was actually surprised. So they're both old, old folks.
Yeah.
But Cornette is legit crazy and has that rage.
Cornette's bigger than you think he would be.
Yeah, he's a bigger guy when you meet him in person than you think, too.
Yeah, he is a bigger guy. Yeah, I don't think Vince could take him, probably. I think...
No, Cornette's really got that rage. I think if they fought Cornette, like, when he's angry, like, he legit wants to, like, murder people. So I mean, I think that goes a long way too.
Yeah. And I'm not so supportive of Cornette stuff, like slapping Santino and his daughter and just doing stuff like that.
I thought you'd love that because he was the boss, and you're all about the boss. Treating the employees like
the boss
shit
can't
and
slap
garbage.
the employee either. I mean,
you're like, yeah, put them in their place.
And the poor girl who was screwing up his order. I mean, she didn't deserve Cornette coming through the fucking window and being an asshole. I mean,
should have punched him out.
She should have put some soft serve right up in his face. Like, what do you think about that, bitch? I'm like, nah, it's tasty. I like it. Nah, give me more soft serve. I'm mad because you ain't getting my order out here. Nah.
All right. Can you keep people entertained?
And turn that shit upside down and like, look, it ain't coming out, but it's bam, and just grab it in his face.
Can you keep people entertained for a minute? Because I have to go urinate.
Can you ask all the questions real fast and then we'll be done?
No, because you keep lollygagging.
Me?
Yes, you bitch.
Me?
So
Bruce.
I'll be right back.
Don't let him talk to me this way.
I don't have anything to pee in.
Oh, man.
You don't want to see live urination, do you? Or do you? Use promo code Jackie Jones to save 10% on my OnlyFans.
Is that a real thing?
I'm not going to use my thermos that I drink out of to pee into.
Yeah, don't do that.
I will be right back.
Biz.
I need a yellow thermos, then I would know. Like, yellow is to pee in. And the red one is to put Incher's blood in.
Oh.
The blood of the Incher will flow in my red thermos. I will drink the blood of my enemy, the OIB.
I thought you said you didn't want
What? Wait a minute. I'll be right back.
I said that. Cornette is hanging on to the protect the business mantra. Everybody knows it's fake and has known it's fake since the 30s. I agree with that statement. I think, wrestling fans, there are certain people that, like, you'll go to a wrestling show and you're like, I'm not so sure if this guy knows that it's all a show. But if I went to a current day show, I think probably a few years ago, I went to a show probably in the 2000s. And there were some people in the crowd that I was like, I'm not so sure that they're aware that this is like fake.
Really?
Yeah. There were some people in the crowd that they seemed like they were still believing. Today, if I went to a show, I think everybody would pretty much know it's fake, except for maybe like little kids.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I remember a house show I went to back in 2006 or so, and Rico was on the show, and like he was like kind of like doing this thing to the crowd, and everybody was like, this one guy just yelled, "Yeah, you got one fucking fan, buddy. It ain't nothing," because one guy cheered for him, and he's like, "That ain't nothing." I don't think that guy knew that nobody smartened him up to the business.
Yeah.
And like even back in the day, it's like there's got to be people who knew it wasn't. Like, I know they didn't know it was, because I was even told back in the days, like, that shit ain't real. Like, I was always told that. So, I mean, you can't just take somebody by the arm and, like, kind of whip them a certain way and they just keep moving and hit the ropes and come back to you.
I mean, you can if you whip them hard enough.
How hard would you have to whip somebody to make them, like, return to you?
Pretty damn hard.
It has to make a boing noise.
Well, they should have put this on Mythbusters. They should have been like having like the Mythbuster guys like trying to make the Irish whip work.
That would have been rough though, because they would have just totally destroyed wrestling.
Wait, but what if they did and it actually worked? So they just decided to not make it a episode.
They're like, I'll be damned, that worked.
Kayfabe's real. Shit.
Well, not kayfabe, just the Irish whip.
How happy would Cornette be at that point? He'd be like, "Yeah, you motherfuckers, I told you, the wrestling's all real. Everybody believes it." God damn. I mean, what the fuck?
I guess on the reverse, how mad would he be if they proved it, that it wasn't real?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he would be pretty mad about that. He'd probably like send them some anthrax or something. Some sort of death threats.
You motherfuckers.
You motherfuckers.
Sometimes I listen to Jim Cornette and I have to turn it off because of him just on a rant, like cussing people out. Like,
yeah.
Well, not to their face, even just like bitching about someone. It's like, oh my God.
I mean, he is a very entertaining person, but I think he does kind of go overboard with a lot of that sometimes. Just like
you can tell he has like venom.
Yeah.
For them.
I just it really does make me mad, like when he just seems like he's not being fair about what's going on in AEW. I feel like he'll just say things that are just.
Are you talking about me?
No, I was talking about Cornette stuff.
Oh. Yeah. Actually, I wanted to say I saw Job said that like, people know it since the 30s. I actually saw something that like back in the 1890s in papers, like they were talking about it being fake.
Oh, even before then, yeah. 1890s. I would say they'd have to. I mean, people aren't dumb. I mean,
yeah.
You got some intelligent people and then some people that are just dimwits. And
I was thinking about this the other day too, was Cornette's like Job's is saying about people wanting to protect the business and stuff, but when the shoot interviews really took off before like everyone had podcasts and stuff, the main guys were Cornette and like Honky Tonk Man and stuff. So he was breaking even before like the people were doing all those shoot interviews. Some of the original ones were those Jim Cornette tapes. It was like during the not Smoky Mountain. Was it Smoky Mountain he was doing? Yeah, I think it was like the Smoky Mountain like fan weekends, and they were doing interviews with him. Like they'd be 4 or 5 hours long. I used to get them, and he was talking totally out of character, breaking kayfabe, exposing the business. So he's actually one of the main guys to blame for it.
What the fuck?
So
take that.
So he was doing like shoot interviews with fans back in the day.
Yeah, exactly. Bunch of marks sitting around, and he's just totally exposing the business.
Damn.
Should have ran him right out of the business.
We should boil him in oil and sell his fat for soap.
Exactly.
Grape. What is it? The logo's blocking.
Waterloo.
Oh, or Waterloo. Ah.
Wrestling is great. There's something for everybody. I agree. I don't like just something to be one thing. I like some whacked out comedy stuff sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
If it was all serious constantly, that would not be entertaining. I like variety in the show. All right. Did you keep everyone entertained, Incher?
I think I did all right.
I think you're a good man. You deserve a pat on the ass.
It wasn't just me. It was Jonathan Jackson.
Jonathan Jackson!
And Bruce's ghost.
Bruce, that producer. Yeah. I did a little bit of nose candy to get a little hyped up for the end of the show.
You ain't going to be able to go to sleep for your show.
Some of that
Wrestling. Bruce wants some.
How sweet was it?
Oh, he's doing the mind games thing. Oh, jeez.
Ah.
Oh, that's the mind games one. What's the other one? I didn't know.
No, it was the nose games.
The nose games.
I didn't know what the other one was. Wrestling is great. There's something for everybody.
Wrestling tonight. Everything gonna be alright. 'Cause there's wrestling tonight.
Sounds like a new song.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that's a good tune. It's got a new. I sang intro start of a new tune earlier, but he didn't seem to be into it.
Oh, the one they sent me on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it involved killing me and.
No, it didn't.
Whoa.
All right. No, it didn't. Let's see.
It didn't.
Let's see what it said.
It did not.
It did.
It did not.
You're about to be proven wrong.
All right, but you're wrong because it didn't.
Sucking on my pecker. Looks like chubby checker.
Nothing about killing you.
That's true.
You owe me an apology, boy. You're lying about me.
I can apologize.
Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
Apologize.
Apologize. Apologize.
Sorry.
There you go. Yeah, you're a good man.
Down in my soul, I found it that I was wrong when I said that you were talking about killing me in that particular track, and for that, I do sincerely apologize.
I appreciate that.
For
You are a bigger man than the Young Bucks, who are two bitches.
Whoa.
He punched him first.
Huh?
He punched him first.
Get over it, bitches.
And he talked bad about him publicly, like in
And
their
they
own company.
did too, but even sneakier, 'cause they sent it to the David Boy Meltzer. They were the star instigators of it all.
Call up Ron Sapp guy or whatever. He can call up. Two can play at that game. There's more than just one news.
Well, just why though? He instead of doing that, he's like, I'm gonna just stand here and say it. I respect that.
It was bad for the company to say that.
Bad for the company is not being in the room with the same guy. Bitches.
That was before, but this happened before all that.
Bitches. And their boy, the cowboy, started it all first.
He's kind of like made his way out of this. Like, they don't talk about his involvement in it as much, but he did. That was a very weird promo.
Yeah.
Like, and I was just like, "What the fuck's this guy even talking about?"
Punk shouldn't have got Cabana fired.
And I was like, "I'm saving the company from you." I'm like, "What?" Made no sense to me at the time. At least I got some clarity there, even though it's destroyed the whole company.
Dave Meltzer states WWE always saw Sami Zayn as just a guy who got over as a fluke, and they didn't see him as having potential past a certain level, and when he got there, they knew it wouldn't last. Yeah, I mean, I think they have a many decades history of doing this. I've said the same similar things. Like in tag teams, they saw Edge as a guy, Christian as a guy, Jeff Hardy's a guy, not Matt Hardy. And then when either of the other guys would get over, like they just would only push him to a certain extent. And then there's a million examples of this, and Sami Zayn was legit like the most popular guy there for a while, and they did not capitalize on it.
Well, I've said it. I mean, that was one thing I heard Cornette say recently, that Vince has had many hits, so it doesn't matter. Something is just shit. But I disagree with that. I don't think he's had many hits. I think he's had like a few characters that's actually worked. Everybody else came up with their own shit. And
yeah, I mean, Austin, his idea for Austin was a guy who never talked and just stood there.
Yeah. No, don't talk, Steve. One of your best attributes.
His idea for The Rock was like this really moron guy. He was dancing around and smiling. His idea for Rock was almost like the New Day.
Yeah.
It's almost like he has one vision for a certain group of people.
I don't think Vince is as much of a genius as everybody wants you to believe. I think he's kind of a dipshit.
No, I think he's the more of his genius was
business,
the marketing or something, but not so much because I mean you always hear stories of so much Pat Patterson and all the stuff in the 80s.
Yeah,
his idea for the Royal Rumble was other people's ideas for WrestleMania. While speaking with Nick Houseman for Inside the Ropes, former WWE superstar Paul London talked about his experience with CM Punk. He also ripped Punk for being a self-hype machine, but they gave him props for being great at what he does. What the fuck?
Okay.
Well, I mean, you have to be, though. He would have... CM Punk, at his size and stuff, would have never gotten anywhere if he didn't hype himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I believe that. I mean, he has to put himself over. So.
Yeah. And and whatever you think of him, you cannot like him and all that stuff. But besides... TNA, which I think that's more to say about them. The guy's legit been on top of all the major companies he's been on. He was at top of Ring of Honor.
Well, he's only in TNA for like a day. Like,
yeah. I just wanted to put that out there in case someone said, well, what about TNA? Yeah. Top of WWE, which I don't think anyone would have ever predicted. I don't think a lot of people would ever predicted even be in WWE.
No, I kind of figured they would do the typical thing WWE does, is just like half push him and then get rid of him, and then and then all this, and AEW. So you can not like him or all this other. You could think he's over, whatever, but you can't like pretend he's not. He's not been over or successful or sold merchandise or or he doesn't have a fault. I mean, you just can't. You could say it, but it would be like incorrect. Like. I grew up not liking Hulk Hogan, and I'm not saying Punk's on the same level, but like it would just be stupid if I'd be like, well, no, I didn't like him, so no, everyone else hated him. No one wanted to see him. It's just kind of stupid.
like in 2004 or something, I got like the PWI 500 or whatever, or like 2004, and like he was like number one then too, and no one knew who he was if you didn't look at the indie stuff. Like it was incredible, you know. Like everyone knew who he was, like forever. Yeah. Even me, and I wasn't like super hardcore into wrestling.
Bruce Briscoe, I heard my name and I appear. He's like Beetlejuice or Candyman.
How would you hear your name if you weren't tuned in?
Because I scream.
Oh, he's like living next door to yours? Oh.
Do you have any memories of the 2004 15-man Royal Rumble on SmackDown? Nope.
Oh yeah, I know that one. That one was a good one.
What was your favorite memory of it?
Oh, when that one guy got thrown out.
That it happened.
Yeah.
Was it better than Cliffhanger?
Well, you had the one guy getting thrown out, and Cliffhanger, Sylvester Stallone was hanging on rocks.
It's true.
I think Cliffhanger probably edges it out, but
should they ever do a Royal Rumble on like the top of a mountain? Should they have done that during like if we ever have, God forbid, if we ever have another COVID era and we can't have crowds, they could just put the ring on top of a mountain?
I swear, I know I've been told this guy isn't who I think he is, but some of his stuff seems really, really familiar to me.
Is Incher jealous of the
blue about him? Or?
Maybe.
Oh man!
I know I've been told that it isn't, but seems very, very similar.
Al Bruce? I don't even get this. The ghost of Teddy's plushie?
He's talking about my teddies up here, and I mean, what's the big deal? You don't like my Gizmo? You don't like my Donkey Kong? You don't like my Mario? You don't like my Yoshi? You don't like my Jason? You don't like my Freddy? You don't like my Sonic? Blow it out your ass, buddy. I don't care. I like it, and I like looking at them.
So. Love it or leave it.
You can't see me.
Damn.
Ban that guy, Jack. Instantly. Do it. Do it now.
Just because he said about plushies?
I don't care. I don't
care.
I did offer him a fork, and he wouldn't give me his address.
What a fucking cocksucker. But he's a good man. No, I stand by Bruce Briscoe, double B. BB the EMT.
BB. Say that anymore, Jack.
What?
I don't think you can say that put down anymore.
What? Why it doesn't? It's I don't say it as a put down. I find it an admirable quality in someone.
That's such bullshit, dude.
What? Which show were you more pumped?
Bullshit is strong with you, young man.
If I find out someone is, it's not like I'm like, I don't want to be around them. I'd be like,
you think you might want to present it.
Which show were you more pumped for the debut of Nitro or Dynamite? That's an interesting question because...
Huh. Well, I wasn't watching when Nitro debuted, so I guess I'm out.
I'd probably say Nitro. Because I was, super fan watching everything then.
But, like...
Big fan of WCW.
Did you expect it to be as big of a show as Dynamite?
No.
Like, you probably, like, at the time, you were thinking...
Well, I didn't know if Dynamite would take off either. Like, I was hoping it would, but... I saw so many shows come and go or not really go anywhere. Like TNA was around for a long time, but never really.
WCW though build it up to like this is going to be a ground.
Well, the thing is, WCW and NWA, I consider the same thing. People can pretend they're not, but they were. But they had decades of history behind them, so it wasn't like they just came out of nowhere and Nitro appeared. Like with Dynamite, it's kind of like AEW had that one show and now it's a new show. But so I had a long history with WCW. I'd watched it, ever since I was a kid.
So,
So
it's kinda hard
having the
to
new show
compare.
was cool, but it really was just another show of WCW, as opposed to Dynamite was a completely new thing. At a time when I gave up really being a fan of wrestling. I really wasn't paying attention to it, but really just for the show. So it reinvigorated my fandom. But so I don't know. Maybe now I think about maybe Dynamite, because it was like the start of you really getting behind wrestling again.
Because you didn't know it was going to be the Monday Night Wars,
Right. It was just like it's another show, and they already had existing shows. I was a big fan of Saturday Night.
They kind of set that precedent, though, the Monday Night Wars.
Oh, yeah.
This is this company versus this company, and
They were fighting. They were fighting already, but never head to head on the same night every week. That was a new thing.
It really kind of spoiled the wrestling fans,
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because then nowadays, when you do a squash match, it's almost like, oh, this is a squash match. But I mean, used to be it's all you would see, and then it would be like, oh wow, we've got two guys against each other that are names. But now it's just like, yeah, we see that constantly. And the ideas of like angles and stuff, because like there wouldn't be a lot of angles when I was growing up watching wrestling. Like, it would mostly just be matches. Some guy, Hunky Talk Man comes out and he beats Mario Mancini. And then they'd show a little promo of him, calling out, Brutus Beefcake or whatever. And you'd have to go and see that at a house show or at the upcoming SummerSlam. Like,
but you watched NWA, though. They had some angles going on, didn't they? Like,
I mean, they all had angles. But like it wasn't in every segment like today. Like there's almost everyone's involved in an angle today.
That's true. That is true.
And like that really started during Raw, where everybody was in angles.
Yeah, it's like people do complain about not being used, but back in the day, there's probably a lot more people not used.
Oh yeah, I mean even people like Tito Santana, who was not just like a couple years before. Was like Intercontinental Champ when it was a big deal. When it like only a handful of people were Intercontinental Champ, and it was almost like it was a prestigious title. You were the best in ring. You were the worker of the the main draw is Hogan, and then the IC champ is usually like the best worker, and so he was that. And then just a couple years later, he was like a legit job guy, like on Superstars before he got the Matador gimmick, and then kind of just became a job guy again. So, and even guys like Iron Mike Sharp, who a lot of the job guys were like actual stars other places. Iron Mike Sharp was a star of the place. Barry Horowitz was a star. I mean, not like he wasn't a big star, but like he was a star.
Barry Horowitz fucking loves his Subway. Could he be the new Jarrett minus the
I hope not.
bad stuff?
Minus the hoobity with the hibbity highs.
Minus the terrible things that he did.
Yeah.
I meant just as a Subway
Right, as a spokesman, yeah. Have they ever recovered? I guess. I mean, there's a lot of Subways. They're not cheap at all.
Oh, they're not anymore.
No, I bought a sub for my mom.
Bullshit.
I got her like a BLT, which used to be one of the cheap. Even when they stopped doing all the subs $5 for a foot long, like the BLT I think was always $5 because like it says bacon and lettuce, and it was like $15. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, they're high. Like I know if me and my dad gets a sub, and maybe my mom will get a half sub, and it'll come up to about $30. I mean. And just subs, not like drinks and chips and all that, just subs. It's like, damn, that's
Yeah, Jersey Mike's is very expensive too, and I don't think they're good, but they're not very big or anything.
Yeah.
On your birthday, you get a free sub there. I did that on my birthday.
Oh, really? I'm just gonna go there and say it's my birthday.
You got to present your license to show that it's your birthday.
You say it's my birthday.
Lexar,
you say it's your birthday.
This Friday, if you want a free lunch, go to Subway. You know
Jersey
this.
Mike's.
Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's.
Oh,
and
Jersey
he's in
Mike's.
Jersey, so
I got a Philly cheesesteak at Jersey Mike's.
Oh, I didn't know Jersey Mike's does that. I'm sorry.
When I was in Jersey, we went to a place called Saka Subs, and they had really good subs. I know this is blasphemy, but in my experience, I think the New Jersey steak and cheese is better than a Philly steak and cheese.
Get that motherfucker. Oh, wait.
By the way, I like Bruce Briscoe, just so you know, buddy.
Why do you say that?
It's because I want everyone to know I love him.
He's kind of been trolling me like somebody else in the past. No wonder you love him so much. You're like, oh, I love him.
He is a paying member of the Headyverse here.
That don't do me no good.
Well, it helps pay for this. Still don't even get what this costs. Which we did that one. I was watching some old Raws with Enzo and Big Cass. They were fantastic, and the crowd loved them. Did you? Yeah, I mean, we talked about it on the show. There was a period where they would come out, and it really felt like, wow, this is something big. Like the crowd, it was like a different energy. Like they were like, whoa, this is a big time. It was really Enzo.
And when they're brought up from NXT, what did Vince McMahon do? Break them up.
Oh, yeah.
Got to go with Big Cass. He's tall and big.
That's not totally true. They did try to go with Enzo, but they tried to build 205 live around him. And
how's that a push? 205 live.
Well, he did even I remember he main evented Raw but it didn't work.
But the magic they had was to kind of.
Oh yeah, because Enzo really isn't good as a wrestler. He's just not good. Mm-hmm. So he needed to be hit in a tag team, but he was the promo and the charisma. And Big Cass, I think I give Big Cass credit. I do think he's improved now, but at that time he really was just the tall guy. Besides that, there really wasn't anything else there.
You can't teach that though.
Why even split them up?
Exactly.
If anything, if you went with a singles run with Cass, keep them together, and Enzo's the voice.
Vince just got all hard for the 7-footer, and he's like, I gotta split them up. I gotta get this guy who's entertaining everybody away from him.
Favorite Ben Affleck movie? Mine's The Town, and second is Pearl Harbor.
Ben Affleck movie.
I like Mallrats, where he does it to the girl in the back of a Volkswagen.
Do you gotta say it's like Ben Affleck's the main character in the movie, or can he be a supporting character?
I don't know.
As long as he was in it.
As long as he was in it, then Dazed and Confused. Good Will Hunting's all right, I guess. I'm not.
You know what? I have to admit, I've never seen Good Will Hunting.
What?
I know, and I'm from Massachusetts, so it's like total blasphemy.
Get that motherfucker! Oh wait,
was that real, or did you just play that?
Huh?
I think you did. I think that was the same. That was the same voice you played earlier.
Jackson of a soundboard.
Yeah,
I'm the man of 1.00 voices. What are you?
Is he AI now? Is Jonathan
I've never
Jackson
seen Clerks
AI?
3 either, now that I think about it. Mine is a Justice League. No, that movie's horrendous.
Justice League.
That movie's so awful.
I've never seen it. I didn't know he was in that movie.
Yeah, he plays Batman.
Oh, God.
I've never seen The Town. I've heard that's good. It sounds like a movie
good.
I would like, too. It's about bank robberies and stuff.
Yeah, it's good. My friend Jim McDonough is in it, but I mean, you wouldn't see him in it. But...
Trying to think of something else Ben Affleck was in that I
Daredevil.
Daredevil?
He's in a lot of real shit movies, honestly.
What was it? I like.
Air's great. Yeah, Air's that was great. I saw that at the theater.
What's that? Air?
Yeah, it's about
about them making the shoes.
Yeah,
I would probably like it, but it just seemed like a really weird thing to make a movie about.
It's really good. I liked it a lot. Dogma. I'm a big fan of Dogma.
Jeez, this is a hard one. It's like I can't think of too many like. That's a good Ben Affleck movie, you know. And
he plays a baseball fan in the park in Field of Dreams.
Hell yeah!
I don't
That's his
think
best
he's
role ever.
They probably scanned him, and now they could just use him forever.
Right.
Glory Days. What's that?
To me, it's
Poor
gonna
Ben.
be between Dogma. I remember liking The Town, but it's been so long since I've seen it. It's not like I can't really like say I loved it or anything. And I did like Air, honestly. I don't know. A lot of these movies, I'll be honest, even the ones that a lot of people like. I don't like Mallrats. I don't actually really like Mallrats.
I'm
sorry,
Dazed and
Bruce.
Confused. I'm sticking with Dazed and Confused.
I don't know.
Now, if you're talking like a movie where he's the lead character,
then you're going Jiggly.
I'm like, because I can't really say any of the Batmans that he's been in was good.
No, he's honestly, I thought was pretty good in them, but they're so awful.
Yeah, and like,
What's
I'd
the
never
one
seen
with
Argo
Bruce
or
Willis?
anything like the big movies.
I never saw Argo either.
Yeah.
That one looked good. But like the Bruce Willis where in Liv Tyler, where they're in space. What's that one?
Oh, that's Armageddon, right?
Yeah. He was in that one. And then Bruce Willis makes it, pushes them in the thing, and then he sacrifices himself. Then everyone cries.
Hypnotic is awful. I saw it. It was funny. I saw both his movies. Well, I guess all three if you include Flash. But I saw both Hypnotic and Air in the theater, and I thought Hypnotic looked like it would be good, and Air I actually thought like I don't know. But I get 3 movies a week, so I thought I must go see it. And I loved Air, and Hypnotic is laughably bad, like a really atrocious movie.
Horror Biz brings up Chasing Amy.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it either.
I've seen it once, and I never had the feeling to watch it again. So.
Yeah.
What was he chasing her with?
Chasing her with this
dong. He's like, I'm gonna make this lesbian into a straight woman with my dong.
Oh damn! Was that the premise?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that get canceled?
Yeah, it's like a total straight dude
she's
fantasy.
like, it was annoying. It's like everyone's worst nightmare. Like your girlfriend is a lesbian or something like that.
Will Jack stay for Ring of Honor? Oh, so Ring of Honor's taped after Wednesday? I mean, after Dynamite and Rampage?
Sometimes they do record it after, and sometimes they're in the studio, so it may be afterwards. So.
Yeah, we'll stay for whatever's taped after, but hopefully it's not like crazy long.
Yeah, I did. I mean, that Dynamite I went to, I did get to the end, and I was like, I stayed for Rampage, and I was like, man, I'm kind of tired. Because I thought I'd stay till everybody left.
Right.
I was like, fuck, I'm leaving. I'm tired.
That was it for Nikhil.
Hell yeah. Good question.
Good man, Nikhil. You're a good man. I love you. I love you like my own brother.
You made me contemplate for too long what Ben Affleck movies I
watched. I never really thought this much about Ben Affleck in my life.
Yeah.
How you can't get him out of your mind.
Now I was like, man, I need to go see Good Will Hunting now. It is weird. I've never seen it.
Robin Williams, wasn't he nominated for that one?
No, that's
I can't even remember if I've seen it. I probably haven't.
No, they won the Oscar for best script, didn't they?
Yeah, it was like really put them on the map.
Yeah.
Dead Poets Society.
Right.
Like
yeah, that's what interests me.
Like, big one.
Yeah, that movie. I watched that way too much in high school. They played it. Like every English teacher was like, we're watching Dead Poets Society.
It's another movie where everyone cries all the time.
Why'd you kill all those poets?
Fucking.
I'm a poet and I don't even know it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kiss the ring. Kiss the ring, Incha.
Who's that a shirt for?
MJF. I'll be honest, not my favorite shirt, but I got it in my thing.
I ate one of his pickles earlier.
Oh, damn. You still have the lingering taste of MJF's pickle in your mouth, didn't you?
Well, you did it twice.
Daniel Chad Whitehead. I once wrestled while whistling. Have you ever wondered what happened?
Now ask that again. What?
Sure, go ahead. Tell us what happened while you were whistling.
Have you ever wrestled while whistling?
No.
Have you ever wondered what happened?
The fuck's this guy on?
I don't know. Are the Moondogs still available for cookouts?
Maybe. I don't know. You have to ask Moondogs. I'm not sure. I haven't heard of them doing anything.
I think we'll just skip over these.
They get worse from there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we'll ask anything unless they're this bad.
Yeah, and there's just like when you're obviously just writing nonsense, like one of them's fine, but like 20 of them's just not really entertaining. Have you ever played an occupation you've never worked in, and are you ashamed? Now, this is Jonathan Jackson, and it's called back to the Brian Jones thing about The Rock playing a quarterback when he was a lineman.
Oh, was this a big thing the week before or something?
No, it's just a really stupid post by Brian Jones.
I've always
heard, a normal post by him.
I've always heard fake it till you make it.
Normal post.
I've heard that too. But you can't do that if you're like trying to do a submergible submarine and take people like to the Titanic. You know, you can't do that.
Fake it till you make it.
Incher never faked it with me.
That's what that dude was.
Yeah, that's too bad. You know what's hilarious? All those guys are dead.
What the fuck are you talking? What?
About the people in the submarine.
No, that's awful.
You're the one who just made light of it.
I said that he was faking it till he made it.
Fuck,
dude.
Incher.
The dude that took them all down there.
Besides the kid, who gives a shit about him?
That kid was a bad story because like his dad like talked him into it for Father's Day. He really didn't want to go.
Yeah, what kind of asshole would be like taking their kid on like this experimental submarine?
Maybe the dad set him up. You never know.
Well, I just wonder what they fed him though, like what they said, like to get him to go on that.
They
like,
paid like $250,000 a piece.
So they had a big sales pitch of how safe it's going to be and everything else.
He in interviews he said like people waste like time and money on safety and stuff. I'm serious.
that's famous last words there.
Literally.
Gee.
Yeah. It was powered by like a Nintendo controller or something, like a video game controller.
It was a Logitech controller.
Yeah, it wasn't Nintendo. It had at least 4 more buttons.
I felt like posting on my Facebook, like I guess
it was controlled by the NES Power Glove.
I was about to post, but I stopped myself. I was going to say, I guess I can add to my resume, repair submersibles, controls or whatever on my resume, but I said I better not. That's kind of too.
I'm glad you took the high road.
Yeah, I didn't do it. And it probably I'd get like one like Lexar would be like wrestling.
That's almost every post. Either wrestling or you're woke. Even if it would have nothing to do with either one. You're woke. Okay. These questions are like a bad acid trip from Dobbs Dean Maya.
I agree, Dobbs.
You don't want to take a bad trip, Incher.
Don't take the brown stuff. It's bad acid. What was that one they were saying at the Woodstock that was bad?
Don't take the brown acid.
Yeah, the brown acid. And then the Blues Traveler guy was like, "Don't drink the clear Pepsi. You got to stay away from it." He was kind of like making fun of that. John Popper, the Blues Traveler.
I was told I looked like him back in the day.
Yeah.
It's on a DVD, a Blu-ray. It's on Dragon Gate USA Bushido. And I'm in the front row. And it's John Moxley, pre-WWE. And he's wrestling in front of me. And I'm standing with a big grin on my face. And I get his blood on me. And the commentator goes, "Hey, John Popper's here with us." Then I saw him at the next show because it was also on iPay-per-view. That's how I saw it quick. Because back then the Blu-rays came out like months later. And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry I said that about you." I was like, "Oh, it's fine."
You better say you're sorry, bitch.
Then I fucking killed him.
Punched him out right there.
Are you admitting to murder right now? Is that what you're doing?
He disposed of the body, so that's all right.
No, I don't think that's how that works.
Yeah, well, I would have if Hincher wouldn't call the cops on me.
I should call the cops right now. Jeez, I guess I should. Fuck. Why you gotta do this to me? Damn.
I can't help you're a bitch. I mean, you're a good... You know what, Hincher? I'm sorry I call you a bitch so often. I think you're a good guy most of the time.
This shirt's pretty sweet. I like it.
Who's on it?
Freddie and Jason, they're like Street Fightering it up. I like
They
it.
were kung fu fighting. Yeah! Those suckers were fast as lightning. Ah! It got a little bit frightening. Because they fought with expert timing. Yeah. All right, so I found the pictures, Incher. This is from Dragon Gate Bushido, where I was called John Popper.
Let's see if he resembles John Popper.
Hold your ass. Are you holding it?
Oh, why would I want to do that?
Because it's so supple.
You're really creepy.
Well, what the hell is happening? Oh, hold on. I'll leave this one at a time. It's being a pain in my balls. There's little Jackie Chan. Now, a lot of those lyrics probably get me kicked off YouTube.
Probably.
So so I'm sitting over here. Now they're gonna see better shots here in a minute. And here's Moxley, and that's what's the guy's name?
That Jimmy Jacobs?
Jimmy Jacobs, yeah. It's a great match, honestly. All right. Then this one will look like something else is happening, but he's giving him a power bomb.
Whoa! Oh, that's some Ring King action there.
And look at me just standing with a big grin on my face. And that's when he starts like, "Oh, here's John Popper here."
Whoa! Yeah, he's really getting at it.
Yeah,
he's deep.
And I look like I'm into it though. I'm like, yeah.
You're like, fuck. I wish that was me.
Yeah. Then he power bonded in the corner and got his blood all over my leg.
Wow. Did you sop that blood up and keep the rag that it was on?
I never washed my hands again. Never washed my leg again.
That was your lucky shirt too.
My lucky pants. So what do you think? Pretty rocking. That was a good show.
Mm-hmm.
We had good seats.
Oh yeah.
What Dragon Gate USA? It doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, it still does.
It does?
It's still around?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I forget where they run shows, but yeah, they still exist.
Oh, really? It was honestly really fun shows, and a lot of guys went on to do a lot of big stuff. That's where I saw Brody Lee.
You don't hear about him that much anymore, but
no, it was kind of hot there for a while.
Wasn't Gabe?
But, I mean, they had Brody. Yeah, Gabe was running. They had Brody Lee and Mox.
It's Gabe. Gabe's running that Evolve thing. Is he doing the Dragon Gate stuff too? Or
I think he went back to WWE when Triple H came back.
And then Vince fired him again?
Probably.
It's like, who's back that I can fire?
Dobbs wants to know, why is Jonathan Jackson obsessed with guns? Pow, 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 pow.
What?
You're obsessed with guns, Jonathan Jackson?
Incher's got newfound
I'm
respect for
something new every week, according to Dubs.
You find out a lot about yourself just talking to Dubs.
I know, right? I'm a conspiracy nut. I love the satanic sex elite.
Well, who does?
Now I love guns.
Jackson wants to know, why is Dobbs Dean Maya obsessed with my love gun? Ooh, yeah. Locked and loaded, Incher. This is my rifle. This is my gun. This is for fight. This is for fun.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Nah, I'm clueless.
This is my rifle. This is my gun. This is for fight. And this is for fun. Now do you get it?
I'm still clueless.
All right. Well, this is my rifle, and I'll show you the gun. Well, we can't get too graphic here. I'll show you after the show.
If you unleashed your penis and it started singing Blues Traveler, that would be awesome. It's just like the hook.
It's like, oh man, I'm gonna use that as my harmonica. It's like John Buffer.
What?
I don't know. It's getting too late to make any sense.
You're just waiting for me to tab out. That's what you want. It's not happening, buddy. It's not happening.
I'll stay here all night. I'll beat that. I'll pound your ass full of wrestling.
Let's do it. All-nighter.
You can get one of those magnums and full-on ass pounding of wrestling. Where the hell are we? The most honorable brother, Minister Luis Farrakhan, turned 90 this year. Praise Allah. What are your favorite memories of the honorable minister? I liked it when he was managing the Nation of Domination. That was pretty cool.
Oh, that was him? That was cool.
Tyler Stevens, does Incher's gun have a name?
No.
What? How about your other gun?
The Bursa 380 Thunder.
No, I meant your ding dong.
It's OSCAR.
my baloney has a first name. It's OSCAR. My baloney has a second name. It's MAYER. I love to eat it every day. And if you ask me why, I'll say.
Guy I work with has baloney like tattooed on his leg.
What?
He has baloney tattooed on his leg.
What kind of fucking idiot is this?
And I was like, oh.
You start gnawing on his leg. You're I
acted like I knew what it meant, but then later on, he was like, he explained it like a couple weeks later, and he's like, cause it's below my knee. And I was like, oh, I get it. I was like,
that
shit.
Is so pathetic.
I thought, fuck, I didn't even get that the first time. I felt like an asshole.
Is it like a pack of bologna?
No, it's like just the word baloney.
Baloney. What a moron.
It would be weird if he had like a picture of a slice of bologna tattooed.
That'd be pretty rocking.
It just says
red thing.
Yeah, so should I have got that the first time I seen it?
The tattoo? Like you wanted to get a matching tattoo?
No, like should I have got the joke that
No, it's a terrible joke and it's a crazy thing to get permanently tattooed on you.
Yeah, I was feeling bad that I didn't get it the first time.
God damn, I was wrong. Dragon Gate USA ain't been in the States for a long ass time.
God, you can't believe anything this guy says.
I don't even think
but Dragon Gate's still
watches
around.
wrestling.
You know, they have their talent in other promotions like MLW. So that's probably what I saw.
You should get like a salami tattoo, Incher.
Yeah,
That
then
doesn't
you can do the
even,
salami
like-
splash.
There you go. How about okay, Incher? How about if you get a thermos tattoo down your inner thigh?
And put Hulk Hogan on it? Could it be a Hulk Hogan thermos?
Exactly. So it starts like up at your crotch and it goes down to your knee.
But
You're
when
like,
you
hey,
when
my thermos is down to my knee, you know what I'm saying? Then you just pull up your pants.
But when
Everybody
you'd be like, look,
laughs.
Incher, I got the same tattoo that you did, but yours would be like going up your ass. It'd be a Hulk Hogan thermos. Like Brian Knobs.
Brian Knobs has an ass tattoo?
The jokes just get better as the longer we go on throughout the night.
Jackson, how many demons are being released during this episode of In Your Head? Release the demon. I never knew so many grown people believe demons until the last couple of years on the internet.
Like Finn Balor, like
they're all like, "God damn it, don't go see Barbie. All the Finn Balors will be running loose."
It is pretty awesome. Somebody could actually believe that, like, the Barbie movie is.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Really?
Of all movies, I posted this because there was some I don't know what he is, some charlatan, but he's like some leader dude. He posted about all the demons, and like it's gone viral, as the kids say. Right. So I was thinking we should start plugging in your head that if
he's got one of those damnation pillows over there.
Well, you know what? You know how we were doing Puff Puff Pass? Put up your pillow.
Here you go, Jack.
Look at this. Whoop,
this will work.
You gotta hold it low and then bring it up.
FGH. I think that's what it's saying.
Like next time, hold it low. Hold it. Like
it's
really
just saying
low.
MGH over and over again.
We're trying to contact Jim. Oh, Jim on a Jam! You still loving the wrestling?
How he spell out? Did you guys watch Raw?
Yes. Every answer's us yes. Yep.
Yes.
Jimmy Jam, we love you.
All right.
Rest in peace to the Jimmy the Jam.
Yep, Jimmy Jam's a good man.
Tony Obasta wants to know, had Incher ever been aroused sexually by a Colonel's Famous Bowl?
Like I've never had one, like the KFC ones.
Because it's the fear that you just get too erect.
Yeah. You fall in love. I've never had one.
I never either. It's not that I'm against it, but it seems like it's just like you literally just throw everything.
Yeah.
In a just throw fucking potatoes and corn and gravy and chicken.
Here's the thing about me. I eat one thing at a time.
You're like one kernel of corn.
No, not like that, but like one item at a time. So like, yeah, I know.
So you'd be like trying to pick out the corn
and separate it.
You gotta keep them separated.
I don't mix my food a whole lot.
I got you.
My stepdad, he'd like take everything and mix it, like everything on the plate.
That's what I do. It's like if I got a burger and fries, I'll blend it and add the ketchup and then just drink it.
Well, you say that, but when I used to work in a nursing, the same nursing home I actually went to rehab, which is weird, but and you'd have to do that for certain people who, I forget what they called it, but there would be like, some people would have to have soft food, but then there was the people that had to have all their stuff blended. And that's how literally you would do it. You'd prepare it, so you'd have the burger and stuff, and you'd literally just throw the whole thing in the blender and make it.
Seems like there'd be an easier way.
Some good eating there.
Yeah.
Like, couldn't you just take like a burger that's like a day old and just do that? It probably wouldn't taste any different, would it?
It's like, just give these fuckers some leftover. Just take everyone's leftovers and scrape it in.
That's what they do with Colonel Bowl.
Different though?
Huh?
Do you think it would taste any different though?
I don't know. I mean, they're
You gotta
probably
try to
don't
find
have
out.
the greatest life at the
Maybe
moment,
that
anyways.
could be a new YouTube video for me. The blender.
You would. This never happened while I was there, but people would, because it was weird. So I was there. I worked in the kitchen, and some days
you have to add water.
I'd be dishwasher, and other days I'd be the dietary aide, which seems like a much different, completely different level of jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So the dietary aide would have a lot more responsibilities. But so anyway, they told me once that every once in a while a BM comes in on the when you're washing the dishes, which is BM's bowel movement. I'm lucky that never happened when I was there, but apparently, like, old folk would just like drop trow and take a dump on the plate when they bring it back for some reason.
Damn.
Well, I wonder what kind of laugh that gets when they go back and tell their buddy, it's like, I took a shit on the tray.
I'll show that young whippersnapper.
Yeah, then I was there for rehab, which was really weird.
Did you do the BM?
I did not.
Yeah, did you? Were you tempted to?
No, because I couldn't, because I had a colostomy bag.
Oh yeah. Well, that you could just unleash the
I could just dump it right on the plate. And every single time, so I was on a really strict diet then, because I had the colostomy bag, so I couldn't eat nuts and fruits. It was nut skins. I forget the term. There was a term for it, but so I couldn't eat like tomato, any kind of skin off like vegetables. So anyway, they would just, the very first night I was there, they gave me like a big bowl of corn, which was like one of the main things I couldn't eat. And I was just like, I can't eat. And so they would just constantly bring me stuff I couldn't eat. And then like they'd bring me, desserts I couldn't eat. And I was like, oh, I can't eat this. And then they would bring me, something with all this nuts in, another thing I couldn't eat. And I thought, God, like,
was Satan the dietitian? I mean, like, why were they trying to like
just don't give a shit? And so it did make me think though, because I was the only person like under 80. Everyone else was there for. I was the only one there for rehab because it's it was nursing home and rehabilitation, and everyone else was just old. And it made me think though, a lot of these old people, because they keep them. There's different levels. Some don't really even know what they're doing, but even like the ones who know what they're doing, they probably don't know enough to like, hey, I can't eat this, whatever. So I was just thinking, God, they're probably giving all these people stuff that they're not supposed to eat on their diet. Because when I worked there, I mean, lots of people have like different diets, especially the old people. Some are diabetic, so you have to give them certain, you can't give them this and that. But so anyway, I knew enough what I couldn't eat, and I was just like, so I knew what I couldn't eat. But I was thinking all these other old folks, they probably just give them anything. They don't care.
Maybe that's their way of killing them off.
Maybe. Honestly, most of the people were not helpful at all.
When you blended stuff though, did you add water to it or anything?
Yeah, you had to add liquid. I don't know what, I can't remember because it would have been in my early 20s, so that's like almost 30 years ago. That's crazy, 27 years. You had to add liquid though for it to blend, but I can't remember what you added. Milk. I don't think it was just water. Maybe it was. I don't know. But because you can't just blend stuff like solids. Yeah.
Yeah.
I forget what you added, but you added something. Yeah.
Paint thinner.
God, if I got to that point, I would just probably pull the plug myself.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them there was a whole wing where it was people who had no idea what was going on. That was the saddest to walk through because people with Alzheimer's and dementia. The smell is horrible. But there's also like a lot of people knew what was going on. It's a weird place. I do regret not going back and ever visiting my roommate Fred. After I get out, I thought I'm gonna go. I doubt it because he was 93.
Didn't you say his brother was older though?
Yeah. His brother would come visit, and it was his older brother. He told me, I was like, "What the fuck?" And Fred was 93, so he had to be. I mean, at the youngest was gonna be 94, I guess, but he's probably like 95. And he would drive there from New Bedford, just kind of travel.
I think Simply Ravishing, he could win you back with this comment. In the chat.
I've never disliked. Oh, yeah, well, he did. He was kind of mind of madness, but I said it before and I'll say it again. In Your Head is awesome. Ravishing.
Thank you.
It's good, man. Yeah, I doubt he's still there. If he is, so I hope he's doing well.
He got better. He's out driving.
Yeah. Fred, what are you doing with your pants down around your ankles? Oh, I'm just so happy to see you. That's what he told the nurse when she came in once.
Did you think that would work? Or
I don't know. We had a curtain down the middle of the room, so I couldn't see him behind here. That's how they had the 2 beds, a curtain, and then we shared a bathroom. And so I couldn't see him. And the nurse came in, and she just like, Fred, what are you doing with your pants around your ankles again? And he, oh, I'm just so happy to see you. And I was like, oh my God, what the hell is going on?
It could have worked. Didn't he say one of the nurses got
Yeah,
caught
when I
blowing
used to work there, one nurse was caught blowing an old dude. I assume like he paid her, but I don't know.
Nah, she's just happy to see him.
He's just super hot for this 9-year-old man.
how much do you think you paid her?
You were told though you couldn't. You weren't supposed to bring attention to people like masturbating.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to like just close the door or not, just pretend like it's not happening.
And as far as how much he paid her, he gave her all of his Jello.
Damn, that's a sweet deal.
Yeah, Fred would be though. He's like, hey, let's go down and get some ice cream, and that really meant you go down to the kitchen and get like these little Dixie cups of ice cream out of the freezer. But I don't know. He was a nice guy.
Good times.
No, I don't know about that, but he was a nice guy. It's weird. It's fun. It's weird memories. Mike Bessler. His wife would come too. So I always wondered why he just wasn't home with his wife.
She had enough of them.
Probably.
He's like, Fred, why are your pants back around your ankles?
No. Maybe that's why she kicked him out. She was sick of him always having his pants around his ankles.
And then the one. So I was laying there in the bed. Like I said, it's like a curtain, and he had a commode, and he also had we had a bathroom.
You say commode?
Yeah.
Juju says that's a hillbilly thing.
Well, no, it's an actual term. That's like a portable bathroom,
She
a
just
portable
feels like
toilet.
that's like a hillbilly term. So
No, I mean it's a regular term. But so, and he was in a wheelchair. But so, I think So I was laying in bed, and I could see him coming around the curtain, and he's like, look. So he walks out and he looks over at me. He's like, so he's walking like this, and he looks over. And I'm just totally awake, but I assume he just can't see enough to know that I'm just sitting there awake. And he's walking over with his commode that he just took a shit in, and he looks over. And he put it right in front of my bed, and then he snuck back behind the curtain. I was like, what the hell? And then, because I guess he didn't want shit commode on his side of the room. And then, like, the male nurse would come in, and he'd come in, and Fred's like, oh, what is in there? And the guy's like, shit. And he's like, oh, really? How'd that get in there? It's like, well, it wasn't me, buddy.
So just think about all the stories he's actually talking about you.
What was
Like,
Fred
this
aware
fucker.
that like at the time you weren't like physically capable of doing that?
No, I don't think so.
He's like, this guy's lying. Get him out of here.
This guy keeps shitting in my commode. But yeah, it was a good time. I know I said a million of these stories before, but who cares? But my favorite is I'll say it one more last time, Incher. So his older brother would come, and the one time I always remember this forever.
You're really trying to make me tap out.
He's like, Fred, what do you do with all this soup and batteries? Every time I come to visit, I bring you soup and batteries. And I remember, because every morning, it was like 4 a.m., he'd get up and start using the electric shaver. The soup, I guess he just ate. You know what his favorite soup was? I remember.
How the fuck am I going to know what his favorite soup was? Never met this person.
Portuguese kale soup. Which sounds horrendous, but I don't know.
Portuguese kale soup.
Kale. I can't imagine soup made out of kale can be very appetizing.
Now, Portuguese kale, that's a different story.
That's very true. Mike Besselar. What two current wrestling stars would you most like to see go head-to-head in a docking No. Go head-to-head on a competitive cooking show. Interesting. Well, the pizza man. What's his name? The guy who was on AEW a couple times and was going to come on, never did.
Luigi Primo.
Luigi Primo. And
who else had a cooking gimmick?
MJF's Pickles.
Just his Pickles.
And I'm sure he's there doing it all himself. Anyone else have a cook? Dusty Rhodes? Remember when he was like the delivery man?
Remember when he was plunging shit? And he was like, oh, this is going to be a big job. Oh, I'm going to plunge this shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's going to be stinky. Oh, yeah. The dreams in here plunging for you. Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't say the match made that was made for each other. Luigi Primo versus Nick Gage.
Oh, hell yeah. The battle of the pizzas.
Yeah.
They could still do it.
It's like the pizza man versus the pizza cutter. It's epic.
Damn.
I want to see The Miz, because his dad's Mr. Hero, and Natalia, because I bet Natalia could cook. I think
She
Natalia
could
cook.
Bart. Old people shitting on plates, eating soup and shaving. Now this is Wrestle Talk. Now this is in your head. I think this is vintage in your head right here, this show. We finally hit our stride again. It's only taken us 19 years.
It'll be gone next week. Got any more questions there, bitch?
That's all the questions.
That's all the questions.
And that's all you need to know. I think that's it.
Is that the end of the show, Jackie Jones?
What do you think? Another couple hours?
What else do we got?
I think we just sit here and look at each other.
Jonathan Jackson's got the SmackDown summary.
Hell yeah. SmackDown summary, baby. It's going to plaster it across my face.
Damn, yeah! Don't cover up that beautiful face.
All right, so
if anyone wants this, super chat me $100.
It's like my gimmick.
And that's nice. So look at that. That's beautiful. Some people watching that, they just think that's Jonathan Jackson up here.
He's on the screen. Like a Mega Man villain. Like the Mega Man guy from part 2? I forget.
Part 2.
What was his name? I'm trying to remember his name.
Fucking the king of the world. It
think
was Jackson Man.
Metal Man, I think.
I always sucked at Mega Man.
Grand Metalik.
Grand Metalik. We'd get sued by WWE.
They do like to sue.
They like suing, folks.
I'm
They also like settling out of court. So if you ever got a lawsuit with them, haha. It's going to take a long ass time, though.
Yeah, that's what they bank on.
No, right? Maybe he'll just give up. Let's just ride him out.
Yeah, seeing a regular person go into court, that's a lot more out of your wallet than a $1 billion corporation.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
All right, Incher. Did you have a good time?
I had a good time, Jackie Jones.
Good man. Bruce, you have a good time?
Yippee!
What?
I'm tired.
What the hell? Now, you see, if I hear that, it makes me just want to keep going, even though I need to go to sleep.
She like cut your nose off.
Dynamite all.
I would stay up just to make someone feel a little bit of agony, because that's just the kind of guy I am. But I think we're gonna get out of here. Incher. I'm gonna do it for Incher. Incher's, I know he's sleepy and wants to get out of here.
I'm good.
Well, then if I know that, then I do want to leave. Yeah. So that's all. It's all very confusing now.
I'm good. I'll be good probably till 6 in the morning.
Oh, now he's really good.
Hey, we got the beef.
Oh
yeah, now I'm powered up.
Whoever made that, they were just laughing their ass off.
Do you think like they were just totally taken by surprise when somebody's
when
like,
it really put? Yeah, because when you
followed
like,
him.
this is never gonna get in the game. I remember that being a fun game.
I can pull it off the shelf and play some for you guys if you want.
I'm really
Hell yeah.
All right, no, that's cool. But we're gonna get out of here. We'll be back next week. Until
Bye-bye.
next week, the balcony is closed. It's true. Bam!
Oh.
Well, that was a sucker punch. Why'd you do
Never
that?
working with you again.
Any punch to you is a sucker punch because you, buddy, you're a sucker. All right, fair enough.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre was great. He was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant.
From Grenoble, France.
This is like the MCU after credits. People are like, "Oh man, what's gonna be the big cliffhanger for the next movie?"
This says TTYL.
Talk to you later, alligator. Boom! Ah, ha! All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.